Naruto, there is another power far beyond you just using my chakra. From what the sage told me, it far surpasses anything able to be comprehended. Then why are you just telling me this now? I did not think it would be needed, nor did I like you enough to trust you with this information. Well, what is this power? From what the sage told me before he passed, it is called Baryon mode. It has the tailed beast and the Jinkarichi combine their chakra, creating a large amount of energy superheating the Jinkarichi's chakra, allowing them to gain unmatched reflexes, strength, and chakra. Are there drawbacks? Not exactly. You are only able to use it for as long as the two have chakra. Then, it will turn off, causing both to faint, leading to extreme chakra exhaustion. But that is a drawback. According to what the sage told me, there might have been a chance that it would destroy the chakra used, so it is not a disadvantage compared to that. Besides, I have a solution for it. I can let you use Sage mode in conjunction with Baryon mode, and since I am always motionless, we can fuel it for much longer, allowing me to always absorb Senjutsu chakra. I see your point, and that last part sounds awesome. Well, how do we do this then? Just unlock the seal, and we will be able to do it. Alright, Datbeo. On the battlefield, Kakashi and Guy stood there in despair as five-tailed beasts fired Biju bombs directly at them. Then, for some reason, they simply vanished. In front of them stood a man who was no longer humanoid, with 9 objects floating behind him. The humanoid had fox-like ears at the top of his blonde head and was covered in what appeared to be a reddish-green cloak. That would just be yellow, wouldn't it? The wheels and Kakashi's head began to turn as soon as he saw this. 9 tails, blonde, fox-like ears, Naruto. Is that really you, Naruto? Kakashi was asked. Naruto spun around, his luminous red eyes and the orange pigment around them illuminating the area with a power neither Guy nor Kakashi had ever seen in their lives. As we now know, Naruto said, I've mastered the power of the 9 tails and he is letting me use Sage mode now, too. As Naruto said this, the 9 tails began to move and surround the 3 of them in a protective barrier. Kakashi and Guy were enthralled. They had never experienced such a chakra presence in their lives. It was strong and hard, but it was also warm and reassuring, and they were finding it difficult to stand in his presence. You have an amazing chakra, Naruto. It's nearly too much to bear, Guy said, attempting to maintain composure. All right, go back and let me deal with this. The entire battlefield sensed Naruto's presence during this conversation. Most had feared the worst, believing it to be the 10 tails. Within the command center, there is a huge chakra presence. From here, I can sense it. How could anything have that kind of power? Ao state. Consider a slightly smaller version of the 10 tails chakra signature in the command center. Inoichi, connect to Kakashi and Guy and ask what is going on, said Shikaku. Obito was observing Kakashi and Guy from the opposite side of the field as Inoichi made contact with them. Why am I barely able to move, and how has he acquired such a large chakra? Edo Madara was thinking the same thing from across the battlefield. The sheer force of Naruto's chakra pressure caused everyone on the battlefield to freeze. Sasuke, who had just defeated Kabuto and witnessed his brother's second death, was traveling to what he believed to be Madara's location when he felt this chakra. He had assumed nothing could be this powerful, not even Madara. How could it be so strong? Are you alright, Kakashi? What about that presence? I just can't move, but I'm fine. Oh, and that presence is Naruto, the Cyclops remarked. How is that possible, Naruto? It doesn't feel like anything I could ever have imagined. All he told me and Guy was that he mastered the 9 tails power and can use Sage mode in tandem with it. How did he get so much power from that? When Inoichi told the other members of the command center about this, they were just as shocked as he was. What are you saying about Naruto? Everyone there yelled. Naruto is an expert at using this power. Shikaku commanded, we can't just sit back. We need to tell the other teams to go and help him. Obito was glaring daggers at Naruto as Shikaku gave him this order, wanting nothing more than to murder him. In contrast, Naruto was just standing there, the air humming with electricity and the ground crackling under his tremendous chakra pressure. Occasionally, the air would spark and crackle, creating a small crater on the ground. Then, looking as though he had teleported, he rushed at Obito so quickly that he did not realize it until it was too late. He grabbed Obito with his tails, and the grip was so firm that Obito thought he was going to be crushed into goop, all of his chakra rushing out of his body and fueling Baryon mode. A rod came flying at Naruto, who jumped to the side, keeping Obito at his heels, avoiding the chakra rod as he stared at him with his eyes piercing through him. From across the battlefield, a smooth, monotone voice said, so you can dodge that, Uzumaki. When Naruto turned to face the source of the voice, he saw a man wearing a white kimono, a ponytail of black hair, and pale white skin. Kurama's voice reverberated in Naruto's mind. Do not think. Thinking in this mode only shows you down. I can sense that he is not a match for us, but there is something odd about him that makes me wonder if he isn't who he appears to be. Calmly, the palm man said, so we finally meet, and it seems it is sooner than I expected. Who are you? Called out to everyone but Naruto, who was standing there staring at him with a look that seemed to pierce right through him. Me? I am merely a monk who has come to see what all this fuss is about, the man stated in a tone devoid of emotion. Kakashi said cynically, I don't think mere monks can fly. Oh, the man's tone was sarcastic. Are you creatures so lowly you cannot fly? He asked. No, not normally, and aren't you the same creature as this? Guy questioned doubtfully. How could I be a creature as inferior as you? The man spat bitterly. Even though Naruto was not thinking, he was still aware of himself, and the man's words had a deep emotional impact on him. At this point, Naruto jumped, almost instinctively, or what appeared to be teleported to the others, behind the man, and kicked him hard, sending him flying towards the man. When I use the term, teleported, I mean how the fight appeared to the audience. The man stood up, dust-free, and his appearance changed, with black markings all over his arms and face and a horn curling around his head. So, even though you're strong, you won't be able to hurt me, boy, the man said. Naruto teleported to the man once more, this time directly in front of him, and sucker punched him in the chin, causing his body to perform a vicious 360-degree turn. He then teleported once more, striking the man squarely in the front of the head, knocking him down. How come Jigen's body has lost so much chakra after hitting me twice already? This body is so weak. Where can I find a suitable vessel? It will have to do, he thought as he looked directly in front of him. Then he jumped at Naruto, his palm pointing out towards his face, and just as his fingers were about to brush against Naruto's skin, he disappeared. The man froze with a low growl coming from his throat and a look of disbelief covering his face. A few feet away from him, Naruto had materialized, his sharp eyes revealing only a great deal of resolve. He fixed his gaze on the man, watching every move as he stood up with obvious rage. You're faster than I expected, said the individual, but this body won't allow me to waste time. The man's chakra surged, and with a sound, his right eye changed from being completely black to a wheel with 8 golden rods. Then, rods flew at Naruto, but he handled them all with the same ease and grace, resembling a dancer on stage. Enough of this, if you want to play with a god, you'll have to try harder, boy, the god declared. With his right hand raised behind him and his left behind his back, Naruto said, then, show me what true resolve is, false god, as he fixed his intense gaze on the man. You inferior creature, you made fun of me, the man spat bitterly. With that, the man launched himself at Naruto, but Naruto ducked and kicked him hard in the back, knocking him to the ground and creating a 5-foot-deep crater. You. As he looked up at Naruto, the man spat venomously, and then a portal materialized beneath him, causing him to disappear. About 5 minutes ago, the command center. Just above Naruto's position, another enormous chakra signature has emerged. Startled, Ao began. Inoichi. On it, and Inoichi connected with Kakashi. What's going on there? Kakashi. Inoichi made the decision right away to get in touch with every member of the allied forces and inform them of everything that was happening after Kakashi said, a pale man has just appeared and has attempted to attack Naruto, I will keep you updated. Every shinobi was taken aback by Naruto's ability to teleport, as explained by the fabled copy ninja. As they listened to the full 5-minute battle, they were all in disbelief that Naruto had just vanquished 2 adversaries in that time. One who was believed to be Madara Uchiha and the other who also had an unidentified dojutsu and was able to teleport. The pale man's massive chakra signature had just disappeared, and the command center was humming with tension. We can't presume that the threat has passed. Watch for any irregularities, Shikaku ordered. Naruto stood vigilantly on the battlefield, surveying the area before him, feeling that something wasn't quite right. He could still sense the man's unsettling energy, but it was very weak. A now normal Naruto told Kakashi and Guy, something's not right about this guy, he is still hiding something but I don't think he can fully fight. Kakashi stated, his chakra was unstable. Jigen's body lay on the ground like a ragdoll in a secret location far from the battlefield, feeling the strain of his fight, with cracks running along the stone on his stomach. This vessel is so weak that it can hardly hold my actual power, damn it. The truth was straightforward. Jigen's body was designed to survive Ashiki's full form, not to withstand it. He needed to find a suitable host because he could only manifest his true form for 3 days before dying forever after Kaguya nearly killed him. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he returned to the battlefield, saying, "He isn't done. Every time I hit him I could feel something he was holding back, something massive." Well, his extremely unyouthful appearance and speech pattern practically guarantee that we can defeat him if we put in the necessary effort and reach our youth's springtime. Guy spoke while pumping his fist, flames blazing in his eyes. "Did you say anything, huh?" Kakashi inquired. "Oh, eternal rival and my hip." Now Guy was crying. Jigen, who is now Ashiki, could be heard saying in the distance, "Soon Uzumaki, soon. You will be nothing more than sand to my feet once I find the right vessel and unleash my true form." The masked man had completely vanished from Naruto's memory due to the pale man, but as he stood in the middle of the ruined battlefield, his eyes swept over the rubble, which was littered with rocks and debris that resembled memories of the bloody battle. Naruto's heart raced as he looked to where he believed he should be. "What's wrong with you, Naruto? Do you have some sort of ant problem?" Kakashi raised an eyebrow in question. "I have no idea where the man in the mask is," Naruto exclaimed in alarm. Kakashi looked at Naruto suspiciously and started to perspire. Naruto, he's right there, you're standing on him," he said. "When you stopped using Kyuubi's power, he dropped there." When Naruto looked down, he was undoubtedly standing on top of him, and his eyes were protruding from his head as he searched for him. "I was aware of that. I was just testing you guys," Naruto remarked, his face marred by a pout. After being trampled underfoot, Obito began to stir. "Get off me, brat." Obito barely managed to escape. "You all keep an eye on him." He began to meditate after saying, "I need to talk to Kyuubi." As he delved deeper into himself, Naruto found himself in his mindscape, with the Kyuubi's massive form standing directly in front of him and appearing as unimpressed as ever. "After expelling so much chakra, are you alright?" "I am fine. We-tailed beasts have ways of regenerating chakra faster than humans do," the Kyuubi rumbled, almost laughing. "How?" "Since we-tailed beasts were created from the 10 tails, who are the living embodiment of the land and are composed entirely of nature chakra, we can, to a certain degree, use natural energy to replenish our chakra. So that's why you can use Sage Mode better than me," Naruto said, his eyes widening. Kyuubi grinned and said, "I am 1,000 years older than you, so of course I can use Sage Mode better than you." I pouted as I said, "That doesn't mean anything." He muttered, "Cheeky brat," but there was a glimmer of amusement in his eye. "I'm not a grumpy old fox, at least." Naruto smiled and shot back. "Kid, never stop dreaming." Naruto broke the comfortable silence that pervaded the mindscape. "How do we handle Edo Madara and the man in the mask?" Naruto inquired. "We can only hope that sealing Madara would work because he is practically immortal due to his escape from the Edo Tensei. I might be able to help, but the masked man has no chakra because we drained it when we picked him up and held him with our tails." "Oh, I see. He is powerless," Naruto said. "Right now, all we can do is wait for the remaining soldiers to arrive." Since Naruto was no longer in Baryon mode, everyone could move around the battlefield once more. Edo Madara began sprinting in the direction of the pressure as soon as he was able to move in order to determine its source. The pressure had frozen him like that for the first time, and he was shocked, but he disregarded it out of conceit. "I unlocked the Rinnegan, the first since the Sage of Six Paths, and tamed the Kyuubi. I took enormous rocks out of space. What might be more powerful than me? Madara Uchiha here." When he arrived in a few minutes, he discovered a strange scene in a ruined crater, his apprentice lying on the ground, 2 strange people arguing, and the Jinchuriki meditating. Madara jumped in Naruto's direction. Sensing Edo Madara, Naruto opened his eyes and instantly switched into Baryon mode. Madara felt as though he was immobile once more. Naruto addressed Edo Madara with authority, asking, "Why are you here?" "This pressure was created by the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. I can control him if I simply do what I did to Kyuubi." His eyes became black and red, and as his Mangekyo Sharingan came to life, it looked directly into Naruto's eyes and used a strong genjutsu. Someone who could bring the mighty Kyuubi under his control. Because Naruto is now a perfect Jinchuriki and simply has more chakra than Madara in this form, this attempt at mind control was unsuccessful. Considering what Kurama had told him, Naruto held out his hand to Madara. "A flashback, this sealing jutsu is really strong, Naruto. In actuality, it is so powerful that it can only be utilized in Baryon mode." Why is it so powerful? Anything touched by the seal is rendered non-existent. Naruto leapt back up after falling face down onto the sewer floor. How? The sage claimed that after he and his brother killed his mother, Kaguya, the mother of all chakra, he discovered the method in her library. The tablet simply stated, this technique is called Fuinjutsu. Mugen no Insho, meaning sealing art. Impression of infinity. It is named this because it suggests that once one is erased, nothing remains. The sage believed that in order to destroy the other person and leave no trace, the caster had to overwhelm their chakra and soul. And this one cannot be countered by any seal. Well, how do I cast a Fuinjutsu? I'll take care of it. Oh, can I ask you a question? Kurama's expression briefly changed to one of curiosity as he raised an eyebrow. Brat, what is it? Usually, you don't think twice before speaking. Naruto took a deep breath and forced himself to be brave. I know you're more than just the 9 tails. You have a history, a past, and I want to know your real name. Kurama remained silent for a while as the question hung heavy in the air. To Naruto's surprise, his eyes softened a little. Do you really want to know? Of course, exclaimed Naruto, his excitement brewing. You're my partner now. I want to know everything about you. Kurama let out a deep, rumbling laugh that shook the earth beneath Naruto. Excellent. Kurama is my name. In the ancient tongue, it means the 9 tails, but it is more than that. It stands for our relationship and the resilience of my spirit. Kurama, Naruto said again, letting the name escape his lips. It was important, almost like a pledge. That's an awesome name. Kurama's expression changed from one of amusement to one of warmth. You no longer consider me to be merely a beast. For both of us, this is a fresh start. A surge of emotion filled Naruto's heart. Yeah, it is. I promise to honor our bond, Kurama. Together, we'll protect everyone. Kurama's eyes sparkled with admiration. You've changed, Naruto. And for the better. Together, we will forge a new path. A deep understanding that went beyond words developed between them as their gazes met. The strength of a new friendship took the place of the weight of Naruto's past in that instant. Go, Naruto. Together, we won't fail. Final flashback. As he was about to release the Fuinjutsu Kurama had taught him, a black hand reached out for Madara from behind, attempting to reach its target. Naruto disappeared and then reappeared exactly where the hand was, seizing it with an iron grip and draining its chakra. Alarmed, Black Zetsu questioned, how have you become so powerful? He attempted, but was unable, to escape Naruto's vice-like hold, his chakra rapidly diminishing as Naruto glared at him. Naruto kept staring at him intently as he sensed Zetsu's power gradually ebbing. Naruto said calmly but somewhat definitively, you underestimate the people you try to manipulate. In an effort to break free from Naruto's hold, Zetsu's black mass writhed. How? My plan was foolproof. You are a Jinchuriki, someone with stolen power. Naruto adamantly stated, I fight to protect, not to control, as his determination solidified. White markings appeared on Zetsu's body as he said, I refuse to underestimate those who can threaten my friends. Fuinjutsu. Mugen no Insho. No, the prophecy, Kaguya, she will return. You all will bow to her. Black Zetsu began to writhe as the sealing marking spread, his voice frantic. As the seal took hold, they trailed off. Naruto quickly said, not as long as I live. Zetsu's body experienced a brilliant flash of light, and he disappeared, never to be seen again. The battlefield felt lighter after Zetsu left, but there was still work to be done. Naruto aimed for the Edo Madara and said, now to deal with you. Seeing Black Zetsu phased out of existence, Madara sneered, unconcerned that Naruto's aura prevented him from moving. What do you think you are going to do to me? He asked. He turned into white light and disappeared without a trace after Naruto teleported behind him and used the sealing jutsu on him. With feelings churning in his chest, Naruto turned off Baryon mode. He turned to his left and saw the allied shinobi forces, who had just witnessed his battle, over the horizon. As they approached, you could see the amazement in their eyes, especially the group led by Gaara, who had been completely destroyed by Madara. Naruto smiled wearily. It's over now, but we'll always need to stay ready. A chorus of hard-won victory reverberated throughout the battlefield as the tension gradually subsided and the shinobi started cheering one by one. His thoughts started to stray while they were applauding him, which caused him to become distracted. With all this power, what will I do? What will people think of me? I killed 2 people and erased their existence. Doesn't that contradict my entire philosophy of not killing people? What if I had been able to reason with them? I haven't been around as long as Black Zetsu, brat. He could not be saved. He only wished to bring Kaguya back to life. Madara intended to unleash Tsukuyomi on the world, ensnaring individuals and gradually murdering them. You saved the entire world by murdering 2 people. They love you and are cheering you on right now. They all sensed your strength and were immobile, he was reminded by Kurama. As he observed the admiration on everyone's faces, Naruto felt a surge of warmth in his chest. You're probably correct. I've finally gotten the recognition I've always desired, from both the samurai and all of the shinobi of the 5 great nations. And if they hadn't died, none of these people would be here. Naruto had accomplished his life's work, not just a goal. He had always done everything in his life to gain acceptance from his peers. A mixture of relief and happiness filled Naruto's heart as tears fell down his cheeks. I'm not going to waste this power. I'm going to use it to defend the people of this world from danger, in his head, Naruto proclaimed. He opened his eyes and grinned for the first time in his life as everyone wondered why he was crying, and with renewed energy, people cheered, their voices rising in a chorus of hope and admiration. With a strong sense of connection to everyone around him, Naruto stood tall. He realized then that genuine strength was derived not only from power but also from the relationships he had created and the lives he sought to save. For him as well as the entire shinobi community, who were united in their struggle against evil, this marked a turning point. Only a few days had passed since he had saved the world by taking out 3 extremely dangerous ninjas or individuals in an hour. He was currently recounting the events of the war while seated in front of the 5 cage. Naruto cheerfully said, and that's about it. So, what you are saying is 1. You and the Kyuubi are friends now, his name is Kurama, and he isn't a mean fox wanting nothing but destruction in the world. 2. That white light was a sealing jutsu Kyuubi told you about that makes whatever the sealing diagram touches erase from existence with no counter seal. And 3. You can use both, Baryon mode, and this seal whenever you want? Tsunade looked at Naruto. Yeah. Tsunade let out a sigh. Well, it's not like we can stop you. All 5 of us could not stop Madara, let alone that pale man. You, by just being in this mode, made it impossible for him, and everyone on the battlefield to be able to move. Tsunade responded. Well, it isn't like I will destroy the world. I still have to relieve you from your job, right, Ba-chan? Tsunade sarcastically remarked, yeah, I guess so, but it will be a long time until you take that chair from me. Happily, Naruto remarked, well, I can wait. I have already achieved one of my life's goals anyway. I thought your goal was to become Hokage. That and being recognized for being myself and not the fuzzball. As stylish as ever, Kakashi entered the room abruptly and said, Lady Hokage, we have to return to the village. Turning, Tsunade said, I guess you're right, Kakashi. Come on, Naruto, and bye, fellow cages. Naruto followed her out of the room. Now that they were back in the Cloud Village, they had a long walk ahead of them. Naruto felt a newfound sense of purpose as they talked about their future plans. Naruto understood that this would mark a new chapter for everyone in the Hidden Leaf, not just for himself. To cut down on travel time, they had one Jonin lead 6 Chunin back to the village as they made their way back to the Hidden Leaf. Boosting productivity and cutting down on delays in the event that someone needed to use the restroom. Fortunately for Naruto, there were benefits to saving the world. The Hokage traveling, for example. The surrounding scenery was stunning. Somewhere between the land of light and the land of fire, they were in the land of hot springs. It had lovely flowers, grass, and trees. Additionally, the sun was currently setting, creating a lovely sky view. Only Tsunade, Kakashi, Guy, and Sakura were traveling back with Naruto. From the Cloud Village, Sakura had pestered them with inquiries, demanding to know everything. Naruto let out a sigh. Listening to Sakura ramble on about his achievements when all he wanted was to get to his apartment and sleep for 3 weeks was becoming pretty annoying. Hold on a minute. Am I genuinely finding Sakura annoying? That could be a Baryon mode side effect. How? Both of our chakras are mixed in Baryon mode, which results in us both gaining traits from one another. Enhancing your intelligence, decreasing your irritability, and many other qualities that are appropriate for natural energy from both myself and others. I don't get any of your qualities because the technique we were using didn't use any of your chakra. Do I find her annoying because of you or because of her natural energy? Me. How loud that howler monkey is. My ears ache every time she speaks. His mind flashed to a picture of Kurama with his paws to his ears. He laughed. She's not a howler monkey, despite her loudness and annoyance. Tomato. In an attempt to ignore Sakura's current annoyance, Naruto rolled his eyes at his and Kurama's banter. Naruto said, Sakura, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but I didn't save the world for a fan club. With a smile tugging at his lips despite his frustration. Can't a hero catch a break? Sakura softened her expression and said, well, that doesn't take away from the fact that what you did was amazing, Naruto. In agreement with Sakura, Kakashi added, it isn't every day you save the world from Madara Uchiha after all. Still, I don't know what happened to the Pale Man. He and Black Zetsu were the only people that were still capable of moving when I was in Baryon mode. He was hiding something. A great power. One that might rival mine. Naruto sighed. In his characteristically enthusiastic voice, Guy said, well, then, we will have to enter our youth's springtime to keep him at bay then. As they leapt through the trees, Tsunade laughed and looked back at Naruto. You have changed a lot, Naruto. Just months ago you would have been bragging to everyone about what you did, but now, you are getting annoying at people singing your praises. Wasn't your goal to be recognized and now you are telling people to stop recognizing your accomplishments? Isn't that a bit hypocritical? Tsunade began. Naruto stated bluntly, yeah, but it is annoying. Sakura said, maybe you just need to get used to it, in a lighter tone. You've accomplished something incredible. It's okay to let people celebrate that. Naruto let out a sigh. I guess, it's just that I've always wanted to be acknowledged for who I am, not just for what I do. I don't want to become this legend who can't connect with people anymore. Kakashi gave nod. That is an important realization. It is easy to get lost in people's expectations, but remember, it is your friends and bonds that matter the most. Guy enthusiastically adds, Yash, as stated by my youthful rival, we will help keep you grounded. Tsunade gave Naruto a smile. You are already on the right path, Naruto. Just be yourself and you will make it. Their relationships all grew closer as they traveled to Konoha. Naruto eventually started to value the praise rather than be burdened by it as they started to enjoy the trip through the trees. After returning to the village a few hours prior, Naruto was lying in bed, his room spotless from infrequent use. He was considering his next move. Baryon mode is incredibly powerful, but I can't rely on it to beat everything. What if I end up like Kurama, a grumpy old fox? Hey, I heard that, brat, Kurama, don't worry about that. How do I train? What am I supposed to do better? Even though Baryon mode is increasing your intelligence, there is still more to be done. Kurama answered. You lack wisdom, and intelligence is meaningless without wisdom. Although you possess a strong battle mentality, there is always someone who is more skilled than you. You only have one ninjutsu and 2 shape manipulation techniques, and you lack speed and a proper taijutsu style. Even though you have great chakra control, you occasionally waste it. You should use your chakra sparingly because there will be times when you will be fighting someone who has more chakra than you. In addition to getting whatever your parents left you to train with, I would advise you to ask the Hokage for books for your shadow clones to use. Naruto started grinning cunningly. Dad may have abandoned the flying thunder god technique. If I could teleport there, imagine how simple it would be to get ramen. Naruto started to drool because he was always hungry just thinking about ramen. A foolish brat. This is the subject of my discussion. I've met more people than you can possibly count, and you're the least intelligent child I've ever encountered. Oh, yes, I apologize for that, but how can I become wiser? Being smart has 2 aspects. Wisdom, knowing how to use it, and intelligence, knowing what you know at a given time. If you have one but not the other, you are out of balance. It's similar to chakra. You can't have more yin than yang chakra or vice versa, which will severely limit you. You have more yin than yang chakra, which indicates that you place more emphasis on your physical body than your mental body. You could have much more power on a regular basis. If you correct this imbalance, you will become much more powerful. Does this mean that all I need to do to correct the imbalance is to train my intelligence and wisdom? Both yes and no. What does yes and no mean to you? While there are 2 aspects to intelligence, Kurama clarified that there are 2 types of intelligence: book intelligence and real-world intelligence. The latter refers to the application of book intelligence, and both are interdependent, like wisdom and intelligence. How can I develop practical intelligence? Apply what you've learned to the real world. Even though you're still naive, you have more practical intelligence than intellectual intelligence. Why is that? You became smart in the real world because of the mistreatment you received from the villagers. You wouldn't be here now if you hadn't adjusted. Oh, Naruto pondered gravely. You can gain years of experience with your shadow in a matter of days, so don't let that depress you. Now that we are in sync, you can dispel more shadow clones at once, reducing the negative psychological effects of the shadow clone jutsu. The present is unlike any other time. Naruto said resolutely, "Let's get going," and he ran from his apartment in the direction of the Hokage Tower. Tsunade smiled warmly at Naruto and said, "I would be happy to give you all that you need." "Thank you, Ba-chan." With stars in his eyes, Naruto declared, "You're the best." Tsunade got up, crossed the wall that had the images of the Hokages on it, the fourth in particular, grabbed it, and opened it. A safe was behind it, and she entered the combination. Naruto leaned forward, almost on the edge of his seat, even though he had been standing in her office the entire time. Naruto was excited to read everything they contained, so she finally took 4 scrolls out of the safe and gave them to him. "This one with the red swirl on it is from your mother, and the 3 with the lightning bolts are from your father," Tsunade remarked, thinking, "At least he is still as curious as ever. What he wrote to you is the one with the largest one." As Tsunade finished, Naruto snatched them from her hand and glanced at his father's, allowing us to speculate as to what the other ones are. "Greetings, Naruto. If you are reading this, you already know that I am your father, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. I wish I could be there with you, but this letter will have to do. Even though the chakra imprint I left in the seal probably explains everything by now, I still want to apologize for what I had to do. My final wish was for you to be a hero by controlling Kyuubi, but you were likely despised instead. I'm sorry I put you through that. I was an orphan too, but you're going to have it much worse than I did. I had Jiraiya-sensei. If you ever meet him, please don't become a pervert. Your mom would kill me if you did. But you'll probably only have Hiruzen because he'll be busy as the Hokage. I should probably tell him that you can use shadow clones to do all the work, but I have to seal the Kyuubi first. The other 2 scrolls are for the Flying Thunder God and Rasengan, but Jiraiya has probably already taught you the Rasengan. I want you to know that I will always love you more than anything. Namikaze Minato, the 4th Hokage. Furthermore, and above all, Dad. By the time he finished the letter, tears were already streaming down his face, but they were tears of pure happiness, and after years of hearing that his mother and father abandoned him, he knew that it was a wonderful thing. His chest was bubbling with warmth, and this was the happiest moment of his life. He began reading his mother's letter because he didn't want this to end and hoped it would be similar to his father's. "Greetings, Naruto. I want you to know that being pregnant with you was the happiest time of my life. Every time you kicked, I was overcome with joy, knowing I would meet you, my little bundle of joy. I am writing this now before your dad takes me to the hidden place where you will be born because I have a bad feeling that something will go wrong during your birth. However, I worry that you might encounter difficulties similar to mine. If things don't work out, you might become the Kyuubi's vessel. In that case, keep in mind that people can be cruel, just as they were to me. I was teased for having red hair and being unique, but those things weren't true, and neither are the things they say to you. I have held many beliefs throughout my life, but one thing I am certain of is that you will develop into a fantastic man and a formidable shinobi. Just know that I will always be there for you, whether or not we are together. I love you more than anything in the world. Uzunami Namikaze Kushina, your mom." A tear ran down Naruto's cheeks as he read what his mother had written in a fresh wave. His heart was filled with warmth and a love that had never left him in spite of everything. Taking a deep breath, Naruto carefully folded the letters and tucked them into his jacket, close to his heart, because this connection to his parents was too valuable to risk losing, even for a moment. Naruto held the letters close, letting his breath steady as he absorbed the warmth of his parents' words. Their confidence in him was not just comforting, but empowering. He could almost feel them by his side, guiding him through each new challenge. The quiet was broken by Kurama's voice, which was harsh but softer than normal. "They certainly had faith in you, brat." The letters in Naruto's jacket were in his hand. "Indeed, they did, and they continue to do so." After a moment, Kurama added, "Sentimental fool. They're not here, but that doesn't mean you're any less of a knucklehead," feeling compelled to keep Naruto grounded. Naruto laughed and wiped away his tears, but his smile persisted. "Furball, I suppose I'll have to make them proud, and perhaps you too." In his mind, he heard Kurama's chuckle, followed by a brief moment of approval that Naruto could sense without having to say anything. Knowing what he had to do, Naruto turned and ran toward the training grounds with a renewed sense of purpose. His heart raced not only from the sprint but also from the newfound purpose that his parents' words had ignited. The scrolls he was holding were gifts from them, which he had to master if he was to continue their legacy and defend the village. A wave of dizziness swept over him as he summoned his clones and laid out his plan, but he ignored it. The training ground felt different today, with the usual buzz of chakra in the air, the wind rustling through the trees, and the sunlight spilling over the area feeling more alive, charged with energy. Naruto told his clones, "All right, Guys, we're going to learn how to use the Flying Thunder God technique. In no time at all. Now, 100 of your clones are wasting chakra on water, while the other 100 are on trees. Naruto commanded, his voice steady despite the strange weight bearing down on him. You all will try to perfect the Rasengan, and I mean make it perfect, more perfect than the faces on the Hokage mountain. He dove into the Flying Thunder God scroll as his clones scattered to their jobs, but the weight increased as he studied intricate patterns and took deep breaths. His movements slowed as he took notes, his fingers shaking a little. Naruto felt the lingering effects of the Baryon mode resurfacing as dusk approached, a delayed backlash from the enormous amount of chakra in his system. As he attempted to call forth more clones, the world spun faster than before, darkness closed in on him, and he staggered forward, landing face first on the ground. The last thing Naruto remembered was pushing himself to the limit in training, ignoring any signs of fatigue, until everything went dark. He blinked, his eyes slowly focusing on the sterile white ceiling above him, the distinct antiseptic smell filling his nose. Naruto was undoubtedly in the hospital. Oi, brat, Kurama's voice reverberated in his head, you can thank whoever dragged your unconscious self in here now that you're awake. Thought back, right, I guess I owe them one. However, what actually occurred? Why did I faint? Kurama complained in a tone that was both irritated and worried. If I were to guess, your body's still reeling from the strain of Baryon mode. That technique's beyond anything else you've tried, and it looks like your body wasn't fully ready for it. The sage may have been mistaken when he said there were no negative effects because he was an adult, had the Rinnegan when he used it, and, unlike you, was half extraterrestrial. Feeling the weight of the revelation, Naruto let out an inward sigh. How am I supposed to defend the village if I pass out every time I try something like that? I can't afford to be out of commission with the pale man and the masked man just brought to Anbu prison the other day. Wait. Did you say the sage of 6 paths was half alien? Kurama sighed. Yes, I did, but let's put that discussion off for now. What you can bear cannot be rushed. It requires time. You are the only person who could complete the lengthy process in such a short amount of time. For now, go slowly. Naruto was startled out of his reverie by a well-known voice before he could reply. Tsunade's voice filled the room as she said, Naruto, you're awake. Her expression changed from relief to her typical tough love. Do you have any idea how lucky you are? Naruto forced a feeble smile, already experiencing the well-known mixture of anxiety and comfort that Tsunade's presence always brought. Ba-chan, said Naruto. How was I supposed to know I was going to pass out? Well, learn your limits, brat, because if you keep pulling stunts like that, no more Fly Thunder God training for you. Tsunade rolled her eyes and gave the order. Naruto pouted and said, but Ba-chan, but it is such a cool jutsu. Tsunade left the room, leaving Naruto alone with Kurama, saying, and it is a jutsu that puts you in urgent care. Don't push yourself any more than necessary, brat. Naruto sighed deeply as Tsunade departed and sank back into his bed. His muscles still hurt from the training's adrenaline. Even though he knew better than to argue with Tsunade, particularly when she was in lecture mode, his annoyance persisted. If he had to hold back, how could anyone expect him to protect them all? Hey, brat. His mind replayed Kurama's voice. It's true, you know. You will pay a price if you continue to use Baryon mode in combat as if it were a regular jutsu. Ignoring your limits is not the same as pushing them. With a sigh, Naruto gazed up at the ceiling. I know, Kurama. It's just, I thought I had it under control. I have to get stronger, though. If I don't, the pale man and the masked man. Kurama sighed. Then strengthen yourself in a wise manner. Training is about progressively breaking through a wall, not about repeatedly hitting it. In addition, don't you have to learn how to control the Flying Thunder God? The mention caused Naruto's eyes to light up a little. Yeah, I mean, that was part of why I was training so hard, he said in an enthusiastic tone. Dad made that jutsu into something amazing. If I can master it, maybe I won't have to rely on Baryon mode as much. You finally appear to be able to think clearly now that you've used Baryon mode. Kurama made fun of it. I'm not a grumpy old fox with a god complex, at least, Naruto fired back. I'm not a brat who doesn't understand his boundaries, at least. Following their teasing, Naruto and Kurama fell into a relaxed silence as they both considered what had been said. Both the unspoken support and the harsh reality of Kurama's words persisted, and Naruto was overcome with gratitude. He inhaled deeply, relishing the sense of peace that had been lacking since the war. He ignored the dull ache in his muscles and sat up slowly. Yes, he was exhausted, but the resolve that was simmering inside of him kept him going. The door creaked open as he reached for a glass of water next to his hospital bed. When Naruto turned to see Ino entering, her face softened with relief at seeing him awake. Naruto said to Ino, "I'm assuming you were the one who discovered me?" With a slight smile tugging at her lips, Ino nodded. "Yeah, I found you out cold in the training grounds. You're lucky I was out there. Otherwise, who knows how long you'd have been lying there." Just now, Naruto realized he hadn't even asked, and he blinked. "Wait, how long was I out anyway?" 2 days. "What, 2 days?" Naruto exclaimed, his astonishment swiftly giving way to a wave of humiliation. "Why did you pass out anyway?" "Well, it is just a theory," Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. "But me and Kurama, the Kyuubi, think it was from using Baryon mode. I heard it wasn't supposed to have any side effects. I thought that too. I believe if your body can withstand that much power going through it at once, there won't be any negative side effects. After using the 8 gates, bushy brows and bushier brow sensei are somewhat similar." "So, it's like there's a hidden toll on your body you didn't know about?" Ino asked, nodding thoughtfully. "Exactly," Naruto remarked. "I felt like I was prepared, but my body just wasn't yet present." With a brief smile, Ino turned to face the door and said, "Well, I've got to tell everyone that they all been worried sick about you. See you soon." Naruto lay back down, waiting to see his friends with a gentle smile on his face as Ino bolted out of his room. A week had passed since he last experienced that tremendous pressure, so great that, even in his enhanced state with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he was unable to move even the smallest muscle. He was unable to use his chakra. Once the pressure had subsided, he returned to Madara's custody before making his getaway. He was certain that no one, not even Madara, could create that, so he had to find out what or who did it. When he arrived, dead white Zetsu were all over the place, undoubtedly victims of that monstrous aura. Sasuke had felt familiar with the aura, but there was something unsettlingly different about it. He couldn't pinpoint who or what it might be, but it had to be someone he had met before. This realization chilled him. If this presence belonged to a former acquaintance who opposed his goals, it could jeopardize everything he was working toward. He felt it in his dreams, where he was a mouse being pursued by a cat that could be sensed but not seen, and the mere thought of its familiarity sent a shiver down his spine. He didn't know at the time that what he felt was not a predator, but it was the exact opposite, given that what he felt was Naruto's will at the time. Unbeknownst to him, included Naruto's will to bring Sasuke back. However, to Sasuke, it felt like a dark, oppressive force that went against his own sense of strength. How could he, the so-called apex predator, feel like prey? How could something be stalking him like prey when he was the apex predator with his guess of Madara gone? And yet, whatever this aura belonged to, it was a cruel reminder that he was still not the strongest. In Shuri Kenjutsu, Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, and even the Sharingan until his death, Itachi had always been superior to him. When he left the village, he only defeated Naruto due to the influence of the curse mark, and even then, it was only because his brother was ill, their final battle marred by illness rather than skill alone. Then came Madara, and now this presence, an elusive power beyond him. Something inside Sasuke stirred as he thought about the aura, a shadow of doubt, the kind he hadn't felt since he'd gone out on his own path of self-mastery and vengeance. He had given up everything, including his village ties and friendships, to become stronger, but now that he was at the threshold of what he believed to be his ultimate power, he was confronted with the terrifying question: would it ever be enough? He had thought that the biggest threat to him had been eliminated with Madara gone, but this aura, whatever it was, suggested otherwise. It reminded him of Naruto, but with a potency, a rawness, that went beyond the Naruto he'd known. Could it really be Naruto, or had his old friend awakened something else within himself that would push Sasuke to push past his limits once more? "It's like I've been standing in the shadows of others my whole life," Sasuke muttered to himself as he clenched his fists, feeling the burn of frustration. First Itachi, then Naruto, and now, he said. He would want to find out who was better than him and then destroy them like he has done with everyone who had stood in his way. Whoever had the power to paralyze him was, by that very act, an obstacle he would have to overcome. However, Sasuke realized that in his current state, he was no match for this new threat. He needed more power. Sasuke knew that dwelling on this would not help him. It was always the same, an unquenchable thirst for power. Since his clan had been slaughtered, Sasuke had done everything he could to acquire power, first by killing Itachi and then, after discovering the truth, by destroying the Hidden Leaf village. Now, Madara was his target, though he questioned whether he would ever have the opportunity to confront him. He felt a new drive grow, strengthening his will. "I'm Sasuke Uchiha, The last Uchiha, so be scared, whoever you are. He shouted into the forest, causing birds to scatter from the trees as his voice echoed through the stillness. This unseen challenger, whoever they were, had sparked something primal within Sasuke. A need not just to surpass but to dominate, to rise above even the ghosts of the Uchiha clan's legacy. He had voiced his resolve, drawing the line between his past and the path he would carve into the future, and as the echo of his own voice faded into the depths of the forest, Sasuke felt a wave of fierce determination wash over him. Even as he made his declaration, however, uncertainty began to creep in. How many times had he experienced this same urge, this overwhelming need to rise above his perceived boundaries, first for Itachi, then to exact revenge on the Hidden Leaf, and finally to defeat Madara? Each time, he had thought that victory would bring him peace, but each conflict had only pulled him further into a never-ending cycle, a pit where every victory only called for a bigger one. He didn't know if this was the violence Itachi had told him about, but he didn't want to fall into it. Itachi killed their entire clan because of it, but he was drawn to it like a moth to a flame. It was in his nature to destroy the competition, and he needed more power to destroy the next challenge. In an attempt to calm his inner fire, Sasuke inhaled deeply as his mind raced with ideas of new routes to power. He had heard rumors of legendary relics, ancient weapons of unfathomable power, and forbidden jutsu that only the most courageous, or desperate, shinobi dared to pursue. There were still forbidden techniques, possibly beyond even his mastery of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He thought for a moment, maybe it was time to look for something more powerful than Madara. The deadly ruins of the Land of Ancestors, the cursed Valley of the Sage of Six Paths, places he had previously avoided in favor of more hands-on training, seemed to whisper to him now. Could there be a source of strength there that would guarantee he was never stopped again? His thoughts drifted to tales of chakra beasts and secret locations where energy pulsed so strongly that even the greatest shinobi feared to approach. His voice was hardly audible above a whisper as he whispered, "I will become more than even the clan could have dreamed of. Madara will be nothing compared to what I will achieve." Sasuke Uchiha was determined to follow the unexplored routes that would make him unstoppable, no matter the cost, and he took one last look back at the forest, which served only as a reminder of the man he had once been. He started walking, each step heavy with ambition, taking him farther into the unknown. Sasuke embarked on his journey to the Sage of Six Paths' cursed valley. It would be a long one, but he had conquered every obstacle in his life. He was a survivor. He had to be. He had been alone since he was 6 years old, compelled to rely entirely on himself. He had learned because he had to, and he would learn and live, no matter what. It was exhausting to wait for your friends to arrive at your hospital room after a 2-day nap. Naruto prayed to Kami that he would never experience such fatigue again. Naruto had made the decision that it was difficult to sleep for an extended period of time. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as the door opened and his friends poured into the hospital room. Ino and Sakura arrived first, their expressions a mixture of relief and excitement. Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, Kiba, and Akamaru followed, all of them wearing worried expressions that soon turned into smiles when they saw him awake. Neji, Tenten, Rock Lee, Kakashi, and finally Hinata entered, filling the space with a lively energy. Naruto jokes, "Wow, it looks like I've got a whole welcoming committee," as he tries to sit up but is overcome with exhaustion. Sakura gave Naruto a serious look and said, "You need to take better care of yourself, Naruto. If you're constantly pushing yourself to the limit, you can't protect everyone." "Yeah, but it was totally worth it. I was on the verge of perfecting that new method." With a determined gleam in his eyes, he protested. "And you can't use whatever technique it was when you're in the hospital, Baka," Sakura yelled. All right, I'll go slowly, I assured you," Naruto uttered. "I'm just glad you're okay, Naruto," said Hinata, standing somewhat bashfully at the back with her hands clasped together. "We were quite concerned." Her words warmed Naruto's heart. "Thank you, Hinata. Don't worry, I'll be back on my feet quickly, and for my upcoming training session, I will undoubtedly need your assistance." "Remember, the best shinobi know when to push and when to rest," said Kakashi, who was leaning against the doorframe and watching the exchange with a smile concealed behind his mask. "Naruto, it's a necessary component of development." With the laughter and chatter surrounding him, Naruto felt a surge of motivation. This wasn't just about him anymore. It was about the bonds he had forged and the people who believed in him. He would recover, not just for himself, but for his friends and their shared dreams of a better future. As the day wore on, Naruto became weary and eventually fell asleep while they were still inside. Sakura, Hinata, and Ino were the only ones who left quietly, leaving a comfortable atmosphere in their wake. He sure does find a way to get himself into trouble, Sakura remarked, shaking her head with a mix of exasperation and affection. You know, I think he thrives on it, Ino said, chuckling softly as he looked at Hinata, who was smiling gently while watching Naruto sleep. He simply can't resist plunging headfirst into trouble when it finds him. But he's strong, Hinata said, nodding, her cheeks slightly flushed. No matter how difficult things get, he always finds a way to get through them. Sakura's face softened as she turned to face Naruto, who was sound asleep. Yeah, but he needs to learn to be more careful, Sakura said. We're unable to save him all the time. You know, he doesn't always see how much we worry, Ino said, crossing her arms in a light-hearted yet serious tone. Perhaps that's what makes him so endearing. However, I wouldn't mind if he occasionally took a short vacation from the heroics. I think we can help him with that as long as he keeps trying to get stronger, Hinata said with a quiet laugh. When he awakens, we can train together. That way, he knows he's not alone. Sakura grinned, enjoying their friendship's warmth. That's right, since he has always supported us, it is now our responsibility to support him. Furthermore, before we know it, he will return to his former self. Just then, a soft snore escaped from Naruto, making all three girls giggle. They shared a moment of camaraderie, each feeling a deeper bond not just with Naruto, but with each other as well. They fell into a cozy silence as the sun began to set outside, filling the room with a warm glow. They were both lost in their thoughts of friendship and hope, waiting for Naruto to awaken so they could continue their journey together. After 2 days of unconsciousness, Naruto woke up feeling as stiff as a tree trunk, barely able to move his back from bed, and after a few moments of struggle, he was able to sit up, the white sheets rustling around him, as sunlight warmed his face through the hospital window. He asked himself, hoping his inner partner would have a plan, Kumarama, what should we do today? Kurama said dryly, you are too stiff to do anything of use, so wait for the old hag to discharge and then we can get to that. Well, I guess I don't have much of a choice, Naruto sighed, massaging his stiff neck. Sasuke, whose path had led him beyond the known lands of the shinobi world, past the land of Earth, to an ancient and unmarked territory. A place whispered about in legends but rarely confirmed by anyone who lived to speak of it, was getting closer to his destination, the cursed valley of the Sage of Six Paths, while Naruto lay in his hospital bed recuperating, oblivious to his friend's journey. Since Sasuke first heard Itachi's story, this location had been a constant in his thoughts. Itachi had described it as a birthplace, a distant origin point for the most powerful clans, and years later, Madara had spoken of the same land, claiming it to be the ancient homeland of the Uchiha and the Senju clans. A place shaped by the origins of chakra and the will of the Sage of Six Paths himself. Sasuke's determination grew with each step he took toward the valley. If the stories were accurate and this valley produced a creature with such immense power, he had to figure out how to use it. Once he did, he would use it to build the world he had envisioned. It wasn't just about power for the sake of power, it was about controlling destiny itself, making sure no one had to go through the tragedies he had. His vision went beyond mere vengeance now. Sasuke wanted to eradicate the corruption and endless cycle of conflict that consumed the shinobi world. A world without manipulation, free from hidden agendas, where death was no longer the currency of power. He imagined a revolutionized system, one where he would be its creator and ultimate authority. A god who could guide it, enforce justice, and shape it with unbreakable resolve. 4 days had passed since Naruto's collapse, and he was dreaming about something. The dream was extremely strange for 3 reasons. First, he was completely lucid. Second, he felt his consciousness leave his body and travel to a distant place. And third, it was just strange. He had no idea what he was looking at. It was a spherical, gray, metal object with a metal millipede rotating around it. A yellow glow in the center that was partially obscured by the metal millipedes. It was not actually a millipede, but rather something that resembled its body, and its container surrounded it. On the poles were plus sign-like shapes with plus signs on the equator in the center. He was drawn to the shape, or thing, or whatever it was. The faint hum emanating from it was alluring. The slight warmth contrasted with the metallic chill. He felt a power emanating from it, a power that seemed unnatural. He wanted to touch it, but he was unable to do so because it was just out of his reach. Then he heard a voice, a whisper, "You finally are here, my child." He felt a chill run down his spine, saw a shadow of something in his peripheral vision, and then his dream ended, and he was once again dreaming about ramen and 9-tailed foxes. Sasuke had just arrived at the Sage of Six Paths Cursed Valley, where he was met with nothing but trees and grass. This can't be right, there has to be people here, something, Sasuke confusedly thought. He began searching for anything, and after hours he came upon a cave. As soon as he looked at the cave, he felt a force that made his arms and the hairs on the back of his head stand up. It was almost as strong as the presence he had felt 2 weeks earlier. He went down to see what it was, and as soon as he entered, he heard a sound that sounded like a whisper. "You are finally here, my child." Sasuke was so unsettled by this that he froze, thinking, how could his child be here if I am the only one here? My dad and mother are dead, so they can't be alive here, can they? It's all in your head, Uchiha. Nothing can frighten you. After exploring the cave for hours, he finally discovered a vast, deep area with walkways leading to something inside a dome that must have been 200 feet from his head. He went to the center of the dome to see what was inside. He felt small as he entered the dome, and then he noticed something odd but alluring. It was gray and made of metal. It was spherical in shape, with a metal millipede rotating around it. In the center was a yellow glow that was partially obscured by the metal millipedes. It was not actually a millipede, but rather something that resembled its body. Around that was its container. On the poles were plus sign-like shapes with plus signs on the equator in the middle. It was floating above a pool of water, and its light pulsed at the same frequency as his heart. He was drawn to it, he needed it, he wanted it, he felt the power emanating from it. He thought that if he could harness it, he could reach his dreams. He reached for it, but it stopped when his hand was only a few millimeters away, and his arms began to tremble, veins straining against an unseen force, as if it were forbidden to even touch it. That's when he heard the voice again. "You consider yourself worthy to wield such a tool as the Iron Heart?" A deep voice called out, curious and wary. He was straining against the force, but his arm was still immobile, and he was unable to think, only interested in what was in front of him. "Strength does not mean worthiness," the voice yelled once more. "Why are you deserving of using the Iron Heart, Uchiha?" There was a lot of tension in the dome, and Sasuke wondered why he should have it. Was it my ambition, my vengeance, or his unrelenting desire to control his fate? But how could this Iron Heart possibly comprehend that? He steadied his breath. "What drives me," Sasuke said, his voice barely audible above the dome in the cavern's quiet, "is my blood, my will. I want this power because I am the only one with it. And whether you like it or not, I'll use it." His voice was now octave higher, declaring what he thought his destiny, his will, his ambition, his dream. "Many have stood where you stand now, all certain of their own path, but only one has come out unscathed," the voice said, sounding colder than before, as the pressure on Sasuke's arm lessened and the Iron Heart's glow dimmed before flared as if assessing him. The cavern was silent except for the Iron Heart's hum. The Iron Heart opened, revealing its yellow core, and then Sasuke was struck in the chest by a spark of electricity that filled his mind with an overwhelming presence that went through all of his memories. His mind flashed, but he was unable to see anything. The voice then said, "Prove yourself, or be destroyed," as they did, lost to time, forgotten to history, through the fog of recollections. With all of his strength, Sasuke steadied himself and said, "Then test me then." The Sharingan flared to life in his defiant voice. "I'm not like those who have come before." He felt a surge of power all around him, drawing him in, and then he saw something. Konoha, or what was left of Konoha, with buildings crumbling to the ground and nothing left, and the faces of people he had once called comrades. The Iron Heart's core pulsed, bright this time, almost blinding. The voice said over him, "You have the Sharingan, but your path is full of contradictions. You seek to protect, yet you wield it with anger and vengeance. Are you really willing to sacrifice your purpose to achieve your ambition?" Sasuke narrowed his eyes, a flicker of doubt brushing across his mind. He knew his motives were twisted, veering between redemption and revenge. He had witnessed the destruction that unchecked power could unleash, yet here he was, compelled to reach for more. And now, something had forced him to confront that contradiction head-on. "You don't realize that ambition is merely a tool, and I'll use it to my benefit. My goal remains unchanged." "Would you see this destruction through?" said the calm but angry voice once more. "Knowing the price, would you accept power?" Sasuke's fists clenched, stealing his breath, and he refused to let the vision shake him. His Sharingan flared to life, the vision vanished, and the cavern reappeared. "I am aware of the sacrifices I have made to get here, and I know the consequences of failure," he responded, his voice low and unwavering. "But that's why I have to go further, to see this through and bring justice to those who took everything from me." There was a pause, as though the Iron Heart was considering what he had said, and then the voice came back, softer, almost amused. The energy surrounding the Iron Heart slowed, and the tendrils withdrew, leaving behind only the throbbing yellow light. "It seems your words are true, Uchiha. You are not like the others who have come here before." Claim your trial, it concluded, and prove that your resolve is more than ambition. Sasuke braced himself, knowing all he had done to get here, all he had given up. This time, the test was not only physical, but also mental, a crucible that made him examine every dark corner of his mind. As he reached for the iron heart again, he made the decision to demonstrate that he would not shatter. A torrent of energy erupted from the iron heart's core the instant his fingers closed around it, engulfing Sasuke's vision in a blinding red light and causing an unbearable pressure to crash over him, leaving him gasping as an unfathomable surge passed through his body. The searing pain twisted within him, freezing and scorching his very being in chaotic waves that seemed to rise and fall, intensifying each time they cycled. The ground beneath him cracked, creating webs of cracks that spread throughout the cavern, and his mind teetered on the edge, visions flashing and shifting. Distorted scenes of Konoha, the faces of those he'd left behind, friends, family, and foes alike. Each face, each memory, bearing down on him, testing his resolve. He struggled to maintain his balance, stumbling as the energy rushed into him, his Sharingan flaring rapidly. He heard the Iron Heart's voice again, sharper and more profound than before. Uchiha, is this your limit? Or will you let this power consume you the way it did those who came before you? The voice echoed, cutting right through his mind. Sasuke's muscles stiffened, refusing to let go despite the pain he was going through. He would not give in, not to power, not anymore, and not to fear. Every memory that went by seemed to be intended to bring up his doubts, each a whisper of his own mind telling him to let go, to surrender to the Iron Heart's power or be destroyed by it. His regrets and past mistakes played on his mind like a relentless assault, tearing down the resolve he had spent so long building. He forced himself to stand up straight and gasped, "You don't understand. I've come too far to fall now. No matter the expense, no matter the suffering." As he concentrated all of his remaining strength on controlling the power, his Sharingan sharpened and the red of his eyes cut through the haze. Sasuke felt his heartbeat pounding in his ears, the silence thick and heavy as he steadied his breath, his muscles taut and trembling. The Iron Heart pulsed in response, the red light dimming and the searing pain ebbing, leaving an icy calm in its wake. "Very well," the voice finally said, its tone gentle but tinged with an unfamiliar warmth that bordered on respect. "You have endured the trial, and your spirit remains unbroken." The yellow core of the Iron Heart glowed again, but this time it was not hostile, but rather radiated a warmth that permeated Sasuke, a serene yet potent energy that settled inside him, strengthening rather than overwhelming him, the weight of the Iron Heart now a part of him, a constant presence that heightened his senses and connected with the depths of his power. The cavern appeared to have returned to silence, but Sasuke knew that everything had changed, that the Iron Heart's presence had blended with his own, constrained by his will and tempered by his unwavering resolve. He let out a trembling breath, feeling the power at his command without the burning need for control. As it faded into the cavern's depths, the voice murmured, "You have claimed the Iron Heart, but caution. Power comes at a cost. Uchiha, keep this in mind and use it skillfully." Sasuke turned, leaving the cavern and returning to the Cursed Valley with a stronger resolve and a clearer purpose than before. The red glow vanished entirely, leaving only a faint, humming energy pulsing beneath his skin, a reminder of the struggle he had endured and the power he had gained. Naruto was eating ramen in his hospital bed when his senses tingled with the strange pulse of energy that reached him from miles away, an aura dense with a peculiar mix of intensity and intent that he could only describe as hauntingly familiar. He paused mid-bite and looked out of his hospital room window, a chill creeping along his spine. Kurama's normally confident voice sounded edged with concern. Naruto had been awake for an hour now, and his dream had not left him. "Kumara, did you experience that?" As he gripped his chopsticks more tightly, Naruto questioned. "It reminds me of my dream, yet it is different." Kurama answered, "I don't know, brat," with a deep, rumbling voice that was unnerving in its ambiguity. "But I'd bet my tails it's nothing good," he said. Naruto swallowed and closed his eyes as he reached out, attempting to trace the energy's lingering presence. This was unlike anything he had ever felt before, different from any enemy he had encountered, but within its darkness lay a hint of something driven, even righteous, as if the bearer of that power used it not only for evil but also with an unwavering will to protect, no matter the cost. Naruto clenched his fists, wondering if he would soon have to face the force that hovered just beyond his reach. Whoever or whatever had released this energy, he knew one thing. It was no ordinary chakra. It carried a weight that spoke of trials, sacrifices, and the iron resolve of someone who had faced the depths of their own spirit and emerged forever changed. Every heartbeat reverberated in his ears as if to signal the beginning of something he was still unable to fully understand, and the room's silence felt oppressive. Naruto was working out to gain strength. It had been a week since he had experienced that energy boost, and he had been released from the hospital that day. The thought of it made him shudder. He now faced two threats that could compete with him in Baryon mode. If they ever attacked him consecutively, would he be able to withstand them? After 2 days of training, he had mastered the Flying Thunder God and could teleport himself or other objects 20 meters away, which was a respectable range but still leagues away from what the scroll claimed a master could accomplish. He would need more if he was to meet these new challenges. This won't be sufficient, Naruto. You must be stronger and faster. Kurama, I understand. But gaining fitness takes time, especially to this level, he retorted in frustration. Kurama's voice was unusually reflective. There is something. A technique that the sage once employed, but it has a price. Why are you only now telling me about this? Naruto asked, his eyes flashing. It's called Seiki Bunshin no Jutsu, Vitality Clone. In the sage's tongue, it uses a portion of your own life to create an exact replica of you. You can train your physical body directly with it. The sage used it, but it shortened his life. Even he wasn't immune. Because it uses your life force, brat. Kurama's voice carried a tone of caution. As he considered it, Naruto's breath caught. How much would it take off, if I'm only training? I'd heard rumors of such techniques, but never this close. You'd be giving up vitality for power, but at this rate, it might be your only choice. Kurama paused. Even 100 clones a day, with your Uzumaki blood, wouldn't mean much for a month. But each clone will drain a bit of your essence. Naruto's resolve overcame his fear as he clenched his fists. What are the hand signals? They're familiar ones, Kurama replied. Tiger, dog, and ox to bind it to your life force, and ram, snake, and tiger for clones. Naruto, be advised that this isn't like shadow clones. You'll feel the wear. You should reach the level of fitness required to use Baryon mode without any problems if you train in this manner for a month. Now let's get going. Jigen had been having a rough month. First, a promising vessel died for no apparent reason. Next, he was shaken by a violent encounter with Naruto. Now, however, he was experiencing something worse. A powerful energy surge that unnerved him and left him feeling scared, something he hadn't felt in a long time. Amato, I need your help. Jigen gave the order. Amato said obediently, I will be there immediately, Lord Jigen. 3 minutes later, Amato entered the room with an unreadable expression. Find the energy spike that occurred last week. Don't waste any resources, Jigen told Amato. I was already working on it, Lord Jigen, Amato remarked, nodding slightly, and I'm close. Jigen's eyes grew piercing. Well, look for it. When you do, I want to know. Amato then walked out of the room. Sasuke had never felt more alive. Every step and breath felt electrified, as though his body was a conduit for raw, untamed power. His body moved with a precision and speed that made even his previous feats seem insignificant. His chakra reserves surged, deeper and more potent than ever before. A vast ocean of energy at his command. His vision was sharper, colors more vivid, and details once overlooked now seemed glaringly obvious. Sasuke thought triumphantly, nothing can stop me now. I will make the world in my image. Sasuke's iron heart-enhanced body gave him an endless energy that pushed him well beyond the need for rest or food, and the fact that he had reached the land of stone in 2 days instead of the usual week was evidence of his newfound strength. He would sometimes stop and gaze at the birds, and he particularly enjoyed bluebirds, which reminded him of his former self, a bluebird lost in the winds of fate, but now he was like a hawk, in charge of his own destiny. Even with this overwhelming strength, the sight of the bluebirds suggested a trace of his former self, a poignant reminder of the man he once was. This transformation was not just about physical enhancement, it was a reflection of his personal growth. He was no longer a victim of circumstances, but rather a force of will, sculpting his own destiny instead of the world around him. He was certain that whatever new powers the Iron Heart had given him went beyond what he had already witnessed, even though he had not yet tested them. In an hour, he had arrived in Iwagakure with the straightforward intention of seeing his reflection and facing the changes brought about by his metamorphosis. He had entered the village with ease. Even with his large chakra pool now, he could easily hide from those beneath him. All he needed to do was locate a clothes store, which was conveniently located down the street he had found himself on. The scent of cloth wafted into his nostrils as he entered the store. The store clerk said courteously, "Hello sir, is there anything that I can do to help you today?" "Where's the mirror?" Susuaki inquired. The clerk pointed to the back and said politely, "It is just back there, sir." He walked deliberately to the mirror and stood in the center of it. The reflection that met his gaze left him momentarily stunned. He was no longer the man he remembered. He was 6 feet tall, 183 centimeters, his hair was lighter, a light black that straddled the gray and not gray line. His eyes were metallic purple with concentric rings around his pupil. His skin had remained the same tint of white. His chest was visible where the iron heart had struck him with a scar that looked like lightning had branched out in a circle on his skin. He wasn't sure why the clerk didn't react. The new Sasuke, a man of strength, purpose, and an unwavering determination to face whatever lay ahead, was reflected in the mirror not only as a changed version of himself but also as the culmination of his journey thus far, a man remade, no longer bound by the past but still tethered to it by scars both physical and emotional. He had gone to the uninhabited regions of the land of Earth to check if he had acquired any new abilities from the Iron Heart, and it had been a day since he had been in RyugaXD. Sasuke thought this was the ideal place to test out his new abilities, as the field he was in was colored by gray stone and large rocks that protruded from the ground, and the blue sky was obscured by dark clouds. Though he was unsure of how to use them, he was aware that his eyes were the Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, based on his instincts. He pointed his hand at one of the protruding rocks and shouted, "Shinra Tensei." As he did so, energy rushed out of his hand and arm and shook the air with destructive force, shredding the rocks into pieces the size they had been before. A smirk appeared on Sasuke's face as the debris hovered in the air for a moment before he called out, "Bansho Tenin." The fragments instantly responded, as if obeying a master, and hurtled towards him at blinding speed, an avalanche seeking its origin. Sasuke leapt to the side, barely avoiding the stones that slammed into the ground where he had just stood moments before. He straightened, the excitement of his newly discovered power rushing through him. However, he knew that this was just the beginning. His Rinnegan held more secrets, secrets he had to reveal if he were to conquer the entire world and eradicate all corruption. These were not just techniques, no, they were instruments of domination, and he would bring everyone under his control. Naruto was in his apartment, either training his body with his vitality clones or eating Ichiraku ramen. It had been 3 days since he was released from the hospital, and this was the first time he had spent any significant time there. He felt better than he had in his life and had gained the equivalent of 300 days worth of fitness in just 3 days. He could not sense any depletion of his life force, but this was likely due to the Uzumaki blood in him, which would lessen the effects. Currently, 100 vitality clones were training his physical body, and 100 shadow clones were always working on different aspects of his training, such as mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, chakra control, and anything else he and Kurama thought might be helpful. Both Naruto and Kurama were bored despite the rigorous training schedule, which was noteworthy considering that Kurama hadn't been bored in more than 300 years, a lengthy tale in and of itself. With mild interest, Naruto gazed out the window of his bedroom, taking in the bustle of Konoha's streets. The constant hum of the outside world stood in stark contrast to the flurry of activity occurring both mentally and physically inside of him. The silence was broken by Kurama's complaining voice. "We've reached a plateau, brat. Despite all of this training, the real threats are still far away. You're just as bored as I am." Naruto rolled over in bed and signed, "I know, Kurama, but what else can we do? We've already tested the limits of my body and chakra in such a short period of time, and even with the clones, there's only so much I can do on my own." Kurama's voice was sharp. "Then stop depending on yourself, brat. There's a world full of power and knowledge out there. Maybe it's time to seek out allies, or rivals, that can push you further." Naruto thought about this. Kurama was correct. He couldn't handle everything on his own, not with the dangers hanging over them. But where would he begin? He was already far ahead of the majority of the village's shinobi, and his allies were preoccupied with their own tasks and obligations. "Who's left? I've trained with Kakashi-sensei, and Sasuke's off doing," Naruto muttered. Sasuke's actions. "I can't just show up and start sparring with Gaara again." "Think bigger, Naruto. Have you already forgotten your father's lessons about the Toads or the other great summoning clans? There are legends out there, even outside of the great nations. After that, shall we go visit the Toads?" As he arrived at the edge of the forest, Naruto rearranged his equipment, leapt from branch to branch with ease, and despite the faint rustle of leaves and the smell of morning dew, his attention was fixed on the task at hand. "Curious," Naruto said, "do you think they'll have anything new for me, Kurama?" Kurama answered, "It's not just about what they can teach you. The connection to nature, the refinement of sage mode. You'll need every edge if you want to face what's coming. The Toads are ancient and have secrets even you haven't scratched the surface of." A wave of nostalgia was brought on by the familiar winding paths, The enormous statues of toads carved into the cliffs, the bubbling streams, and Mount Myoboku's aura, which was like an old friend welcoming Naruto back as the landscape changed. Before long, Naruto reached the great toad sage's room, where the enormous, ancient toad sat on his dais, half closed in meditation. The great toad sage said, "Ah, Naruto," in a slow, deep voice, "I anticipated your coming back. You are brought here once more by the winds of fate." "Grandpa Sage, I need your help," Naruto said, kneeling respectfully. "There are more dangerous threats than I've ever encountered. For the sake of the world, not just myself, I must get even stronger." After examining him briefly, the great toad sage said, "Strength. Indeed. Naruto, strength is more than just physical prowess. You must face your inner storms as well as the enemies in front of you if you want to become truly strong." On Mount Myoboku, Naruto had developed a routine that alternated between rigorous training with Fukasaku, one of the great toad sages, and indulging in Ma's renowned cuisine, which was a welcome diversion from his typical ramen indulgence. Ma had taken an instant liking to Naruto, frequently claiming that his appetite was as large as Jiraiya's, and she was happy to spoil him with a variety of dishes. For his part, Naruto found that her meals were at least as satisfying as a bowl of ramen. But today was all about training with Fukasaku, the great sage, who was teaching him how to access the deeper layers of natural energy, aiming for a level of mastery beyond what Naruto had ever attained before. Fukasaku's lessons were difficult, frequently pushing Naruto beyond his physical limits, but Naruto eagerly accepted each challenge. According to Fukasaku, the true mastery of Sage Mode was not just about drawing natural energy from the environment, but also about becoming one with nature itself. As he stood in the middle of the rocky terrain, surrounded by trees and clouds of swirling natural energy, Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated on syncing his chakra with the world. It wasn't just about absorbing the natural energy that surrounded the mountain. It was about merging with it, synchronizing my chakra with the very essence of nature, Fukasaku had explained, adding that this was the key to maintaining Sage Mode for long periods of time without losing control, a step he hadn't yet mastered. "You have to feel it, Naruto," Fukasaku urged in a firm yet patient tone. "It's not just about gathering energy. You must participate in it. Everything flows in this state. You go with the flow." Naruto nodded, attempting to break free from his old habits. Previously, he had always approached chakra in a very hands-on manner, using his strength of will to win battles, but Sage Mode was different. It required an understanding of the natural world, a calm and measured approach that Naruto was still learning. The air seemed to vibrate around Naruto as he focused, and he felt the energy starting to flow into him. At first, the senses were overwhelmed by the power of the natural world, but Naruto had learned through innumerable battles and experiences that he had to trust himself, so he took a deep breath, centered his mind, and allowed the energy to settle into his body. Everything became motionless for a brief moment, as if his chakra and the natural energy were in perfect harmony. "Well done, Naruto," Fukasaku remarked, sounding pleased. "You're getting closer. Next time, you can sustain that for a longer period of time." The great sage's words resonated with Naruto, reminding him that mastering Sage Mode wasn't just about his overwhelming chakra or strength but also about understanding balance, harmony, and connection with nature. It was about becoming more than just the user of power, but a vessel for it, flowing with the earth's energy rather than controlling it. Naruto's focus deepened as Fukasaku's voice echoed in his ears, grounding him in the present. The buzzing intensity Naruto had previously experienced was now calm, manageable, and most importantly, stable. For the first time, he felt as though he was attuned to the energy rather than having to force it into his body. The natural world no longer felt alien or untouchable, rather, it felt as though he was a part of it, his chakra in sync with the mountain's pulse. Naruto opened his eyes and took in his surroundings as Fukasaku spoke once more. The rocks, trees, and clouds appeared more vivid, as though the world itself had gained more vitality and clarity. His senses were sharpened to a degree he never would have thought possible, and he felt a deeper, richer connection to the world. Naruto whispered, awe beginning to seep into his voice. "I can feel it," saying, "It's like. It seems as though everything is alive and just waiting to become a part of me." Fukasaku gave a wise nod. "Exactly. The next step is learning how to remain in that state for longer periods. The more you can stabilize this connection, the longer you can tap into that power without losing control." Naruto nodded resolutely, feeling a sense of accomplishment despite the fact that there was still a long way to go. "I won't stop until I get it. I'll master Sage Mode, Fukasaku. I'll keep pushing." The elderly wise man grinned, his angular features softening in agreement. "I know you will, Naruto. You've always had the heart for it." Over the last few days, Naruto's training had advanced remarkably. He had never imagined being in such harmony with nature after 4 days of non-stop practice. He no longer had to actively work at the connection. It came naturally to him, like breathing. The trees, the wind, and even the ground beneath his feet were all in harmony with him. There was hardly any difference between himself and his surroundings. His chakra felt like an extension of the world. He could sense the earth's vibrations, the air's delicate movements, and the energy pulsing through the plants and rocks. He seemed to be one with the world, and the world seemed to be one with him. When he closed his eyes, his mind was filled not only with the sensory overload of nature but also with a calm, serene hum, a harmony between the elements and himself. He no longer felt human among the natural world, rather, he felt a part of the world itself. "Naruto, you've come a long way," Fukasaku said, his tone tinged with approval as he broke the silence. "But remember, this is only the beginning. True mastery of Sage Mode is about control, being able to tap into that energy without losing your sense of self." With a relaxed body and a sharp mind, Naruto nodded. He recognized the significance of what Fukasaku had said. It would take more time to control the natural energy around him and make it work for him without overwhelming his body or mind, even though he had learned to feel it. Naruto declared, "I'm ready," as he felt the natural world's steady pulse coursing through his body. "Let's keep going." Fukasaku grinned. "Then let's take it to the next level. You've become one with nature, but can you stay grounded even when it's tested?" With unwavering concentration, Naruto stood and took in what Fukasaku had to say. He felt prepared, or at least he was prepared. He had grown so accustomed to feeling in balance with the natural world that it came naturally to him. But he kept thinking about Fukasaku's warning. Control was essential. With a knowing nod, Fukasaku took a step back. "All right, Naruto. To truly master Sage Mode, you must prove your ability to remain in control, even when faced with a challenge. You felt the natural energy flow through you, but can you maintain your connection when your emotions run wild?" Naruto furrowed his brow. His conflicts with Kurama served as continual reminders of the destructive potential of unbridled power, so he was no stranger to the perils of losing control. However, this was not like the others. This was about the energy of nature itself, not just his chakra or strength. Before Naruto could respond, Fukasaku raised his hand and hurled a number of fast-moving stones in his direction. His reflexes and ability to remain composed were put to the test as the rocks flew through the air with lethal intent. Naruto instinctively activated his enhanced Sage Mode with a calm, steady breath after swiftly raising his hands and feeling the natural energy surge through him. A natural force drew the rocks toward him, but Naruto redirected them in a controlled pattern by concentrating on the world's balance rather than smashing them or deflecting them with physical force. As they got closer to him, the rocks slowed, and Naruto made a barely noticeable motion that sent them hurtling harmlessly into the earth. With a faint smile tugging at his lips, Fukasaku observed intently. "Not bad, Naruto. You didn't just react, you guided the natural energy around you. But let's see how you handle this next test." A shockwave of force shook the ground as Fukasaku suddenly threw a blast of unadulterated natural energy straight at Naruto. The ground shook under Naruto's feet due to the force's extreme intensity. Naruto's initial reaction was to brace himself, but he soon understood that, as he had learned to merge with nature, the important thing was to flow with the force rather than to resist. As the natural energy swirled and twisted around him, Naruto opened his awareness and allowed it to flow through him, rerouting it to the ground where it could safely dissipate. He was able to maintain his concentration as he stood tall, the surge of energy surrounding him like a gust of wind. The shockwave subsided and the ground froze. Fukasaku's voice resounded in agreement. "You've done it, Naruto. You've learned to control not just the energy but the chaos it can bring. You're learning to control both the natural energy around you and the emotions that come with it." With a slow exhale, Naruto's face lit up with a smile. He had succeeded. He had demonstrated his ability to not only communicate with nature but also to calmly and precisely control the power it bestowed. "You're ready for the next step," Fukasaku declared. Mastering Sage Mode is about understanding the flow of nature, but maintaining that flow during battle, when emotions like fear, anger, or desperation arise, is where your true test lies. Naruto gave a nod. He had spent his entire life trying to maintain balance within himself, which went beyond simply controlling nature. For the first time, he felt certain that he could walk the long road ahead with control, strength, and purpose. Naruto had never encountered anything like his final test on Mount Myoboku. The ability to sustain this ideal balance under the most extreme strain was the final barrier separating him from his full potential now that he had perfected the art of becoming one with nature. Fukasaku had been proudly observing Naruto's development, but today he spoke with an uncommon air of gravity. With his elderly eyes narrowing a little, Fukasaku remarked, "Naruto, what you've accomplished so far is impressive. But this final test will prove if you're truly ready for what lies ahead. True mastery of Sage Mode is more than just tapping into nature's energy. It's about controlling it when everything else is pushing back, when your mind is clouded, and your body exhausted. The real challenge is maintaining that connection under duress." Naruto was guided by the Toad Sage to a vast, open field at the base of a steep mountain, where no interruptions or distractions could cause him to lose the necessary concentration. "Your test is simple, but its difficulty lies in the details. You'll face an enemy, one who will try to sever your connection with nature and force you to lose control. All your strength, all your training, it will come down to this. If you can hold on to the natural energy within you, despite the pressure, then you'll be ready for the next phase of your journey." In addition to anticipation, Naruto's heart pounded with resolve. This meant something to him. The test measured mastery, discipline, and mental toughness in addition to brute force. He had to demonstrate that he could remain in control even when confronted with the worst that nature, and himself, had to offer. A figure, his own shadow clone, but with a sinister twist, came out of the shadows before Naruto could react. It was a different clone. His own battles with his inner demons were reflected in the dark energy that filled its eyes. His own doubts and anxieties gave rise to the enemy. With all of the abilities Naruto had ever acquired, the clone charged at him. In addition to using chakra-enhanced physical attacks and elemental jutsu, the clone even tried to break Naruto's bond with nature by distorting the chakra flow. Every blow seemed to strike at the core of who he was. The raw energy of their fight crackled in the air, but Naruto knew he had to remain composed. He centered his thoughts, concentrated on his breathing, and tapped into the surrounding natural energy. Naruto felt his own doubts growing as the clone applied more pressure, and he was growing more and more tired from training. "This is what I've trained for," he told himself, reminding himself of everything he had learned as his thoughts started to wander. Naruto's Sage Mode flared brighter than before with a sudden surge of concentration. He deflected the distortion back at his opponent by pushing past the clone's attacks and absorbing it in the air. The clone shattered like glass after flickering and faltering. Exhausted but triumphant, Naruto collapsed to his knees. Within him, the connection to nature remained alive and vibrant. Fukasaku moved forward and gave a nod of approval. "You've passed, Naruto. Not because you defeated the clone, but because you controlled yourself in the face of your greatest adversary, yourself." A feeling of calm descended upon Naruto as he stood erect. He had successfully completed the last task, gaining not only Sage Mode but also the capacity to maintain it during the most trying and darkest times. He was prepared. With that, he realized that his journey was far from over, but it was now much clearer where he was headed. For days, Sasuke had been experimenting with his new powers. He found that his Susanoo was now flawless, standing an incredible 400 meters tall. An iron-like armor had strengthened the once ethereal, semi-transparent shape, giving it a metallic sheen that glinted in the sunlight like molten steel. Now filled with an unparalleled aura of power, the chakra construct could move with fluid precision, causing the ground to tremble with each step. There were more than just aesthetic changes. With the power flowing easily under his control, Sasuke experienced a newfound sense of mastery. His Susanoo's offensive power was unparalleled and its defenses were impervious to the majority of attacks. Massive amounts of chakra could be summoned into it to create destructive weapons, such as the longbow he used to shoot devastating arrows that instantly destroyed entire landscapes. His power to control the energy around him was even more horrifying. Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, his newly developed Rinnegan abilities, could now be used not only on objects but also on the energy inside Sasuke's own Susanoo. Each blast of force broke the surrounding environment, causing shockwaves of raw chakra that felt like a natural disaster. The results were disastrous. But Sasuke was aware that he needed to exercise caution. He still didn't fully comprehend how the Iron Heart had fused with him. He could feel the raw, uncontrollable power bubbling inside him more and more as he pushed his abilities. He had never experienced such an alluring force before, but great power also came with great danger. After leaving to train with the Toads, Naruto had just returned to Konoha. He had left behind a shadow clone so that his abrupt disappearance wouldn't raise any alarms. Even if Tsunade punched it all the way to Suna, it wouldn't matter because it was one of his reinforced clones, made to take a beating. Despite the strain of his recent training, Naruto walked confidently to the Hokage's office. When he pushed the door open, Tsunade was staring at him sharply while she went through piles of papers. Tsunade said, "So, you're finally back," with hardly a glance up. Your clone was convincing, but I had a feeling the real you was off somewhere. With a sheepish smile, Naruto scratched the back of his head. Had to train, Ba-chan. Important stuff. Pinching the bridge of her nose, Tsunade sighed. Well, next time you go on an adventure, tell me first. Preferably before you vanish without a word. Naruto chuckled uneasily. Sure thing, promise. She glared at him while crossing her arms. You better. The last thing we need is people panicking about the hero of the leaf disappearing. With a light tone and a hint of nervous laughter, Naruto answered, Yeah, we wouldn't want that. Tsunade arched an eyebrow. Well, what exactly did you do on your little escapade? Naruto's smile grew. I was with the toads training. Tsunade asked, Well, what did they teach you in? With a rare note of pride in his voice, Naruto said, How to become one with nature. Tsunade studied him, her brow furrowed. One with nature, huh? That sounds awfully vague, even for you, Naruto. Naruto paused, trying to find the right words. It's not vague, it's like I can feel everything around me. The trees, the wind, the earth. I've gotten stronger, Ba-chan. A lot stronger. Tsunade tapped her fingers on her arm and remarked, Stronger is good, but I hope you learned more than just how to hug a tree. What else? Well. Naruto paused. Let's just say you'll be impressed when you see it in action. Tsunade asked icily, impressed or worried? Because with you, it's usually both. Naruto grinned, but he didn't say anything more. I guess you'll have to wait and see, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling mischievously. Tsunade's skepticism and curiosity were visible as they headed to the training ground. The open field was bathed in a warm glow as the sun hung high in the sky. Naruto quickly took up his usual cross-legged stance in the middle of the clearing. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and crossed her arms. All right, Naruto. Show me what this one with nature nonsense is all about. Naruto closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. The vibrant energy that seemed to be all around him changed. A serene silence descended upon him gradually, as if the wind had chosen to follow his breath. The nearby trees' leaves rustled softly, as if they were obeying some silent command. Tsunade's expression wavered, a hint of curiosity emerging from her doubt. After a few moments, Naruto's presence seemed to wane and blend in with his surroundings. Birds sang close by, indifferent to his presence, and even the insects that had been humming wildly subsided, their movements strangely in time with the forest's beat. With a furrowed brow, Tsunade moved closer. This feels different. It's like everything's, she paused, struggling to find the words, connected. With an unwavering smile, Naruto opened one eye. Told ya, Granny. This is what it means to really feel nature. She said, impressive, but her tone was still harsh. But don't get cocky, brat. Let's see how this works in a real fight. Naruto leapt to his feet, his confidence unshaken. Bring it on, he exclaimed, excitement shining in his blue eyes. After that, he blended in with the surroundings and became one with nature. Naruto and his surroundings seemed to have blended together into a single, harmonious rhythm, making it impossible to tell them apart. Well, brat, Tsunade grinned and rolled up her sleeves, let's see how you handle this. She dropped to her knees without thinking, her strength tearing a piece of dirt from the ground with ease. She threw the rock and dirt fragment at Naruto with such force and accuracy that it flew through the air. Despite the projectile's rapid approach, Naruto remained unflinching. Rather, he moved effortlessly and fluidly like a leaf carried by the wind. With a dull thud, the chunk embedded itself in a tree behind him, his body shifting just enough to completely miss him. The tree shook from the impact, but Naruto remained as steady as the earth itself. Whoa, he exclaimed with an unwavering smile. You're not holding back, huh, Granny? Tsunade's smirk widened. You wanted a real test, didn't you? She asked, lowering herself a little in preparation for another assault. Nature or not, let's see if you've got what it takes to outmaneuver me. For a moment Naruto closed his eyes, breathing steadily as the forest's energy seemed to flow through him. Tsunade felt a subtle shift in the ground beneath her feet, with stones moving as though alive and roots curling upward. Her eyes narrowed in recognition as she leapt back just in time. Using the environment, huh? She muttered. Not bad, kid. Despite his laser-like focus, Naruto laughed lightly and effortlessly. Told you, Tsunade. I'm one with nature now, and nature doesn't lose. Tsunade exclaimed, well, let's see if nature can handle this, and hurled herself at Naruto with lightning-fast speed. Supported by her legendary strength, she aimed her fist straight at his face. Naruto's eyes widened, but he moved light and effortlessly, like a gust of wind, rather than panicking. As her punch neared, he leaned back, the movement so fluid it seemed almost preordained. Tsunade's fist slammed into the ground, narrowly missing him. The impact was devastating. The earth was shattered and a crater was left behind as a shockwave spread outward. Debris fragments flew in every direction, but Naruto maneuvered between them with an almost supernatural grace. The rocks themselves seemed to sag around him, unwilling to upset his balance with the outside world. Even though he was still on high alert, Naruto smiled and joked, "Whoa, Tsunade, trying to break my face and the training ground?" Tsunade brushed the dust from her gloves and stood up straight. "You're dodging well," she acknowledged in a tone that was both impressed and reluctance. "But dodging alone won't win a fight, brat." Naruto clasped his hands together, a playful yet determined glint in his eyes. "Who says I'm just dodging?" Vines sprouted from the earth as he was speaking, moving frighteningly quickly in Tsunade's direction. She twisted her body, dodging the first tendril with ease and ripping another apart with a sharp tug. But more came after, as though Naruto's attack had been aided by the forest itself. Naruto yelled, "Nature's got my back, Granny," over the commotion. "Let's see if you can keep up." Despite herself, Tsunade smiled. She screamed, "Don't get cocky, kid," and punched her way through another vine. "You'll need more than a few weeds to take me down." Tsunade felt the ground beneath her shift suddenly and strangely. With unexpected strength, roots tightened around her ankles. The earth itself appeared to deceive her before she could respond, drawing her downward inch by inch. She tried to break free by planting her feet and struggling against it, but the hold was unrelenting. "What the?" Tsunade snarled, trying desperately to break free by slamming her fists into the roots. However, each tendril she eliminated would be replaced by one that was even more powerful and uncompromising. The earth appeared to be alive, responding to her every action as though it had sensed her strength beforehand. In a matter of seconds, she was submerged until only her head was visible above the surface, followed by her shoulders and neck. She had a mixture of disbelief and frustration on her face, and her golden hair was covered in dirt. With a futile wriggling of her head, she yelled, "Ah! Why can't I get out? This is ridiculous." Naruto clutched his sides and doubled over in laughter from a safe distance. He wiped a tear from his eye, obviously taking in the moment a little too much. "Oh, man. Tsunade. I wish I had a camera right now. You look like a giant talking turnip," he said. "Laugh it up, brat," Tsunade yelled, her tone menacing in spite of her situation. "The second I'm out of here, you're done, you hear me?" Naruto stood up straight, his smile still firmly fixed on his face. He tapped his foot on the ground and said, "Aw, come on, Granny. Don't be mad. It's all part of the training." The vines responded, first tightening and then loosening, seemingly mocking her. "Besides, you're always saying I need to get creative, right?" Stone might have been scorched by Tsunade's glare. "Creative, my foot. Get me out of this, now, or you're the one who's going to be buried next." Still grinning, Naruto let out a sigh. He put his hands together and said, all right, hold on." The energy surrounding him became softer. As Tsunade was gradually lifted free, the ground relaxed its grip and the roots gradually withdrew. Tsunade's smirk reappeared as she brushed the dirt away, a menacing sparkle in her eye. "You've had your fun, Naruto. Now it's my turn." Naruto's smile went cold. Maybe I should." Tsunade rushed forward with her fist up high before he could finish. Bringing her punch down like a meteor, she roared, "Let's see if nature can save you from this." It had a devastating effect. Like a leaf caught in a hurricane, Naruto's body swerved across the village as he was launched into the air. With his arms and legs spread like a starfish, he finally crashed into the main gate, amusingly embedding himself in the wooden structure. One of the eternal gate guards, Kotetsu, who was stationed close to the gate, looked up at the human-shaped crater that now adorned the gate and arched an eyebrow. He winced. "Hey, Azumo," and jabbed at his partner's arm. "Think we should get him down from there?" Azumo was unimpressed to see Naruto hanging clumsily from the gate when he looked up from his paperwork. He returned to his forms with a shrug. "Nah. He'll come down eventually." Leaning back against the gate, Kotetsu laughed. "You've gotta admire the kid's dedication, though. He's always pushing his limits. Even if it means becoming part of the scenery." From above, Naruto let out a muffled groan. "I'm fine, totally fine." Tsunade emerged in the distance, smiling smugly and sweeping her hands away as if she had just finished a mundane task as she made her way to the gate. "Let that be a lesson, brat," she yelled at him. Nature might have your back, but it won't stop a good punch. The muffled voice of Naruto answered, duly noted, Ba-chan. Azumo just sighed, but Kotetsu erupted in laughter. He shook his head and muttered, I guess we'll need a carpenter. Obito sat in his dark cell in Konoha prison, the stone walls long shadowed by the dim glow of a single overhead light. His face was scarred from battles and betrayals, and his mask was long gone. He didn't try to fight against the shackles that bound his wrists. He sat still on the little cot, gazing at the blank wall in front of him as though it held answers hidden in its rough surface. Footsteps reverberated down the hallway in a muffled sound. Obito's dark eyes darted to his cell's barred door. Then, a moment later, a figure emerged, his old teammate and friend Kakashi Hitaki. Obito, said Kakashi in a neutral tone that carried a hint of something unsaid. A small, sardonic smile formed on Obito's lips. Kakashi, here to lecture me again, or just to enjoy the sight of your old friend locked away? Ignoring the jab, Kakashi moved toward the bars. You're not just my old friend, Obito. You're the reason so many of us are still alive. I didn't come to lecture, I came to talk. Obito leaned back against the wall and arched an eyebrow. Talk, huh? Funny thing to do with a prisoner. What's the catch? No catch, said Kakashi, his lone eyes steady but unblinking. But I do have questions. About you, about everything that happened. I want to understand why you made the choices you did. Obito let out a hollow laugh. Why? To redeem me? To make sense of the chaos? Or maybe you're just trying to convince yourself that what happened wasn't entirely my fault. Kakashi remained silent for a while. Maybe I'm trying to convince myself there's still hope for you. Obito paused at that, a small glimmer of emotion appearing on his face. However, his expression hardened once more in an instant. Hope, huh? You always were the optimist, Kakashi. Even when the world proved us wrong time and time again. With a sigh, Kakashi clutched the chilly iron bars. You can call it optimism if you want. I call it faith. Faith that there's still a part of you worth saving. Obito's younger self flickered in his mind as he turned his attention back to the wall. We'll see, Kakashi. We'll see. After starting his physical training a month ago, Naruto's level of fitness had increased by 3,000 times. Because of this, his base form was much stronger than his fully amped state in the original war arc. Under Kurama's guidance, Naruto had been devoting himself to studying with his shadow clones in addition to his physical development. He was aware that he needed to develop to the fullest extent possible in order to safeguard his loved ones, which required him to become proficient in both the yin and yang facets of his chakra. His intelligence was increasing along with his steadily improving balance between the two. Even at the age of 13, he was already more observant than Shikamaru. From the vast distance, a chorus of voices sung, "All hail the shadow clone." Additionally, he was visited on one of the evenings this month. Flashback day 23 of his exercise regimen. Ma's renowned stew, nine-tailed foxes, and ramen were all in Naruto's dreams. Like in every other dream, he tried his hardest to catch them, but he was never able to. He reached for his prize on his 56th try that evening when he was abruptly drawn into his dream world. Ashura, quit dreaming, the blonde boy heard a voice he didn't recognize. As the images of stew, foxes, and ramen vanished from view, Naruto mumbled, bewildered, huh? What? Look up, Ashura, the calm but firm voice repeated. When Naruto raised his head, he saw a very old man floating in midair with horns on his forehead. 10 perfectly aligned black orbs hovered beneath the figure, which exuded a calm yet commanding presence. A strange staff, a shakuho, lay in his lap. The staff's upper part was smooth and streamlined, with a crescent shape, and its edges shone dimly in the mindscape's dim light. 6 metallic rings dangled from the crescent, jingling softly with each of the old man's small movements. The staff's shaft was flawlessly polished, with a smooth gradient of black and metal on its surface that radiated strength and elegance. Still processing the abrupt change from his dream to the mysterious figure in front of him, Naruto blinked. As the man said, I have come to speak with you, Ashura. You have already achieved great strength, but more is required of you. Unaware of what was happening, Naruto stood up, sensing the significance of the situation. What do you mean? Who are you? The man gave a soft smile. I am Hagoromo Otsutsuki, and I have been watching you. The path ahead of you is fraught with formidable enemies, ones unlike any you've faced before. You will need strength beyond what you have now. A trace of annoyance seeped into Naruto's thoughts as he furrowed his brow. How am I going to get any stronger? He pondered. My chakra reserves have significantly expanded during that time, And I've already become fit enough to resist Baryon mode. Kurama, natural energy, and I can even sustain a three-way Baryon mode. It was impossible for him not to feel a little overwhelmed, although he had already exerted himself to this extent. Hagoromo's remarks implied that he still had more to give, something that would enable him to surpass even his present boundaries. His mind raced, looking for solutions, but nothing obvious came to mind. It appeared that Hagoromo could sense Naruto's bewilderment. Strength alone will not be enough to face what's coming, Ashura. What you've gained so far is impressive, but true power comes not just from physical ability or chakra reserves. The power you will need is deeper. Within your very essence. It is a power that you have yet to unlock. Naruto's eyes grew stony. He sensed the gravity of the situation, but he did not know what Hagoromo meant. He would need to discover this deeper power, whatever it was, if he was to defend his loved ones and vanquish the enemies in front of him. His tone became more gentle. This gift I offer you will help unlock that power. But remember, true strength requires more than just raw power. It demands wisdom, perseverance, and an unwavering resolve. With determination burning in his heart, Naruto nodded. I'll do whatever it takes. I'll find a way to use this power, just like I always do. Hagoromo's face was a mixture of quiet comprehension and approval. You will, Ashura. But remember, the greatest challenges often come when we least expect them. Be ready. After saying those last words, Hagoromo's figure started to disappear, leaving Naruto by himself in the wide open space of his mindscape. The luminous radiance of the enigmatic present persisted, seemingly anticipating his grasping for it. Then he extended his hand to the glowing sphere. It emitted a faint but pleasing hum, and he could feel the warmth it radiated. A jolt of power rushed through his entire body as he touched it, sending a surge of energy through his fingertips. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. It was familiar and ancient at the same time, as though it spoke to something deep inside of him. For a brief moment, he was surrounded by a bright, swirling light and everything around him seemed to vanish. His senses widened, as though the universe itself were coursing through him. He witnessed the unending spiral of time itself, as well as flashes of far-off stars and enormous, untouchable galaxies. He had the impression that he was simultaneously a part of every living thing and force in the universe. The light then vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, leaving Naruto gasping for air as he stood in the silence of his mindscape. A warm, golden light that swirled around him and settled into his chest had replaced the orb. He sensed it, a new strength, a new comprehension. It was more than just an increase in physical strength or chakra. It was something much deeper. His understanding of his own will, his relationship with Kurama, and his connection to the natural world all seemed to fit together in a way that felt boundless. He inhaled deeply, allowing the fresh energy to settle inside of him. He experienced a wave of confidence and serenity as though he had just unlocked the next phase of his development. To himself, Naruto whispered, I can feel it, a smile spreading across his face. Although he was unaware of the precise nature of this power, he could sense that it was something extraordinary. He had just made another move in the direction of becoming the necessary protector. A final echo of Hagoromo's voice, softer than before but full of meaning, could be heard in the distance. This gift will guide you, Ashura. Use it wisely. With his fist clenched, Naruto felt the power pulsing through it. Although he was unsure of the precise dangers that awaited him, he was now prepared to confront them. Knowing that the struggles ahead would be unlike anything he had ever encountered, he turned with newfound resolve, prepared to return to the real world. The flashback, Naruto jumped out of his bed abruptly as he remembered the incident. A black chakra rod, the same height as Naruto, 5 feet 7 inches or 170 centimeters, punctured the floor beneath him while he was in midair, creating a 3 by 3 foot hole in his bedroom. He glanced quickly to the right, through the window, and noticed a man with alabaster skin standing outside. 8 magatama were arranged in a line down the figure's chest, and a horn that resembled a crown wrapped around his head. The man had a byakugan in his left eye and a complex design that converged at his pupil in his right eye, which had a black background with a yellow 8-sided wheel in the center. When Naruto saw the figure outside his window, his eyes grew wide. There was no mistaking the man's aura, the stifling force radiating from him like a tempest. His thoughts raced as he tried to figure out who was standing there, but the eerie presence and peculiar eyes told him that this was no typical enemy. The chakra rod that had pierced Naruto's floor moved as the man slowly raised his hand. Before the figure snapped his fingers, it floated in midair, spinning with a menacing hum. The chakra rod shot toward Naruto faster than he could blink, directly targeting his chest as he braced himself to respond. Feeling the energy surge through his body, He quickly threw up a defensive stance and summoned his chakra. The man said, "You're awake," in a soothing voice that sounded almost like he was talking to an old friend. "Impressive. I thought I'd have to do more than that to rouse you." As he evaluated the figure floating outside his window, Naruto's eyes narrowed. The acute clarity from Hagoromo's visit was still vivid in his mind as it raced. This man's presence, his energy, everything about him seemed uncannily familiar. In an attempt to calm his thoughts, Naruto balled his fists. Despite the mounting tension, he asked in a steady voice, "Are you the same guy the first fought in Baryon mode? Your presence is very similar." A faint, knowing smile appeared on the man's lips, but he did not answer right away. Ashiki had a composed demeanor, but his presence was oppressive. "Baryon mode," he said in a tone that was almost reflective. "You are strong, Naruto Uzumaki. But what you fought before wasn't truly me. It was the vessel I've inhabited. Now, however, I am free to show you my true form." Naruto straightened up and met Ashiki's intense gaze as his eyes hardened. Even though he was aware of Ashiki's strength, he was unable to give in. His heart pounded steadily and purposefully, and his fists clenched at his sides. "Well, no matter how much stronger you are compared to when we last fought, I am still stronger." Ashiki's eyes flickered with a mix of amusement and contempt as his smile grew. "You talk big, Naruto Uzumaki. But words alone won't save you from the inevitable." With a serious expression, Naruto inhaled deeply. "We'll see about that. I don't lose when it counts." Without any delay, Naruto threw himself into the air, his speed a blur as he rushed in Ashiki's direction, hoping to deliver a blow that would give him the advantage. His strategy was straightforward. Get close enough to teleport them both outside of Konoha using his Flying Thunder God technique. He had to keep the village and his friends out of the fight. Naruto muttered to himself, "You're not getting away this time," as he extended his hand to touch Ashiki. Ashiki's amused eyes darted around. He raised his hand without showing any signs of panic, swatting Naruto's blow away with ease and as if it were insignificant. Ashiki's own hand sprang forward with lightning speed, aiming directly for Naruto's chest the instant Naruto's palm missed. Just in time, Naruto's instincts took over and he twisted his body in midair to avoid the oncoming blow. Ashiki's blow was powerful enough to shatter the air itself, sending shockwaves through the surrounding area. "Tch," Naruto moaned as he swiftly shifted, barely escaping the lethal blow. Chunks of concrete and debris flew in all directions as Ashiki's strike caused such a powerful shockwave that it destroyed the apartment buildings directly below them. There was a loud thud as Naruto fell hard into the debris after colliding with the remnants of one of the buildings. He was knocked out of breath by the force, but he bounced back fast and stood up with a determined expression on his face. He recovered from the impact much more quickly than most thanks to his improved body, and even with the damage, his mind was already formulating his strategy. To ensure that no one in Konoha would be caught in the crossfire of this conflict, he had earlier dispatched a shadow clone to teleport every civilian far from the area. He could afford to take that action without concern thanks to his increased chakra reserves and control. Everyone had already left the village safely. Naruto muttered, "Now, it's just you and me," as he straightened up and brushed debris from his clothing. His improved fitness allowed him to remain upright despite the devastation all around him, and his body was already adjusting to the extreme strain of the fight. Ashiki watched Naruto calmly and icily from above the ruins. "You've done well to clear the area, but it won't save you." As Naruto summoned the strength of Sage Mode, his eyes glowed with a fresh intensity. Natural energy pulsated through his body, allowing him to blend in perfectly with his surroundings. The vibrations of the surroundings filled his senses as soon as his chakra changed. More significantly, he sensed the presence of every living thing in the vicinity as well as the menacing miasma that clung to Ashiki like a dark cloud. He could feel the weight of the shattered buildings surrounding him, the tremors of the destruction still lingering in the ground. In his head, Kurama's voice growled. "For you, brat, I've been collecting natural energy. Be prepared. From now on, this battle will only become more difficult." Naruto was able to see the battlefield in a way he had never been able to before, and his senses became more acute. Every person he had teleported out of the village was safe outside of Konoha, and he could feel their life force. Under his feet, he could feel the chill of the night air and the tremors of the broken ground. The most noticeable thing, though, was Ashiki's presence, which pulsed like a malevolent force. "So," Naruto thought, his eyes focusing, "this is how it feels to sense you. Your presence cannot be concealed by the strongest physical barrier." Ashiki hovered over him, watching with that same carefree attitude, as though his opponent were just an insect that he could easily crush. That's quite the trick, Ashiki thought, obviously amused by Naruto's abrupt energy shift, but it won't be enough. All of Naruto's muscles tensed as he narrowed his eyes. I've learned a lot since we last fought, and I'm not going down without giving it everything I've got. Naruto roared and charged ahead, outpacing the speed of Akage's eye. The force of his speed caused the air around him to distort. His chakra was boosted by both Sage Mode and the connection with Kurama, and he was a haze of orange and green as the unadulterated natural energy swirled around him. His fist glowed with focused chakra as he leapt toward Ashiki, the ground cracking beneath his feet. Ashiki remained unflinching. He used a flick of his wrist to activate his space manipulation ability, forming a huge barrier that, with a crackling sound of energy, blocked Naruto's punch. The barrier hardly moved when Naruto's fist struck it with enough force to produce a shockwave. Ashiki stated, "I expected as much," with a composed expression. "You're stronger than before, but you're still too weak to touch me in this form." Even though Naruto's eyes hardened and he became frustrated, he continued. "Not right now. Considering how far I've come, no." Using more of his natural energy, he pushed against the barrier, trying to break through with a roar that made his muscles bulge. However, it was ineffective because Ashiki was not moving at all and the barrier remained strong. The strain in his protruding muscles and the raw energy of his chakra were evident as Naruto gritted his teeth and pushed against the barrier. He felt waves of natural energy that increased his strength and determination, but it was insufficient. Ashiki remained as unyielding as a mountain, his alabaster face etched with a smug expression, and the barrier stood firm. Drawing on all of his reserves, Naruto's annoyance erupted into a savage roar. Then all of a sudden a thought came to him, a possibility he had never considered before. Alarmed, Kurama's voice growled in his head. "What are you thinking, Naruto? This natural energy in conjunction with Baryon mode? You risk destroying yourself in addition to burning through your chakra." "I don't have a choice," Naruto snarled back, his words with a hint of resolve. "If I don't stop him now, there won't be a Konoha left to protect." He then gave the power of Baryon mode the opportunity to completely unite with his innate energy. The change was immediate and profound. The fiery energy of Baryon mode was now entwined with the serene, unadulterated essence of nature itself, and his body erupted in a radiant golden red aura. The raw, erratic power was balanced by the serene stillness of nature, creating a paradox. Deepening, Naruto's whisker marks glowed slightly against his skin. His amber eyes became blazing, the pupils squinting into slits that radiated a relentless ferocity. The chakra tails reappeared, flickering wildly, but they were no longer unsteady. Rather, they moved deliberately, as if directed by the balance of the natural energy that now throbbed within him. The energy surrounding him surged, causing a vortex that pushed back the debris and rubble, further cracking and splintering the ground beneath him. For the first time, the stifling miasma that surrounded Ashiki faltered, the sheer power of Naruto's presence piercing it like sunlight through a storm. Ashiki's expression changed from one of serene confidence to one of colder caution as his eyes narrowed. This is new," he said in a flat but slightly intrigued tone. With his fiery aura blazing with renewed intensity, Naruto smiled. He was not being depleted by the combination of Baryon mode and Sage mode as Kurama had feared. Rather, his body, strengthened by the intense training he had received over the previous month, adjusted to the overwhelming power flowing through him with ease. Naruto smirked slyly and said, "Guess I forgot to mention something, Kurama," as the fox spirit rumbled in surprise. "All that training? It wasn't just about getting stronger, it was about making sure I could handle this." Kurama laughed, a hint of pride now in his voice. "Little one, you're full of surprises. Let's see where this goes." Naruto strode forward, his steps deliberate and confident, as the barrier broke completely. His golden red aura lit up the battlefield, creating long shadows on the debris-strewn ground as his chakra tails whirled behind him like flames dancing in the wind. Ashiki quickly covered up the glint of uneasiness in his narrowed eyes. "So, you've managed to refine your power," he stated in a measured tone. "But raw strength won't save you, Naruto Uzumaki. It never has." When Naruto met Ashiki's icy gaze, his smile grew wider and his eyes remained fixed. "You're right. Raw strength alone isn't enough. But this isn't just strength. It's control. It's purpose. And it's enough to take you down." With each blow supported by the combined power of Baryon mode and Sage mode, Naruto's aura blazed like a sun as he pressed his attack. What was left of the village outskirts was leveled by shockwaves as the battlefield shook under their collision. However, Ashiki effortlessly countered every opening Naruto discovered, with each move being exact and purposeful. After dodging a blow that shattered the ground beneath them, Ashiki used one hand to block Naruto's subsequent kick. Impressive power, Ashiki uttered in a composed yet contemptuous tone. But power without purpose is meaningless. Naruto's body carved a trench through the debris as Ashiki threw him across the battlefield in a sudden twist. Unflinching, Naruto leapt back to his feet and charged forward once more, his fists glowing with chakra. This time, he used a Rasengan charged with natural energy to feint a blow and aim for Ashiki's torso. Ashiki remained unflinching. Rather, he made the Rasengan harmless by shrinking it in midair. Then he made it expand as it passed Naruto, making him avoid his own attack. Ashiki materialized behind Naruto before he could regain his balance, pinning him to the ground with a black rod that slammed into his shoulder. Ashiki sneered, putting his foot on Naruto's back and applying pressure, asking, "Is this what the great Naruto Uzumaki amounts to? Your newfound strength is remarkable, but you're still bound by human limitations. You cannot defeat me." With a growl, Naruto pushed hard against the weight, his chakra exploding violently. Naruto spun to deliver an uppercut as the pressure caused the rod to dissolve. Easily blocking it, Ashiki returned the favor by kneeing Naruto in the stomach, sending him sprawling. Ashiki went on, "You've trained well," sounding almost patronizing as he hovered over Naruto. "But you misunderstand the nature of this battle. Power is not enough. Strategy is not enough. You are nothing compared to the might of the Otsutsuki." Naruto stood up once more, his breathing labored but his determination unwavering. He muttered, "You talk too much," and rushed forward again. Ashiki didn't bother to counter right away this time. Rather, he let Naruto deliver a series of blows, each of which sent shockwaves across the battlefield. However, Naruto soon saw that something was amiss. Ashiki's body hardly responded to the blows, and he remained motionless even after his attacks connected. Ashiki caught Naruto's wrist mid-punch and mockingly asked, "What's wrong, Uzumaki? Do you feel it yet? The futility?" Naruto experienced a surge of energy sap from Ashiki as he tightened his hold, as though his strength was being directly depleted. Even the natural energy Naruto had been using was smothered by the oppressive sense of Ashiki's power. Ashiki used tremendous force to slam Naruto into the ground before he could react, leaving a huge crater in his wake. He then delivered a string of blows that pushed Naruto farther into the ground. Kurama's urgent voice reverberated in Naruto's head, "Kid, this isn't working. Before he totally destroys us, we must have a plan." As he fought to get back up, Naruto coughed, blood dripping from his mouth. Even though his vision became blurry, he persisted. He growled and used another chakra burst to stand. "I won't let you win," he said. In an instant, Ashiki was in front of him, his hand around Naruto's throat. He said icily, "You already have," and raised him off the ground. "This is the difference between us. You fight with heart, but I fight with inevitability. And now, Uzumaki, your end has come." Ashiki threw Naruto across the battlefield again with a flick of his wrist, causing his body to crash into the remains of a building. Naruto didn't get up right away this time. His strength diminished, and his aura wavered. Ashiki gently brushed dust from his robes as he landed. "Your defiance is admirable, but ultimately pointless. Rest now, and know that your efforts were in vain." Naruto struggled to his knees as Ashiki got ready to deliver the final blow, his resolve unwavering in the face of overwhelming odds. The fight was far from over. But for the time being, it was obvious that Ashiki was in control. Naruto struggled to his knees as Ashiki got ready to deliver the final blow, his resolve unwavering in the face of overwhelming odds. The fight was far from over. But for the time being, it was obvious that Ashiki was in control. A deafening boom was produced by the force of Ashiki's fist as it hurtled toward Naruto. Raising his arms in a desperate block, Naruto braced himself, holding onto the slim hope that the impact wouldn't instantly shatter him. Then it took place. He felt a rush of energy that raced through his body and erupted in his chest like a wildfire. It was something primordial, overwhelming, and euphoric, not just power. Every nerve was ablaze with raw intensity, and he felt more alive than ever. It collided. When Ashiki's fist hit the ground, the anticipated destruction did not materialize. Rather, Naruto remained motionless, his body absorbing the blow as though it had not happened. Ashiki's eyes went wide with shock. As Ashiki gazed at Naruto, his own power reflected back to him like an impenetrable wall. His mind raced. How? This is not feasible. Naruto had been coughing up blood and struggling to stand only moments before. Now, however, he was enduring Ashiki's full force without even getting scratched. Ashiki clenched his jaw, anger and perplexity simmering beneath the surface. This power, what is it? Naruto felt the fire inside of him rise as Ashiki stumbled back, confusion written all over his face, but it was no longer wild or chaotic. Rather, it was intentional, as though someone, were in charge. Naruto's mind flickered to a memory. Hagoromo's words from what seemed like ages ago. You possess a strength that goes beyond chakra, beyond bloodlines or technique. It lies in the depths of your will. When you understand that your resolve is not just your own, but shared by all those who believe in you, then you will truly awaken. With his eyes shining with a light that wasn't the Kyuubi's or even the strength of the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto stood erect. This was something different, something that was entirely his. His will. The unwavering, unrelenting resolve that had united so many people behind him, was no longer limited to his heart, it was formed. With a composed yet unmistakable weight, Naruto asked, "You don't get it, do you? This isn't about me beating you with raw power. It's about what I stand for. What we stand for." The area surrounding Naruto appeared to shimmer, and Ashiki's eyebrows furrowed. Not from chakra or heat, but something much deeper. Their bottle's debris halted in midair, appearing to be sucked into an invisible current. As Naruto advanced, his presence bent reality itself, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack and groan. Ashiki felt it suddenly. There was an unseen force pressing down on him. He felt as though a whole world had fallen on his shoulders, making it difficult for him to move and breathe. Ashiki growled, forcing his body to withstand the overwhelming force. "What?" he asked. "This isn't chakra. This isn't nature energy. What trick are you playing?" Although Naruto's eyes softened, the power surrounding him continued to increase. "It's not a trick. This is my will. The will of my friends, my family, everyone who stood with me. And now, it's your turn to feel what it means to carry the hopes of so many." The shimmering force came together to form a glowing, translucent construct as Naruto raised his hand. It was a huge hand, similar to the Susanoo but much more ethereal. It was driven by unwavering resolve rather than anger or retaliation. A ripple of kinetic energy tore through the battlefield as he clenched his fist and the construct mirrored him. Ashiki let out a roar and hurled a flurry of his shrinking cubes, but they vanished before they could reach Naruto, as if his very presence made them cease to exist. Every step Naruto took was like a drumbeat in Ashiki's ears as he moved closer. Naruto remarked, "This is the power you'll never understand," in a voice that had an almost divine quality. "It's not just mine, it's ours. The will to protect, to endure, to never give up. And that's something you'll never be able to destroy." With the glowing construct imitating his movements, Naruto's hand sprang forward. Ashiki was struck by a force that was not only physical but also spiritual and emotional. It bore the burden of every promise Naruto had ever made and every bond he had ever created. Ashiki was flung backward, his body crashing through the remains of the battlefield as the ground trembled and the air broke. The luminous aura surrounding Naruto dimmed as he stood motionless, but the power within him remained unwavering, like an unquenchable flame. He clenched his fists as the reality of what Hagoromo had said began to sink in. He wasn't the only one fighting. It had never been. Now that his will had been made clear, he was aware that, so long as his friends and loved ones had faith in him, he could resist any force, no matter how divine. And as long as he thought they were real. With the gloomy light creating long shadows on the rough stone walls, Sasuke stood in his isolated hiding place. His hand was lightly on his sword's hilt, but his thoughts were elsewhere, absorbed in the abilities he now possessed. He had been completely changed by the Iron Heart, and even though it had taken a month of intense work to master these skills, they now felt as natural as breathing. His eyes, his Rinnegan now infused with 6 Tomo, gleamed in the darkness as he lifted his left hand. Memories of learning about its enhanced powers came back. His space-shifting method, Aminate Hikara, had confused him at first, but now it came naturally. He could move himself or his adversaries over great distances with a single thought, causing the distance between them to instantly contract. This evolution had also given him the ability to call forth portals, which enabled him to move between dimensions with a single gesture. He felt the chakra pulsing inside of him as he clenched his fist. It was now under the Iron Heart's godlike control. Chakra was now an extension of him rather than just a force to be molded. He had the unmatched ability to will weapons, shields, and complex structures into being. He recalled putting this power to the test, creating a complex web of energy that repelled a flurry of assaults from his Susanoo, an accomplishment that even astounded him. He smiled slightly at the thought of using elemental fusion for the first time. Thunderfire had been created by accident by combining fire and lightning, but the destructive power it unleashed was anything but. He could still hear the lightning's blinding glare and the flames' crackling roar as they combined to form an unstoppable firestorm. Since then, he had improved the procedure, envisioning innumerable combinations that had not yet been discovered. At first, the manipulation of gravity had been the most frightening. In his initial attempts to increase gravity in specific areas, he had literally stumbled. With a flick of his fingers, he could now send opponents flying into the air or crush them to the ground. The intoxicating feeling of controlling gravity served as a reminder of the immense weight of the power he possessed, both literally and figuratively. He remembered the icy discovery of kinetic energy channeling and looked down at his hands. Half the training area had been destroyed by the shockwave the first time he redirected the momentum of an enemy strike. The method was now accurate and refined. Every action turned into a possible weapon, and every force used against him became an advantage. Then there was the Iron Heart itself. Sasuke closed his eyes, recalling the moment he gave in to its overwhelming force for the first time. He had never felt anything like the feeling of becoming one with the Iron Heart's will. He transcended human limitations in that state, his powers so great that reality itself yielded to his will. However, the price was high. The toll it took on his body and soul, the emptiness it left behind, was still palpable. He had the ability to use a power that wasn't intended for mortal hands. Sasuke opened his eyes and turned to face the horizon. These abilities were more than just instruments. They were the means by which his world and destiny could be changed. He had gone beyond his limits with the Iron Heart pulsing through him, but he knew this was just the beginning. Sasuke was prepared for the impending storm. He was no longer just a shinobi. The Iron Heart had fused with him in ways that defied reason. However, this new power also brought new dangers. For instance, in the wrong hands, the chakra absorption ability could be disastrous. Only a few times had Sasuke used it to drain the chakra from rocks, trees, and even a wild animal, rerouting it into his own reserves. It was a dangerously satisfying sensation. He could feel the slightest trace of the Iron Heart attempting to control him when he used chakra carelessly, and absorbing too much of it could overwhelm his body. The next power he had tried was the elemental fusion. His Thunderfire strike was especially lethal. When Sasuke used his Chidori, he was able to destroy entire landscapes with flaming lightning bolts. It was an attack capable of destroying several targets in a matter of seconds, and the idea of employing it in combat was both thrilling and terrifying. Sasuke had yet to fully test another ability, gravity manipulation. He sensed this technique's potential, the sheer destructive power it could produce when paired with his accuracy and speed. An opponent's ability to fight would be instantly rendered useless if he could manipulate the gravity around them, making them feel weightless or crushed under extreme pressure. However, his favorite ability was by far kinetic energy channeling. He was able to feel the movement of the world, including how the air changed and how his every step caused ripples in the surrounding area. Whether it came from a punch or the entire battlefield, Sasuke could reroute that energy and send it flying in the direction of an adversary. Sasuke could already see how this type of combat, which depended on timing and observation, could be used to defeat even the most vicious opponents. The Iron Heart's will, however, was the most perilous. Only once, during a heated sparring session with a shadow clone, had Sasuke activated this power. He had never felt anything like the rush of energy that rushed through him. There had been a time when the energy nearly engulfed him, but otherwise his body had felt like it was on fire, his chakra flowing like an unstoppable river. He would never forget the moment he had just managed to wake up before the power took over entirely. Sasuke had to learn to control the Iron Heart, a living, breathing force of nature, or risk having it control him. It was much more than just a tool. Ashiki sat by himself in his darkened lair, a spacious room fashioned from unearthly stone in a remote dimension. His presence caused the very fabric of the space to tremble, and the air around him was thick with hate. His body still displaying the slight scars from the battle that had degraded him, he clenched his fists tightly. Ashiki growled into space, his voice resonating with rage and frustration. His mind was racing, and his golden eyes flickered with a poisonous glow. His flawless plan, which had been painstakingly developed over thousands of years, had been destroyed. And not by a rival god or some crafty strategist. No mere human, or more accurately, the brat blessed by Hagoromo, had undone it. Despite his weakened state, Ashiki stood up, his form imposing and towering. Hagoromo, he growled, spitting the name as if it were poison. That ancient fool. Even in death, he finds ways to meddle in my designs. Ashiki sat in the darkened room of his hiding place, the air heavy with the weight of his annoyance. Once more, his servants had let him down. By now, they should have brought Kawaki to him. The boy was still out of his reach, though. It seemed like forever as each second passed. I risked everything by showing my actual form inside Jigen's body. I'll be dead forever in 3 hours, and it took 2 days just to return here. Nevertheless, it's taking them so long to bring him to me. Furthermore, the sage's house, as well as Indra's reincarnation, are the sources of that new power surge. He turned to face the boy. Kawaki. For the foreseeable future, he would be his vessel. However, he kept thinking about Naruto, the ideal vessel. Naruto the conflict. The Uzumaki had been underestimated by Ashiki. Naruto had escaped Ashiki's strike despite the power pulsing through his body and the disruption caused by the strange force that was waking inside of him. Ashiki had lived for centuries and had never come across a ship that could hold his full power. But it had been Naruto. Ashiki still possessed that power, and for a brief instant, he thought, what if Naruto was the one? Although Naruto's body had survived, his will remained connected to his own. Ashiki had intended to mark him before that power had become fully established. However, Naruto was now more erratic due to the sudden outburst of energy that came from the Sage of Six Paths' awakened power. Yes, his body was powerful, but there was no longer any assurance that he would be a true vessel. Whatever. The boy won't be around for long. The vast, barren landscape was illuminated by a cold, silvery light from the moon, which hung high in the night sky. Toneri Otsutsuki stood on the precipice, staring down at the planet below with a resolute and intense gaze. His mind was a raging tempest, full of disdain for people but also a growing sense of need. He had always denigrated people. He was sickened by their violence, lack of foresight, and ravenous greed. They were unworthy of the gifts his ancestors had bestowed upon them, and they were far beneath him. He did, however, require one item in order to carry out the wishes of his late ancestor, Hamura Otsutsuki, the Tenseigan. And Toneri needed the Byakugan, the Hyuga clan's members, for that. He could only then hope to unleash the Tenseigan's power and fulfill Himura's last directive, which was to use all means necessary to put an end to the Otsutsuki human war. Toneri had found the ideal opportunity in the Hyuga incident. The cursed seal applied to the Hyuga's foreheads had created an opportunity for manipulation as the tension between Konoha and Kumo had been rising. Toneri had successfully extracted the Byakugan from the Hyuga bloodline despite the effects of the seal, avoiding the disintegration that frequently followed. He didn't want just any Byakugan, though. He required one that was pure and untainted by generations of mixed ancestry. Something more, something uncommon, would be needed for this. Someone with a bloodline that could be comparable to his own. A direct descendant of the Otsutsuki. He discovered it there. The sad past of the Hyuga clan, which began during the era of the Warring States, had produced a singular person. A descendant of the Otsutsuki, but by human means, someone whose blood was as near to his own as it could be. And Toneri would have the leverage he needed to accomplish the Tenseigan because of that very bloodline, which was purer than most. That was nearly 15 years ago. And Toneri had been patiently waiting during that period. His gaze had frequently shifted to Earth, where he had observed the emergence of new powers and the constantly changing human conflicts. However, none of them had been deserving. None had been able to compete with him. The Tenseigan was a representation of his superiority and his unrivaled strength. He continued to wait, though. He awaited the day when a worthy opponent who could contend with him for the future of the planet would emerge. Someone with a power comparable to his own. The confrontation. The moment when their paths would unavoidably cross and he could definitively demonstrate that the Otsutsuki were destined to rule, was what he longed for. Toneri had been observing the shinobi of the world below from the moon for years. He had witnessed the ascent of Naruto Uzumaki, a human who had disobeyed both chakra and the laws of nature. Hagoromo, the Sage of Six Paths, gave birth to a boy whose relationships with other people were so powerful that they appeared to mold reality itself. Toneri became increasingly aware that this boy was more than just a mortal. He was a threat, the kind of adversary Toneri had been waiting for. There was no denying Naruto's ascent. Even the creatures who had once viewed him as little more than a bother now respected him, having gone from being an outcast to the hero of the Hidden Leaf. However, Naruto's unwavering determination to defend others, a determination greater than anything Toneri had ever experienced, was what really made him dangerous. The boy stood tall, as if nothing could break him, despite having managed to hold his own against the power of the Otsutsuki and against people like Ashiki. Toneri couldn't help but be impressed, but her admiration soon gave way to contempt. He had come to represent all that Toneri detested. The things that had enabled him to endure and become stronger were his relationships with other people and his optimism for the future. And Toneri was going to destroy these things. But it wasn't just Naruto. In spite of everything, the Otsutsuki lineage remained intact. In this game, there was another player who could compete with him. Kawaki. The child of the Otsutsuki's experiments, the boy who would be Ashiki's vessel. However, given the erratic changes taking place on Earth, Toneri was now beginning to doubt the very course he had originally intended to take. He had yearned for the final conflict that would determine the fate of the world, his world, a battle of the gods. He was caught between the past and the future, though, now that the pieces were moving and the world was changing beneath his feet. What if his scheme to steal the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan didn't work out? What if Kawaki and other people were genuinely moved by Naruto's principles? Did Toneri still have a place in this new world? His fingers traced the delicate structure of the Tensagon's crystalline form as he sat in his secret haven, far below the moon. The weight of it had always been a burden, but the power it gave him was incalculable. It was never sufficient. He was still able to hear Himura's voice telling him to do what he wanted to do. However, Toneri's route was now unclear. Earth, the planet he had vowed to destroy, was evolving. He reflected on his time spent with the Hyuga, the bloodline he had aimed to take advantage of and use as a tool. Until now, he had never given a damn about the humans who owned it. Rumor had it that one had awakened a power equal to his own. Were they really prepared for what lay ahead? Toneri's eyes narrowed as he glanced down at Earth once more. Though not in the ways he had anticipated, the pieces were moving. He would have to move fast to carry out his ancestors' wishes. The waiting period was over. It was the last battle. Toneri sat in his lunar sanctuary's dimly lit chamber, the walls covered in unsettling shadows from the Tensagon's faint glow. He was now a much more powerful being than Himura had ever been. Even though the 15 years he had spent with the Tensagon had given him powers beyond human comprehension, there remained a nagging doubt in his heart. He knew deep down that the Tensagon would not be sufficient to ensure his victory in the upcoming battle, which would be unlike any he had ever encountered. He had witnessed Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, two entities more formidable than anything he had ever seen. The bond between Indra and Ashura's reincarnations created an apparently unstoppable force of nature. Ashiki, whose own strength had almost destroyed him previously, was even more worrisome. It appeared that there were always forces stronger than him, regardless of how much power he amassed or how much he bolstered the Tensagon. Toneri felt the chakra pulse inside the Tensagon as her fingers lightly touched its surface. But he couldn't get rid of the feeling that he needed more, even with its tremendous power. Beneath the scrolls of Otsutsuki knowledge, an obscure reference to the power he sought had only been mentioned in passing in an ancient text. It was more powerful than the Tensagon, more powerful than even the gods. Toneri whispered to himself, the Jogan, the name hanging in the air like a forgotten vow. He had previously come across it while researching the Otsutsuki clan's beginnings. The Jogan is the Eye of Shibai, god of the Otsutsuki, is a mysterious statement that stood out among the few hints and ambiguous references to its existence. Shibai. The name was mysterious and dangerous at the same time. Nobody was really familiar with him. According to the texts, there was a creature so strong that even the Otsutsuki were afraid of him. The full extent of Shibai's power had never been known, but Toneri was shivered to learn that his eyes, his Jogan, were rumored to be far more powerful than the Tensagon. Could there really be such a power? Even after years of studying every scrap of information he could find, Toneri was still unable to solve the mystery of the Jogan's origins and how to unlock it. No one had ever been recorded as having roused it. No signs of its existence, no instructions, no scrolls. The only thing that was evident was that it had been used by the Otsutsuki god Shibai, who was rumored to possess the secret to unthinkable power. The more Toneri considered it, the more it appeared that the Jogan was his only way out. It was the only power capable of providing him with the necessary advantage. He would have a chance against Naruto, Sasuke, and Ashiki if he could somehow unlock it and gain access to that divine power. However, how? With the burden of his thoughts bearing down on him, Toneri paced the room. The Jogan had to be unlocked somehow. Although it was mentioned in the old writings, its power had never been accessible. Maybe it took more than just the Otsutsuki bloodline. Maybe it needed something more profound, something that only the genuinely deserving could obtain. He tried to concentrate by closing his eyes and reaching out to the bits of information he had acquired. The Jogan wasn't just an eye. It was a vessel for a power beyond comprehension, the power of Shibai himself. It was said that to wield it, one must transcend the boundaries of mortal chakra, transcending even the Tensagon itself. Could he pull it off? Might Toneri Otsutsuki be the only one to wield the Jogan and assert divine power? All of a sudden, a picture appeared in his head. A glimpse of Shibai, with eyes brighter than the Tensagon's. His eyes had a frightening strength in addition to a profound sense of calm. A strength that seemed to crush everything in its path. Toneri came to a realization at that very moment. The Jogan served as a symbol as well as a means of gaining power. In addition to reflecting the user's soul, it was the eye of Shibai, the Otsutsuki deity. The Jogan's power was not something that could be taken lightly. Individuals had to earn it. For Toneri, though, what did that mean? To awaken this power, what would he need to give up or alter? A sudden burst of chakra from the depths of his sanctuary interrupted his thoughts. The room was filled with an ethereal glow as the Tenseigan came to life. Toneri's heart pounded. His mind was still filled with the image of Shibai's eyes, and he now realized what was expected of him. To unlock the Jogan, Toneri realized, he would have to transcend his current self. He would have to surpass everything he had been and embrace a new form of power. One unconstrained by the Otsutsuki bloodline's restrictions. A force that transcended the Tenseigan itself. Toneri stood erect, his determination solidifying. The battle was coming, and he would need more than just the Tenseigan to prevail. The Jogan would be necessary for him, and he would do whatever it took to get it unlocked. Although the road ahead would be dangerous, Toneri was confident that he could finally fulfill his destiny, the last fight for the earth, the Otsutsuki, and the gods themselves, now that he had the Jogan in his possession. The image of Shibai's radiant eyes lingered in Toneri's mind, seemingly beckoning him. He was aware that the Jogan would need to be unlocked through a much more profound metamorphosis that would redefine him, rather than just bloodline purity or simple chakra manipulation. The Jogan, on the other hand, was a key to a world beyond what he had ever known. The Tenseigan, while powerful, had its limitations. However, how? Toneri closed his eyes and focused inward, pushing aside his doubts. He was well aware that achieving ultimate power required making many sacrifices. He had already sacrificed a lot for the fulfillment of Himura's will, including his humanity and his connections to the world below. But now, it appeared that this power, the Jogan, required something much more than simple sacrifice. It required a total self-transformation. The Otsutsuki lineage had always supported the idea of gaining control over the elements, chakra, and even life itself. But the Jogan was a force so far removed from everything he was familiar with that it seemed to exist outside the Otsutsuki's own boundaries. Shibai had transcended not only the material world but also the concept of what it meant to be an Otsutsuki. Maybe that was the secret. Toneri might need to leave the Otsutsuki lineage itself, which he had dedicated his life to perfecting, in order to awaken the Jogan. He whispered to himself, to surpass the Otsutsuki, his voice hardly audible above a whisper, to transcend everything. Toneri moved swiftly through the sanctuary, his fingers brushing the intricate carvings in the walls. These carvings depicted the history of the Otsutsuki clan, their conquests, their awakenings of powers like the Byakugan, the Tenseigan, and other forgotten abilities. Even though he had studied them all, it was now evident that the Jogan had no guide. The knowledge was scattered, lost to time, or hidden away for a reason. He arrived at a spacious room in the center of the sanctuary. In the shadows here were stacks of old scrolls and books, some long since forgotten, some hardly readable. The creation of the chakra system, the migration of the Otsutsuki to Earth, and even the early history of the Tenseigan were all covered in the texts. However, none of these texts provided him with the complete picture he required. Then he saw it. A scroll with ancient, faded markings buried in the room's farthest corner. The weight of it in his hands told him this was no ordinary scroll, and his heart raced as he retrieved it. He unfolded it to discover symbols he had never seen before written on the parchment. He didn't recognize the language. However, the characters started to move and transform in front of his eyes as his fingers touched them. The presence of his chakra caused the symbols to reorganize. The Jogan, Toneri exhaled, understanding that the text was trying to speak to him, or at least to test him. The symbols became more distinct as he focused. Even the Otsutsuki, a lost dialect of the gods themselves, were unfamiliar with the language. And there it was, a single line that drew his eye in the middle of the scroll. The path to the Jogan lies not in strength, but in the acceptance of one's true nature. To awaken the eye, the heart must first transcend the boundaries of the self. Toneri's brow furrowed. Surpass the limits of oneself? He couldn't understand the idea. Was power not the most important factor? Didn't the Otsutsuki want to rise and transcend, after all? The text on the scroll kept changing, exposing more pieces. The Jogan is not an eye to be claimed. It is an eye that claims the soul. It is the vision of a god, and only those who have truly seen themselves can awaken it. Toneri's thoughts whirled. The divine vision? Was it alluding to the transcendence of Shibai? He had never thought of the possibility that a mere being could regard themselves as a god, as something superior to the Otsutsuki. Was this how real power worked? Throughout his life, Toneri had been honing his bloodline and using the Tenseigan's power, but it had always been driven by something beyond himself. He would have to face his entire being in order to rise above the Otsutsuki. The realization made his heart hurt. He would have to transform into something else in order to awaken the Jogan. He would have to transcend his Otsutsuki ancestry and adopt a power unrestricted by their values or heritage. It was about becoming something completely different, not just about getting stronger. What was this new self, though? Toneri gazed at the symbols once more. The last words on the scroll burned into his brain. Only those who see with their true eyes will awaken the Jogan. Those who cannot face themselves will remain blind, even with the greatest of power. His thoughts were racing as he sat in the room's silence. Real eyes. The Jogan was a mirror that reflected one's innermost self, not a tool. It could only be wielded by those who could face their own darkness and embrace who they really were. Within him, a burst of chakra erupted, causing his Tensagen to flare out of control. He felt the energy rise inside of him and clenched his fists. For the first time, a vision appeared in front of him as his thoughts started to become hazy. Shibai was portrayed in this vision as something pure, devoid of all feelings, desires, and attachments, rather than as a god in the conventional sense. Shibai had transcended by overcoming himself rather than by subduing others. That's when Toneri understood. The Jogan was about understanding, not power. He was struck with the realization like a lightning strike. He would have to let go of everything that had made him who he was. The pride, the anger, the fixation on his ancestry. In order to unlock the Jogan, he would have to acknowledge that he was a creature with the ability to forge his own path rather than the final scion of the Otsutsuki. Toneri's eyes filled with tears, but they weren't tears of sorrow, they were tears of relief. His chakra was whirling around him like a tempest as he closed his eyes. He started to open his heart gradually, letting go of everything that had prevented him from moving forward. As he accepted the reality of his own existence, his perspective on the world changed. His mind became clear, and he experienced a warmth radiating from within him like the first light of dawn. He sensed the Jogan's first stirrings at that precise moment. It was his whole being that changed, not just his eyes. A god's power resided in his soul, not in his hands. Toneri Otsutsuki opened his eyes again and saw the world through the eyes of a god, the eyes of Shibai. His true destiny had awakened along with the Jogan. He was prepared. Naruto's ability to escape into his dreams had always been present. After long days of training and combat, he found solace in the routine of chasing adventures, foxes, and ramen. However, something was different tonight. The dream abruptly changed as Naruto reached for the bowl of ramen he had been pursuing, and the cozy, comfortable sensation was replaced by a chilly, unnerving presence. A figure materialized in front of him. It appeared as though reality itself was bending to the will of this being, distorting the world around him. The tall figure exuded an air of supernatural strength. His robes glowed dimly in the surreal room, his hair was short and white, and his skin was as pale as moonlight. With a glowing blue iris that seemed to see into Naruto's innermost thoughts, his eyes, which were as black as the night, had a sharp, intense gaze. Instinctively, Naruto halted and took a step back. He demanded, "Who the heck are you?" But there was a slight tremble in his voice. This figure was unlike anything he had ever seen in some way. The figure studied Naruto with silent, almost solemn eyes for a moment without saying anything. At last he spoke in a cool, authoritative voice. Naruto Uzumaki. On the figure's lips, the name seemed odd, as though it had more significance. "I have come to speak with you." Naruto crossed his arms and stepped back. "Yeah, about what?" His heart continued to race from the figure's overwhelming presence, but his usual arrogance returned. Only slightly did the figure's eyes soften. He said, "I have been watching you." There was no malice in his words, but there was a clear weight to them. "I am Toneri Otsutsuki." Although Naruto didn't fully express his surprise, his eyes widened. He was familiar with the name of the Otsutsuki clan. However, he knew very little about them. Naruto tried to piece things together and said, "Otsutsuki, wait, you're one of them?" Toneri's eyes remained fixed. "Yes, but that is not why I have come." Naruto stood up, still cautious but now more interested. "So, what do you want with me?" Toneri stepped forward, his eyes fixed. "I want to understand." Incredulous, Naruto blinked. "Understand what?" Toneri's voice took on a weight for the first time, and his eyes grew deeper as though he was looking for something. "I want to understand what drives you, Naruto Uzumaki. What is it that fuels you? That keeps you moving forward, even when the world seems to be against you?" Startled by the question, Naruto retreated a step. He was not accustomed to hearing that kind of thing. He had always acted instinctively, motivated by his desire to prove himself, be the best, and protect the people he loved. But now that Toneri was in front of him, Naruto had to stop. He had never given it much thought. Naruto paused, uncertain of how to respond, but Toneri's sharp eyes seemed to expect an answer. In an attempt to articulate the emotion that had always propelled him forward, he scratched the back of his head. I don't really know. I guess I just can't give up. People believe in me. I have friends who rely on me, and I can't let them down. Toneri remained silent for a while as she considered what Naruto had said. There was a slight shimmer of blue light in his eyes, as though Naruto's response spoke to something more profound. In reference to Naruto, Toneri remarked, so it is others who drive you, more to himself. You are not bound by personal ambition, but by the connections you forge. A powerful driving force, indeed. Naruto gave a small frown. What do you mean by that? What's so special about that? Toneri's eyes narrowed slightly and his face grew more serious. You are driven by something that is both your strength and your weakness, Naruto Uzumaki. Your desire to protect and to never give up on others. It is the very thing that will shape your future. Naruto was unsure of how to react to that. He could not yet fully comprehend the significance of Toneri's words, but there was something cryptic about them. Toneri's eyes grew gentler once more. I am not here to threaten you, Naruto. I do not wish to cause you harm. I simply wanted to understand what makes you, you. After a moment of motionlessness, Naruto shrugged. Well, I'm just me. I don't really know what else to say. After watching him for a while longer, Toneri nodded, as if something had finally dawned on him. He turned slightly as his form started to disappear into the dreamlike space, saying, very well. I understand now. But remember this, Naruto Uzumaki. Your strength is not in your power, but in the bonds you share. And the greatest battles you will face will not be the ones fought with fists, but with the hearts of those you hold dear. Naruto was alone in the silence of his dream when the figure vanished before he could say anything more. Naruto stood there for a while, taking in what had been said. Something about Toneri's meaning felt significant, even though he didn't fully understand it. He also experienced a feeling of unease for the first time in a long time, as though his path was about to change in ways he was still unable to understand. Naruto woke up with the first rays of dawn flooding his room as the dream faded into the night. Still uncertain as to whether the encounter had been genuine or merely a weird dream, he rubbed his eyes. However, something had changed inside of him, and he couldn't get rid of the feeling that he couldn't ignore what Toneri had said. Tonight was no exception to Sasuke's habit of never getting a good night's sleep. Thoughts of the world he had seen, the never-ending cycle of suffering, corruption, and war, raced through his head. Throughout his darkest hours, he was guided by a single vision: to transform the world into his likeness, rid it of all impurities, and rule over it with kindness. Nothing would deter him from his ultimate objective. A weird presence started to occupy the dreamscape as he lay in the dark, the familiar weight of his thoughts bearing down on him. Sasuke knew he wasn't completely awake, but his eyes flickered open. He didn't recognize the energy that made the air heavy. And then a figure appeared in front of him through the shifting shadows. The man was tall, with moon-white hair and pale skin. His robes gave off a subtle, otherworldly, ethereal shimmer. His eyes had a striking black sclera, white iris, and light blue pupils. He exuded an unsettling calmness and energy that instantly made Sasuke's instincts go into overdrive. Sasuke automatically drew on his chakra, prepared to attack, as his Sharingan flared. Who are you? Sasuke demanded in a stern, unyielding voice. The figure remained motionless, his face unreadable. The figure tilted his head slightly, examining Sasuke with a curiosity that was almost detached. I am Toneri Otsutsuki. Sasuke's gaze grew strained. Although he was not unfamiliar with the name, he had not come across it frequently. Toneri had a distinct aura from the others, despite the fact that the Otsutsuki clan was largely to blame for the world's chaos. With a sharp voice and unwavering focus, Sasuke asked, "What do you want with me?" Toneri's expression stayed neutral, but his eyes softened a little. I've come to understand you, Sasuke Uchiha. To understand the driving force behind your actions. I want to know what compels you to reshape the world. A trace of suspicion appeared in Sasuke's eyes as they flickered. Curious and skeptical at the same time, he said, "You've come all this way just to ask me that? You must know what I'm after." The dreamscape was filled with Toneri's presence as he moved closer. I know what you've told yourself. That you will purge the world of its corruption, that you will rule over it as a benevolent king. But I wonder, Sasuke Uchiha, do you understand what it truly means to reshape the world in your image? Sasuke's eyes hardened. I understand better than anyone. The world is broken, ruled by the corrupt and the weak. I will be the one to fix it. To bring order, to bring peace. But only through strength and control. A world where those who stand in the way of progress are crushed. Something unreadable sparkled in Toneri's eyes. A noble goal, perhaps. But a dangerous one as well. Despite a faint undertone of caution, his voice stayed composed. The path you seek to walk, the one of absolute control, comes with its own price. Power does not guarantee peace. Nor does it guarantee that those you rule will see you as a benevolent king. Sasuke's Sharingan swirled as his eyes narrowed even more. I've seen the consequences of weakness. I've seen the chaos brought by those who fail to act, who hesitate. Those who govern with empathy and compromise are often the ones who destroy everything. I've learned from their mistakes. No one will stand in my way. The world will bend to my will. For a long time, Toneri remained silent while examining Sasuke with an almost melancholy intensity. You speak of purging corruption, but corruption is not just in the world, Sasuke. It is within you, within all of us. Your desire for control, to bend the world to your image, is born from that same corruption. The question is not whether you can reshape the world, but whether you can reshape yourself first. Sasuke's chakra flared as his fists clenched. I will do whatever it takes. If the world needs to be reshaped by my hand, then so be it. Toneri's face slightly softened, as if she saw something in Sasuke's determination. You are not unlike me, Sasuke Uchiha. I too sought to change the world. I believed in strength above all else. But I learned that no amount of power can fill the emptiness within. You may conquer the world, but without understanding what lies at the heart of your own desire, you may find that your victory is hollow. Sasuke's eyes were cold and determined, and his gaze never wavered. I am not afraid of the cost. Toneri paused, seemingly thinking about what Sasuke had said. Then he spoke once more, bowing his head slightly. Then you will learn, as I did, that the greatest battles are not against others, but against yourself. I wish you the clarity to see your path through. Sasuke Uchiha. But remember, control can be a double-edged sword. Toneri's form started to wane before Sasuke could react, his ethereal presence vanishing into the dreamscape's darkness. Once again, Sasuke stood by himself, his heart pounding with an odd vigor. He kept thinking about what Toneri had said, but it didn't change his determination. He had a clear path. I will bring about the change this world needs, Sasuke steadily whispered to himself, no matter the cost. The dream then vanished, and Sasuke woke up as the sun rose. He still had a vivid vision of a world that had been reshaped and was under his control. In the back of his mind, however, was the weight of Toneri's words, unspoken but nonetheless heard. Toneri had been looking for the truth regarding Ashura and Indra's two reincarnations. His obsession had always been that one of them would deserve the powers that the Otsutsuki had given them. He had watched the world from a distance for years while living alone with his Tensagen, and now he had met these two creatures, whose fates were so closely linked to Earth's. Toneri kept thinking about the person who had most impressed him, Naruto Uzumaki. The prophecy's child. The one who had risen from lowly origins, overcoming every obstacle with a resolute faith in his own capacity to establish peace. Toneri had quietly admired Naruto's ascent to power. Naruto was worthy of the abilities he had been granted because of his spirit, his unwavering resolve, and most importantly, his pure heart, qualities that Ashura had once sought. Toneri muttered under his breath, Naruto. You are more than just a reincarnation. You are a force of nature. Your very existence shatters the ideals of the Otsutsuki. He remembered what they had talked about. Despite the overwhelming odds against him, Naruto's words were full of conviction and hope. In a world full of darkness, Naruto was a ray of hope. In addition to overcoming his personal hardship, he possessed the fortitude to inspire others with hope and a belief in a brighter future. He was deserving of Ashura's power because of this. Then there was Sasuke, though. As Toneri considered the Uchiha, his eyes grew gloomy. Sasuke had always been a challenging case. The reincarnation of Indra, complete with the burden, conceit, and haughtiness that accompanied that lineage. Sasuke's journey had been a dark one, molded by his desire for power and to rid the world of its imperfections, but he never once tried to comprehend or forgive the world. The curse that had afflicted the Uchiha for generations was reflected in his consuming hatred. Sasuke was incredibly strong and intelligent, but he had not yet fully grasped the importance of relationships, empathy, and forgiveness, qualities that had characterized Ashura's legacy. Sasuke was frequently oblivious to the actual power of comprehending others because of his need for control and his never-ending quest for meaning. Toneri had witnessed everything, from Sasuke's early fixation with retribution to his final attempts to use war to bring about peace. He was aware that, like Indra before him, Sasuke was still caught in the cycle of hatred in spite of all his power. Sasuke. You think you are above it all. Above emotions, above weakness. But you will never see peace until you learn to let go of that curse. Until you learn to embrace the very thing you seek to destroy, Toneri murmured. However, a conflict between Naruto and Sasuke, two sides of the same coin, might just be the impetus required for Sasuke to overcome his curse. Toneri thought about it. There had always been a noticeable tension between the two, and Toneri could see how their impending confrontation might finally force Sasuke to face his dark side. Sasuke might be saved by Naruto's unwavering faith in peace and his refusal to succumb to hatred. With a menacing sparkle in his eyes, Toneri pondered, a battle to end all battles. Naruto, your unwavering heart may be what saves Sasuke from himself. But it must be you who breaks him. Only in that final clash will Sasuke understand what true peace means. The day after his fight with Ashiki, that is. The neighborhood where Naruto lived was in ruins. The streets were littered with debris, and the village's core was marked by battle scars. Naruto was shocked that the entire Konoha Center had not been destroyed, though, because it could have been much worse. The scene in front of him still weighed heavily. With his hands on his hips, he stood amid the debris, looking around at the damage with a sense of both relief and remorse. That so much of the village was still intact was a miracle. He inhaled deeply, taking in the earthy smell of dust and splintered wood, and then set to work. Kneeling, Naruto pressed his hands to the floor. He had developed his ability to work with wood under Yamato's tutelage, which he had acquired through his mastery of Sage Mode. The broken structures and splintered beams gradually started to reshape themselves, with the raw materials creating strong substitutes. This method eased the strain on Yamato, who was already overburdened with repairs. Naruto muttered to himself, "This'll be back to normal in no time," but his genuine emotions were hidden by the worn-out tone of his voice. Villagers started to come out of their houses as the hours went by, moving carefully into the daylight. With a mix of appreciation and uneasiness on their faces, some observed him at work. Others conversed in whispers, which Naruto's keen ears picked up. "He saved us again," a villager remarked. One whispered, "Yeah, but at what cost? How many more times can we survive something like this?" The whispers didn't stop Naruto. In fact, since the battle, he had asked himself the same question numerous times. Every victory seemed to bring with it a wave of devastation, and although the village always recovered, it was more difficult to rebuild the damage done to the people, their safety and trust. His mind shifted to the future as he carried on with his repairs. The village was facing increasingly formidable and unearthly dangers. Even though Ashiki was vanquished, it was impossible to predict what would happen next. Although the Kage and their villages were powerful, Naruto couldn't get rid of the idea that the world needed someone more to defend it from dangers that were out of their grasp. He might have been that person. He was the only person who could have vanquished Ashiki, and now he was the only one who could resist the weird energy he had felt in the hospital. He felt more burdened than ever by the weight of that responsibility. He needed to be more powerful if the world was to encounter more dangers like Ashiki. Or perhaps those around him needed to be more resilient. The idea struck him like a lightning strike. Naruto exclaimed, his face beaming, "That's it," out loud. "Why didn't I think of that earlier?" "Since you're a fool. Do you recall?" Naruto frowned, instantly identifying the arrogant voice in his mind. "Kurama, stop talking." He could hear the fox's deep laugh. "Just stating the facts. Hey, you had enough time to figure out something so clear." Despite rolling his eyes, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Despite his sarcasm, Kurama was correct. It felt right to think of helping others, his village, his fellow soldiers, and perhaps even the world. His own strength was no longer the only factor. To safeguard the future, they would all have to rise together. He muttered to himself, "All right," as his resolve strengthened. "Time to stop doing this solo. If I'm going to protect this world, I've got to make sure everyone else is ready to protect it, too." Kurama's voice growled once more. "Let's watch how long it takes you to make a mistake." Naruto turned back to the repairs, his mind already buzzing with plans, and smiled, "Real supportive, Kurama." After assembling his friends using shadow clones, he teleported to his private training area. One of the benefits of being the Hokage's favorite knucklehead was that Tsunade had given him his own training area after he frequently complained about others attempting to use it. His friends were waiting for him when he got there. In secret, he had marked every person in Konoha with his Flying Thunder God Jutsu formula, which required weeks of patience and accuracy. The process of marking newborns was terrible. The most difficult task had been marking Tsunade. It was no easy task to avoid her keen senses and to endure her anger when she finally discovered the truth. But now that work was beginning to pay off. He had used the technique to train and strengthen his friends by teleporting them here. Naruto exclaimed, "Okay, listen up," with a voice full of energy. "We've faced some tough enemies before, but things out there are only going to get harder. If we're gonna survive, and protect everyone we care about, we need to step it up." Kiba crossed his arms and grinned. "So, what crazy idea do you have this time? And does it involve us nearly dying again?" Naruto chuckled. "No one's dying. Well, not unless you count the old, weak version of you. By the time we're done, you'll be stronger, faster, and ready to handle anything that comes your way." "What kind of training are we doing, Naruto?" Hinata asked softly, her eyes widening slightly. Naruto stated in a solemn tone, "It falls under the Anbu definition of excessive torture." At the training ground, everyone shivered. Naruto had never shown them such seriousness, and when he did, it was always a sign of trouble. Shikamaru rubbed the back of his neck and sighed deeply. "Troublesome. Are we sure we're not just being punished for something?" Naruto gave a headshake. "No punishments, Shikamaru. This is about survival. If we don't push ourselves past our limits now, we'll never stand a chance against what's coming." Kiba's self-assured grin wavered as he looked at Akamaru, who whimpered softly, That bad, huh?" Naruto gave a nod. "Worse." The group exchanged nervous looks, and the tension in the air grew. It said something that even Choji stopped eating his chips. Their doubts were dispelled by Naruto's voice as he clapped his hands. "But hey, we've been through worse, right? Remember Pain? Madara? The Pale Man? Ashiki, the guy the first fought yesterday? We came out on top every time because we refused to quit." Ino's eyebrow went up. "Yeah, but you were usually doing the heavy lifting in those fights." Naruto smiled, briefly reverting to his typical humor. "Exactly. And now it's time to make sure you can do the same." He pointed to a nearby arrangement of obstacle courses, dummies, and targets covered in seals. "The drills are designed to break you down and rebuild you into something unstoppable. First up, a test of endurance and chakra control. You're going to channel your chakra while running up those trees, backwards." Sakura crossed her arms and repeated, "Backwards?" While dodging kunai, smirking, Naruto continued, "And don't worry, I'll throw him slow, at first." There was an instant collective moan, but beneath it all was a glimmer of resolve. Naruto's belief in them and his seriousness were infectious. Naruto said, "Let's get started," and took a step back. "By the end of this, you'll thank me. Or hate me. Maybe both." With their screams and moans filling the air as Naruto pushed them harder than they believed was possible, the training officially started. He had ensured that his clones had enough kunai to last for several days. Being the world's hero had its benefits, but it had been costly. Luckily, Kurama had taken it upon himself to make sure Naruto didn't blow through it all at once. The villagers essentially gave Naruto a pile of money and warned him, "Don't spend it all on ramen, Naruto." Instead, everyone was covered in bruises and scars by the end of the day, with the exception of Naruto. The fact that their clothing was ripped and hardly intact was proof of how harsh the training had been. Naruto asked in a tone that was much too excited for them, "How do you guys feel? Ready for round 2? Everyone let out a collective groan of complete frustration. "Round 2? It's 10 p.m., Naruto." Naruto appeared genuinely perplexed as he blinked. "Yeah, it's early. How do you think I got this strong? I train 27 hours a day, 9 days a week, 400 days a year." Too exhausted to handle this, Shikamaru squeezed the bridge of his nose. "Naruto, that isn't even remotely possible." Naruto smiled, determination shining in his eyes. "Anything's possible, Shikamaru, now get back on those trees." Shikamaru let out a deep sigh. "Troublesome," he complained, but he and the others dragged themselves back to their spots. With his arms crossed and his voice booming with encouragement, Naruto watched as they resumed the drills. "Come on, guys. Keep it up. You'll thank me later, trust me." They all knew, deep down, that he was correct. For now, though, they were too tired to consider anything other than getting through the night. Toneri watched Naruto from a distance while remaining silent. He was able to observe the rigorous training taking place because the Jogan made it simple to see over long distances. "It seems he understands the benefit of having his friends grow strong enough to stand alongside him," Toneri grumbled. "But how far are they willing to go to achieve it?" His thoughts were interrupted by a voice behind him. "Who cares? They're all weak little humans anyway." Toneri turned to the speaker, his guard up but his expression neutral. In front of him were 3 more Otsutsuki. The first was a tall, broad-shouldered man whose bulky body was covered in garments that covered 3/4 of his face. A smaller, wiry, and sharp-eyed Otsutsuki sat idly on his right shoulder. With a fishing rod in hand, the final one hung to their side, floating effortlessly in midair as if they were playing with reality itself. Knowing their goal already, Toneri sighed. His tone showed his irritation, but he asked bluntly, "What do you want?" Perched on the first one's shoulder, the smaller Otsutsuki leaned forward, his face displaying a mixture of suspicion and interest. "How did you unlock the legendary Jogan?" he inquired. "You're not even a full-blooded Otsutsuki, yet you've achieved what only one among us ever has. And you've done so without consuming a single chakra fruit." Toneri squinted, his composure unwavering. "Why does it matter to you?" As though relishing the tension, the hovering Otsutsuki laughed and jerked in his imaginary line. "It matters because it defies the natural order. Power like that should not exist in someone. Incomplete." Toneri's eyes were keen, and his fists were clenched. "Perhaps the problem lies with your understanding of what's possible." At last, the tall one spoke, his deep voice rumbling like thunder in the distance. "Enough talk. Either reveal the secret of the Jogan, or we'll take it by force." Toneri changed his position, prepared for whatever lay ahead, and his lips curled into a slight smirk. "You can try, but you'll never be able to see yourself." A confrontation between the Otsutsuki was brewing, and the tension was tangible as the air around them grew heavy. Far below, Naruto and his companions were unaware of the danger that loomed above them. The moon's gray, desolate surface stretched endlessly around Toneri as he stood by himself in a huge crater. Only the faint hum of his own chakra broke the suffocating silence of the void. The vast emptiness of space loomed above him, speckled with far-off stars. Toneri whispered, "They were all talk," in a steady yet icy voice. "No one can challenge me." He looked at the strewn-about remains of his recent experience, shattered fragments of lunar rock, a few traces of energy still in the atmosphere. His quiet confidence was reflected in the faint glow of his Jogan. "But that matters not," he continued, looking down at Earth. In sharp contrast to the emptiness all around him, the vivid blue planet hung in the distance. Whispering, "The true challenge lies there." Toneri's face was unreadable. "And soon, they'll understand that." He moved forward, his form gradually disappearing into the crater's shadows, the moon's surface suddenly quiet again. The gentle sunlight coming in through his window woke Naruto. He felt energized, even though his friends had had a difficult day. He was conditioned to bounce back fast from years of hard fighting and training with masters like Jiraiya and Killer Bee. Naruto realized that his job was now to assist others in discovering their strength rather than to push himself to the limit. He went outside and inhaled deeply as the fresh morning air filled his lungs. As repairs went on, the sound of hammers and happy voices filled the village. It served as a reassuring reminder of the Konoha people's tenacity. But beneath that exterior, Naruto sensed something more substantial, a cloud of doubt looming over the village. When Naruto got to the training area, his friends were already there. They were already going through warm-ups despite the harsh exercises from the night before, and their expressions showed how determined they were. Sakura said, "Morning, Naruto," placing her hands on her hips. "We've been waiting." Naruto smiled, displaying his characteristic vigor. "Morning. I thought you guys would be sleeping in after yesterday." Shikamaru rubbed his neck and sighed. "Troublesome as always, Naruto. You said it yourself. Things are only going to get tougher. We can't afford to slack off." With her Byakugan already engaged, Hinata nodded softly while practicing precise blows on a training dummy. A wave of pride washed over Naruto. Although his friends had always been resilient in their own right, they were now starting to grasp the situation more thoroughly. "All right." He clapped his hands. "Today's not about me pushing you. It's about you finding your rhythm. We've trained hard, but now it's time to figure out what you're best at and make it your weapon." Kiba arched an eyebrow. "You mean, like, specialize? Don't we already do that?" Naruto gave a headshake. "Not just specialize, master it. In the fights ahead, teamwork and precision will matter more than raw power. Think about it. Every time we've faced someone strong, it wasn't just strength that won. It was strategy. We need to be smarter than our enemies." He stopped and looked at them all. "You've all got crazy potential, and it's time to bring that out." Toneri, meanwhile, was standing on the moon's surface far above, staring at Earth. He could still feel the other Otsutsuki's presence and the warning echo of their words. He balled his fists up. His glowing eye flared to life as he whispered, "The Jogan. They don't understand its purpose. They only see power, not the responsibility that comes with it. The crater behind him was quiet, a sharp reminder of his recent run-in. For the time being, the other Otsutsuki had retreated, but their curiosity and greed had not been satisfied. A subtle hum, a surge of energy that seemed to pierce the emptiness, broke Toneri's thoughts. His face hardened as he turned abruptly. His eyes narrowed as he concentrated on the source, another disturbance. A dim light appeared on the moon's surface horizon, becoming brighter and more variable. Toneri moved forward, examining the anomaly with his Jogan. An Anbu agent showed up in a swirl of leaves, interrupting Naruto's training session back in Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto, the masked person uttered in an urgent tone. "What's up?" Naruto inquired, his smile disappearing as he became aware of the ANBU's tense posture. "There's been a disturbance near the Land of Lightning. It's faint, but it resembles the energy signature detected during Ashiki's arrival." Naruto furrowed his brow. "You're saying it could be another Otsutsuki?" The Anbu gave a nod. "Lady Tsunade has summoned you. She's requested an immediate meeting." Naruto looked at his companions. He said, "Looks like our break's over," in a somber tone. Excitement was in the air as Naruto got ready to go to the Hokage's office. The world appeared to be far from safe, even though the fight against Ashiki had been a turning point. Toneri watched from somewhere high above Earth, his determination solidifying. He was aware that whatever was approaching would put Naruto and the relationships he was trying to fortify to the test. "Protect them, Naruto," Toneri muttered, "because if you fail, no one else can." With a hint of curiosity tempering his typically bold energy, Naruto teleported to the Hokage's office. "What's going on, Ba-chan?" he inquired, looking for hints in Tsunade's severe expression. "Naruto, as the Anbu I sent out to collect you mentioned, there has been an energy signature near the Land of Lightning that is similar to Ashiki. I want you to go check it out." In response, Naruto said, "I'm on it." With his mastery of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu so advanced that he no longer needed physical markers to make the jump, Naruto teleported to the Land of Lightning. Nevertheless, he secretly dispersed his Flying Thunder God Jutsu formulas throughout the region as a safety measure. After all, you could never be too cautious. He grinned to himself. If the other countries ever discovered this small habit of his, they would go insane. He had, of course, ensured their blissful ignorance. He looked around, at the tall green trees that swayed softly in the wind and the short, thick bushes that rustled softly. At first glance, the forest appeared serene, but Naruto's gut told him otherwise. His senses were on high alert as he tensed. As he adjusted to his surroundings, Naruto crouched slightly, his hand lightly touching the ground. He briefly closed his eyes so that his acute senses could concentrate. An almost undetectable but distinctly alien ripple of energy pulsed through the atmosphere. A shadow darted through the trees out of nowhere. Naruto's eyes opened, piercing and intent. A blur of motion lunged toward him, and he sidestepped without hesitation. A nearby tree was split in half by the force of the blow, sending splinters and bark flying. Lightly standing up, Naruto evaluated the assailant. Despite being humanoid, the figure was obviously not natural. Its lanky frame and pale, featureless face were unnerving, and its glowing eyes stared at him with an almost predatory intensity. With a mutter, "Great, something weird again," Naruto cracked his knuckles. Guess it wouldn't be the first time. The figure remained silent. Rather, it lunged once more, its movements frighteningly rapid. Naruto countered with a sweeping kick directed at its legs, narrowly avoiding the blow. Naruto's brow furrowed as the creature gracefully and precisely flipped over the attack. He acknowledged, "You're quick," and planted his feet firmly. He quickly reached into his pouch and produced a kunai bearing his Flying Thunder God formula. "But I've dealt with fast before." The figure raised an arm after tilting its head in a curious manner. In its palm, a crackling sphere of energy began to form, growing brighter by the moment. It threw the orb at Naruto in a sudden motion. Instantly reacting, Naruto used the kunai he had just thrown to teleport behind the figure. He whirled around in midair, creating a Rasengan with his hand and slamming it in the direction of the figure's back. The creature was hurled into a tree after the attack was successful. The trunk was knocked to the ground by the impact's force, which splintered it. After landing, Naruto carefully observed the dust clearing. To his annoyance, the figure appeared to be unharmed and stood. Once more, its luminous eyes centered on him, this time with what appeared to be acknowledgement. Naruto asked in a serious tone, "What are you?" The figure remained silent. Rather, it put a hand to its chest and its body started to disintegrate, shimmering into light particles that drifted upward. It vanished in a matter of seconds, leaving behind only a slight hum of lingering energy. With his mind racing, Naruto remained motionless. This thing, whatever it was, wasn't acting at random. It seemed intended, as if it were putting him to the test. But why? He muttered, "I don't like this," and took one final look around before teleporting back to Konoha. Naruto appeared in the Hokage's office, and Tsunade looked up from her desk. With a sharp tone, she inquired, "What did you find?" Naruto scowled. "Something weird." It didn't say anything, but it wasn't just some random monster. It was testing me, and it wasn't weak, either. Tsunade's face grew serious. "Testing you?" Naruto gave a nod. "Yeah. It didn't stick around for long, though. Disappeared before I could figure anything out." Tsunade sat back in her chair and looked off into space. "This isn't a coincidence. We need to double our patrols and keep an eye on the skies. If something's testing you, it's preparing for something bigger." Naruto gave a nod. "Whatever it is, we'll deal with it, like always." Naruto couldn't get rid of the uneasy feeling that this was just the beginning as he walked out of the office. A new challenge was emerging somewhere, and it was keeping an eye on him. Ashiki's loud voice reverberated through a darkened room far away. With an impatient tone, he demanded, "What did you find out?" The cyborg said, "He is strong," in a cool but slightly suspicious tone. "I know that," Ashiki yelled, clearly frustrated. "He's nearly killed me twice." With his artificial eyes shining menacingly, the cyborg cocked his head slightly. "Nature surrounds him. It tries to become a part of him, but it cannot. He is the definition of power. The jutsu he used on me nearly obliterated me. Even Delta's laser beam, which cannot harm me, didn't compare to his strength." Ashiki's mind raced as his eyes grew wide. Even the enormous devastation that Delta's laser beam can cause is nothing compared to what he had to deal with. If that jutsu is capable of nearly destroying him, then Naruto has surpassed my expectations. The realization weighed heavily on Ashiki, who clenched his fists. This wasn't good. The odds were changing, and the unbeatable Ashiki experienced a brief moment of uncertainty for the first time in a long time. Naruto strolled through the busy streets of Konoha, his thoughts repeating Tsunade's instructions and the ANBU's warning. He was aware that the threat he faced could tip the balance of power in every country, making it more than just another conflict. Ashiki, meanwhile, focused on the cyborg back in the chamber. "What is your recommendation? Do we strike now, or do we wait?" As he considered the question, the cyborg's bright eye briefly went out. "Rushing in will ensure failure. We must gather more data. Probe his limits, learn his weaknesses. I was only a preliminary test. Next time, we'll send something more formidable." Ashiki nodded, already planning their next course of action. "Do it. And make no mistake, Naruto Uzumaki will fall. It's only a matter of time." They had no idea that Toneri was watching too. He watched the events unfold with increasing uneasiness from his perch on the moon. He was aware that the fate of the Earth was in jeopardy and that the balance of power was dangerously shifting. With his Jogan pulsing, Toneri whispered, "Uzumaki. They're preparing to strike again. But this time, you won't face them alone." Naruto returned to Konoha and found his friends sparring at the training grounds. As Naruto got closer, Sakura and Hinata stopped practicing. Sakura wiped her perspiration from her forehead and remarked, "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Not a ghost," Naruto said in a solemn tone. "Something worse." His determination hardened as he glanced at his friends. "We need to step up our training. Whatever's coming, it's bigger than anything we've ever faced. And this time, we fight not just for Konoha, but for the whole world." Ashiki stood in Amato's cold, sterile lab, staring at the scientist with his sharp eyes. His usual air of superiority was shattered by thoughts of his repeated failures against Naruto, and his frustration was barely contained. Ashiki demanded in a low, menacing voice, "Is there anything you can do to make me stronger than that Uzumaki brat?" Amato sat at a nearby terminal and rubbed his chin reflectively. His keen intellect was already assessing risks and rewards and calculating potential outcomes. Slowly, "There is something," he said. "I could inject you with some of Shibei's cells to see if you awaken a Shinjutsu." An evil gleam glowed in Ashiki's eyes. When he said, "Yes, yes. Do that," his voice was full of excitement. Amato paused for a moment. "I must warn you, Ashiki. Shibei's cells are highly unstable. The procedure could grant you power beyond imagination, or it could destroy you." Ashiki's face became stern. "I am a god. I will not be destroyed by mere cells. Proceed." Suppressing his fear, Amato sighed. His hands moved quickly over a number of controls as he started setting up the apparatus. Out of a refrigerated compartment came vials filled with a golden liquid that was glowing faintly. With a vial in hand, Amato clarified, "These are Shibei's cells, infused with his divine essence. They hold the potential for immense power. But even you may not fully control it." "Ashiki, I don't need your warnings," Amato yelled. "Just do it." Despite his best efforts to maintain composure, Amato's fingers trembled a little as he inserted the vial into an injector. He looked over at Ashiki. "Lie down on the table. The injection must be administered directly into your core to ensure full integration." Ashiki obeyed, lying on the operating table with a confident stance. Over Ashiki's chest, where the faint glow of his Kama mark pulsed rhythmically, Amato carefully placed the injector. "This will hurt," Amato whispered. As it penetrated Ashiki's body and flooded him with Shibei's cells, the injector hissed. The room fell silent for a moment. Then Ashiki's body exploded with a dazzling light that cast an unearthly glow over the lab. As the cells started to blend with Ashiki's spirit, his body trembled. The walls of the lab shook as his voice broke into a savage roar. Amato took a step back, protecting his face from the intense heat that Ashiki's metamorphosis was radiating. At last the light dimmed. Ashiki got up from the table, his eyes a spooky golden light. At first glance, his body appeared unaltered, but there was an overwhelming presence in the air around him. "Power," Ashiki muttered, his fists clenched. "I can feel it coursing through me." Amato, ever the observer, studied Ashiki intently. "How do you feel? Any instability?" With a cunning smile on his face, Ashiki turned to confront him. "I feel invincible." Unnoticed in the moment, a subtle ripple of energy escaped from Ashiki without either of them realizing it. Toneri and even Naruto sensed it far away, a disruption unlike anything they had ever experienced. While still in Konoha, Naruto stopped talking to Sakura and Shikamaru. His senses tingled with discomfort. "Did you guys feel that?" Shikamaru scowled. "Feel what?" With his eyes fixed on the horizon, Naruto remained silent. "Something's changed, and it's not good." Ashiki grinned broadly as he demonstrated his newfound strength back in the lab. "Uzumaki won't stand a chance. The end of his era begins now." Sasuke had been keeping low for some time. He had to make sure he had the strength to face the man he had called the Watcher. He wasn't sure he could at the moment. He was plagued by that persistent doubt. In addition to being strong, the Watcher's presence was oppressive, like a shadow hanging over Sasuke's thoughts. Sasuke was restrained not by fear but by the cold, calculated knowledge that a careless move would result in death. And then there was that altercation. Even from a great distance, Sasuke had sensed it, a tidal wave of energy rushing through the fabric of space. There was no mistaking it. The Watcher had engaged in combat with yet another formidable foe. Sasuke knew the outcome of the battle without having to see it happen. He sensed it. Their energies colliding like a storm that threatened to split the world apart. The conflict had begun as a meeting of titans. However, the Watcher's chakra started to wane as the battle went on, fluttering like a dying flame. Sasuke was about to accept the conclusion when a tidal wave of energy erupted from the Watcher. It was a total destruction of the opposition, not merely a resurgence. The other presence was gone, extinguished as if it had never been there. Sasuke scowled as he gazed off into the distance. Did the Watcher really have that much power? The fact that the heavens had selected him as their champion during his lowest point and guaranteed his victory seemed almost unbelievable, like something from a myth. Sasuke knew better, though. God did not intervene in that situation. At the edge, the Watcher's own power was released. And yet, it seemed too unlikely, almost corny, to be true. He shook his head and scoffed. A dry smirk curved his lips as he asked, "What are the chances he actually awakened that kind of power in the middle of a fight? Then again, what am I kidding? I've met Ninja Jesus, and he's been dead for over 1,000 years." As Sasuke turned his back on the edge of the cliff, the thought continued to nag at him. There were more questions than answers regarding the Watcher's existence if he had actually unlocked such a powerful force. Who was he? What did he intend to accomplish? Why did his chakra feel that way? Are you familiar? As he examined the subtle remnants of energy still present in the atmosphere, Sasuke's eyes narrowed and his Rinnegan instinctively activated. Even though the fight was over days ago, the leftover chakra had a tale to tell. He ran a hand across his sword's hilt. "I'll find you," he whispered to himself, "whoever you are." However, there was still another issue. A tremendous force that seemed to have come straight down from the Pure Lands to Earth had sent a shockwave of power rippling through the air yesterday. Sasuke was very uneasy about it. Given that a divine entity might get in the way, how could he accomplish his objectives? He was stronger than Madara had ever been. Could his strength, however, equal something divine? He might have a chance in Ironheart mode. Even so, he was plagued by uncertainty. Perhaps he could defeat it if he could capture all of his body's kinetic energy. Perhaps. All of it was speculation, a risky game of, what if? Sasuke's mind was racing with uncertainty as he clenched his fists. He had to strike now, before this divine presence intensified, if he wished to do so. A calm, smooth voice behind him said, "Strike now, huh?" Sasuke's hand flitted to his sword and he spun, his Sharingan flaming to life. He was prepared to murder anyone who had the audacity to approach him. However, his expression changed to one of bewilderment as soon as his gaze fell on the man in front of him. "Why are you here?" The person in front of him grinned, his pale, otherworldly eyes glimmering dimly. "Oh, me? I'm here to talk with you, obviously," Toneri Otsutsuki said in an almost light-hearted tone. Sasuke gripped his sword more tightly. "How did you get here? The last time I saw you, you were in my dreams." Toneri said, "I can go wherever I wish, Sasuke," and stepped forward. "Dreams, reality, it's all the same to me now. But I didn't come here to flaunt my abilities. I came here to warn you." Sasuke tensed his posture and narrowed his eyes. "Warn me? About what?" A serious seriousness took the place of Toneri's smirk. "The power you felt yesterday. That wasn't just any divine energy. That was the awakening of something, or someone, beyond anything this world has ever faced. And if you don't tread carefully, you'll be the first to be consumed by it." Sasuke's thoughts were racing. "You mean the Watcher?" Toneri furrowed her brows. "The Watcher? Is that who you call him?" "No, Sasuke. This is something else entirely. The Watcher might be powerful, but this is ancient, primordial, and it's coming." Sasuke's jaw tightened as he attempted to stifle the uneasiness that was rising within him. "Why tell me all this? What's your angle?" Toneri gave a small laugh, but it was a serious one. "My angle? Let's just say I have no love for what's coming, either. It's a threat to us all, Otsutsuki and human alike. And whether I like it or not, you're one of the few capable of standing against it." With a look of mistrust on his face, Sasuke glared at him. "You're Otsutsuki. Why would you care what happens to this world?" Toneri's eyes softened and briefly showed signs of vulnerability. "Because I've seen what happens when that power is unleashed. I've lived it, Sasuke. And I'll do anything to stop it from happening again." Sasuke's guard was still up, but his hold on his sword loosened a little. "If you know so much, then tell me how to stop it." Toneri gave a headshake. "I can't give you all the answers, but I can tell you this. If you want to survive what's coming, you'll need to unlock a power within yourself that even you can't yet comprehend." Sasuke laughed. "Cryptic as ever. If you're just here to waste my time." "Patience," said Toneri abruptly in a firm voice. "You're not ready yet, but you will be. And when the time comes, I'll be watching." Toneri's form glowed before Sasuke could react, vanishing into light particles that splintered into the atmosphere. Sasuke stood there, the encounter still fresh in his mind. His eyes moved to the horizon, where the tiniest trace of dawn was beginning to emerge. The burden of Toneri's revelation settled on his shoulders, making the world feel heavier now. His resolve hardened as he ran a hand over his sword's hilt once more. "I don't need to comprehend anything. I just need to win." Sasuke then turned and vanished into the darkness, prepared to push himself to the limit. As he watched his friends, no, his family, strive through the demanding regimen, Naruto stood in the middle of the training area with his arms folded. There was a fire in their eyes despite their groans of tiredness. Knowing that fire would be what got them through the difficulties that lay ahead, he smiled a little. He had been tense for several days. That rush of energy was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Primitive, that is. Divine. Even more so than Ashiki, Hagoromo, and Toneri, if not more so. His smile wavered as a sudden chill went down his spine. There was an unfamiliar, heavy energy in the air. In his head, Kurama's voice growled. "Something is about to happen, Naruto." Naruto furrowed his brows. "Yes, I also sense it. However, what?" A glimmer of light burst in the sky above the training ground before he had time to process the feeling. Naruto instinctively shielded his eyes from the blinding glow. A silhouette against the evening sky loomed in the air as the light faded. The tall figure appeared to shimmer like moonlight while wearing ethereal white robes. Their piercing eyes radiated an otherworldly power, and their skin glowed faintly. Naruto immediately recognized the energy and narrowed his eyes. It was pure, old, and relentless, unlike anything he had ever seen. A tense silence descended upon the training ground, and his friends halted their exercises, their eyes fixed on the figure. He teleported all of his friends away from whoever this was right away. They posed a threat. He sensed that they were rolling off the intent to kill. To teleport everyone in the village away from them, he created shadow clones. The figure remarked, Naruto, seems like you are as strong as ever. With contempt, Naruto remarked, I could say that about you too, Ashiki. Ashiki grinned, his amused golden eyes shining. So you recognize me? I'm impressed, he said. I would expect no less from someone who's been such a thorn in my side. The familiar weight of Kurama's chakra stirred inside Naruto, causing his fists to tighten. Kurama said in a low, cautious voice, Be careful, Naruto. The Ashiki you previously battled is not this one. There's something different about his presence, more risky. Kurama's wisdom was not necessary for Naruto to understand that. Ashiki was no longer alone. He now possessed a power that seemed to bend reality around him and reverberate through the atmosphere. Despite the mental storm, Naruto's voice remained steady as he demanded, What do you want? Didn't you get enough of a beating the last time we fought? Ashiki gave a low, irritating laugh. He looked across the deserted training area and said, Oh, I assure you, I've had plenty of time to reflect on our last encounter. But I didn't come here to reminisce about old battles. You've grown cautious. Teleporting your loved ones away at the first sign of danger, admirable, if futile. Naruto's chakra spiked as he glared. Cut to the chase, Ashiki. What are you doing here? Ashiki grinned more broadly. Think of me as a remnant, a fragment of the great power I once wielded. But even a fragment is enough to bring this world to its knees. Although Naruto's jaw tensed, he remained unflinching. If you think I'm just going to stand by and let you try, you've got another thing coming. Ashiki cocked his head, seemingly sympathetic. Always so brash, so predictable. But this time, you won't be the one setting the rules. Ashiki flicked his wrist, unleashing a wave of energy that ripped through the training ground, causing the earth to split apart and black stone spires to jut out from below. With the ground trembling beneath him, Naruto barely managed to jump back, his feet skidding across the uneven terrain. With a voice full of defiance, Naruto yelled, Is that all you've got? Cold amusement gleamed in Ashiki's golden eyes. Far from it, he answered in a calm, piercing voice. Above Naruto, a cube of compressed space appeared and quickly descended. With a deafening crash that sent debris flying in all directions, he jumped to the side just in time to see the cube crash into the ground. With a Rasengan blazing in his hand, Naruto launched himself toward Ashiki before the dust had had time to settle. Ashiki sidestepped at the last second with unnerving ease as he got closer. A chakra rod appeared in Ashiki's hand and was driven into Naruto's right arm in a single, fluid motion. Pain shot through Naruto, making him wince, but he had no time to respond. Ashiki immobilized Naruto by moving like a phantom and inserting chakra rods into his left arm, legs, and then torso. His chakra's flow was interrupted by the suppressive energy pulsed by the rods. Refusing to scream, Naruto clenched his teeth. You think, this is enough to stop me? Ashiki's expression was unreadable as she gazed down at him. I don't need to stop you, Naruto. I only need to remind you of your limits. Ashiki raised Naruto into the air with a hand flick, using the rods as anchors. Naruto's chakra flickered weakly as he fought against the binding force. Ashiki teased, Not using any tricks like last time? Despite the blood on his lips, Naruto's voice remained steady as he asked, Tricks? I don't need any tricks to beat you. Ashiki's expression was unreadable but tinged with silent disdain as he tilted his head. You're bleeding out, impaled by chakra rods, and barely standing. I could end this at any moment, yet you jest. Despite his labored breathing, Naruto's determination was more intense than before. As his aura started to shift, there was a low rumble that sounded like distant thunder. It wasn't the fiery light of Kurama's power or the dazzling energy of chakra. It was something more profound, unadulterated, and primordial. It came from the very center of his being rather than from skill or strength. As if unable to contain the force emanating from him, the chakra rods embedded in his body trembled and then broke apart into ash. Naruto slowly stood up, erect in the midst of the destruction. His body shook, not with weakness but with unwavering resolve, his fists clenched. The training field was reduced to a wasteland by the weight of his presence, causing the ground beneath him to further crack and crater. Behind him, a shapeless shadow of his will appeared to solidify, a manifestation of his determination looming like a protective ghost. Ashiki saw the shift and his eyes narrowed. It's not chakra, this power, what is it? With unwavering defiance in his eyes, Naruto glanced up at him. You can talk all you want, but I've got something you'll never understand. Ashiki asked icily, and what's that? My will. The ground broke beneath Naruto's feet as he launched himself forward. Every blow carried the weight of his conviction as he moved more quickly and sharply. He delivered a blow to Ashiki's face. As easily as before, the Otsutsuki sidestepped, but this time it appeared as though Naruto's attack was causing ripples in the air. As Naruto spun in midair and kicked him in the side, Ashiki's smirk vanished. The force sent Ashiki skidding backward, his feet digging trenches into the broken ground as he blocked it. Ashiki said, interesting, in a softer tone. You've tapped into something beyond chakra, beyond physical strength. But willpower alone cannot change the inevitable. Despite his battered body, Naruto refused to back down. Then come and prove it. Ashiki said, interesting, in a softer tone. You've tapped into something beyond chakra, beyond physical strength. But willpower alone cannot change the inevitable. Despite his battered body, Naruto refused to back down. Then come and prove it. Ashiki steadied himself, his eyes shining. This time, I'll end it, Naruto. You will learn the hard way that even the strongest can be crushed. With his Baryon mode cloak radiating from him, Naruto's body surged with overwhelming power, flooding the surrounding area with crushing pressure and intense light. He looked directly at Ashiki and sprang forward without thinking. Ashiki braced himself against the devastating blow that could have broken a mountain by raising his right forearm to block. The entire training ground was fractured by the impact, which sent a web of cracks rippling outward. See my profile for the meme about universal attacks versus Earth's surface. Ashiki grunted and threw Naruto away, but Naruto's tail swung out, wrapping itself around Ashiki and securing Naruto firmly. Despite his best efforts, Ashiki was unable to break free. Naruto landed hard, causing the ground to tremble from the sheer force of his presence. He started to move in Ashiki's direction, pulling him in with his relentless tail grip. Naruto's intense gaze pierced Ashiki's golden eye, which narrowed as he dangled in midair, probing into his very soul, or lack thereof. You think just because you got some power up, you can come to my village, threaten my friends, and endanger my people just to get to me? Naruto asked in a menacing, low voice that was so full of rage that it made the air feel heavy. His words lingered in the tense silence for a brief moment. No matter how many times you try this, I will stop you. Ashiki's golden eyes glowed menacingly as his lips formed a sneer. Chakra rods suddenly appeared in midair and shot deadly accuracy in Naruto's direction. Naruto released his hold on Ashiki as he ducked under the first rod. In a quick, fluid move, Naruto grabbed the first rod out of the air and used it to deflect the others as the Otsutsuki flew upward, trying to regain the advantage. In a flash, Naruto disappeared and resurfaced behind Ashiki. Naruto delivered a devastating kick to the Otsutsuki's back before he could respond, sending him flying to the ground. The earth beneath Ashiki was shattered by the thunderous impact, and dust and debris flew everywhere. Ashiki's face twisted in shock as he coughed up blood. The taste of blood on his tongue made him think, it's impossible. As a god, how can I be diminished to this? Naruto precisely landed on top of Ashiki before he could collect his thoughts, pinning him down with an iron grip. As the dust settled around them, Naruto's unflinching scowl became visible. This ends now, Naruto declared in a determined tone. Struggling under Naruto's weight, Ashiki snarled. His golden eyes blazed with rage as he spat. You dare humiliate me like this? I am a god. You are nothing but a mortal clinging to fleeting power? Naruto's eyes remained fixed. You're no god. You're just another coward trying to play one. And I'll remind you what happens to anyone who threatens what I hold dear. Ashiki let out a defiant roar. His body glowed as he started to call forth a wave of energy to escape. However, Naruto foresaw the move and, before Ashiki could fully react, slammed a Rasengan into his chest. Ashiki was driven farther into the broken ground by the attack's sheer force, leaving a crater that seemed to reverberate with Naruto's determination. Naruto growled, his voice steady despite the physical toll the battle was taking on him. Give it up, Ashiki, he said. You've already lost. However, Ashiki started laughing as Naruto was speaking, a shiver-inducing, guttural sound. Ashiki's fist roared through the air, sending Naruto flying across the newly created battlefield after slamming into his face with vicious precision. The impact was so powerful that the earth shook as Naruto's body dug a deep trench into the ground. With a slight groan, Naruto stood up and cleared the dust and debris from his worn cloak. His sharp eyes fixed on Ashiki, evaluating his adversary. Now he could see that adrenaline was driving Ashiki's abrupt increase in strength. This will work out for me if I can just outlast him for an hour, Naruto thought grimly, his resolve growing stronger. Ashiki was impatient. His leg sliced through the air in a destructive arc that was directed at Naruto's head as he launched himself at him. However, Ashiki's kick struck the ground instead, shattering it even more, as Naruto ducked at the last second. Already scarred and cracked, the battlefield now looked like a web of devastation. Ashiki charged forward once more without hesitation, this time aiming for Naruto's midsection. Naruto, however, was prepared. Naruto struck Ashiki in the stomach with a forceful blow that landed with a loud thud as Ashiki got closer. Ashiki stumbled backward as the force of the punch caused his body to jerk violently. His golden eyes blazed with anger and resolve, but his coughing left a faint stain of blood on his lips. Ashiki growled, "You're resilient," in a venomous voice. But resilience alone won't save you. Naruto maintained an unwavering expression and a firm stance. "You talk too much," he retorted in a cool but forceful tone. "I've already figured you out, Ashiki. That adrenaline boost you're riding on, it's temporary. All I have to do is hold you off until you burn out." Ashiki grinned, his mouth's corners quivering. "Clever. But do you really think you can last that long against me? Let's find out." Ashiki vanished in an instant and was almost impossible to follow due to his speed. Sensing Ashiki's movements, Naruto's eyes darted across the battlefield, allowing him to avoid a barrage of fast-moving blows. Ashiki's blows were powerful enough to further shatter the ground, but Naruto kept one step ahead of them, skillfully dodging each one. Naruto was losing energy despite his best efforts. Every movement felt heavier than the last due to the strain of Baryon mode. Refusing to back down, he balled his fists. "All I have to do is outlive him. It only takes an hour." The surrounding environment kept collapsing as the battle raged on. As Ashiki's attacks became more unpredictable and his frustration increased, huge pieces of earth were flung into the air. He finally halted his attack in the middle and gave Naruto a chilly glare. Ashiki growled, "You're stalling," in short, sharp gasps, "and it's starting to annoy me." Naruto wiped a drop of perspiration from his forehead, his resolve unwavering despite his labored breathing. He shot back, "If it's working, then I'll keep doing it." Ashiki's grimace turned into a sneer. With a thrust of his hand, a huge black cube of compressed space was conjured and swiftly descending toward Naruto. Naruto grunted as he leapt clear, sending a shockwave through the battlefield as the cube smashed into the ground. Both fighters were aware that time was running out. It was a battle of endurance as much as strength, and each second brought Naruto one step closer to his objective. Sakura stood at the edge of the tree line, far from the battlefield, staring at the smoke rising from the village with her fists clenched. Her voice was hardly audible above a whisper as she asked, "Do you think Naruto can handle it?" Kakashi looked the same way, his visible eye unreadable but calm. "It's Naruto. He always finds a way." Sai stood next to them, expressionless. "But we don't even know what's happening. Ashiki's presence alone is enough to tip the odds against us. If Naruto's fighting him, it's bound to be dangerous." Sakura's expression was one of frustration as she turned to face Kakashi. "Then why aren't we doing anything? Why are we just standing here?" A hint of guilt flickered across Kakashi's face as he turned to face her. Naruto made it clear, if Ashiki is here, then the village's safety comes first. That's why he had us evacuate everyone. If we interfere now, we could risk everything he's trying to protect. After remaining silent up until this point, Shikamaru crossed his arms and let out a sigh. With his keen eyes fixed on the smoke, he tilted his head and said, "Naruto isn't one to fight recklessly. If he thought he needed us, we'd be in there already. For now, we stick to the plan." "But what if he's—" Sakura interrupted herself, unable to complete the sentence. Kakashi's tone became softer. "He's not. Not yet. Naruto doesn't give up that easily." Naruto stood over Ashiki on the battlefield, his Baryon mode cloak still in place but flickering. The ground was broken and scarred from their protracted conflict, and the once pristine landscape had been reduced to rubble. Naruto's brow was dripping with sweat, but he remained steadfast in his posture. The battle was over. Ashiki was sprawled in front of him, his once powerful aura almost completely gone. His pride was in ruins and his body was battered. Ashiki experienced the bitterness of defeat for the first time in thousands of years. Naruto's stern, uncompromising gaze pierced him. He paused, his voice heavy with resolve, and said, "You think power makes you untouchable. You think you can use people, destroy lives, and walk away without consequences. You're wrong. I give you a chance to change, like I've given others. But you've crossed a line no one can return from. Ashiki sneered, his voice raspy but unwavering. You don't understand what you're dealing with. My existence is eternal. You may win this battle, but you can't kill an Otsutsuki. Naruto's face grew serious. He raised his hands and carefully formed seals, saying, I don't need to kill you to stop you. There's a fate worse than death for someone like you. Ashiki recognized the ancient hand signs, and his golden eyes widened. No, impossible. That technique is forbidden, lost to time. Naruto chanted, Fuinjutsu, Mugen no Insho, with a powerful reverberation. Glowing white marks appeared on the Otsutsuki's body as soon as his hand touched Ashiki's chest, burning into his skin and clothing like a brand. Ashiki was imprisoned by the complex patterns created by the marks, which glowed with energy. No! Ashiki screamed, fighting the indestructible force that held him. You can't do this, I am a god. Naruto took a step back while the seals finished their task, his eyes unwavering and steady. Ashiki's form was engulfed in a brilliant flash of white light that illuminated the battlefield. Ashiki was gone, sealed away, his existence removed from the world as the light dimmed. Due to the strain of the fight and the technique, Naruto collapsed to one knee. As he looked around the battlefield, he inhaled deeply, allowing the last of his Baryon mode to fade. The battle was over. Sakura gasped as the oppressive energy that had hung in the air subsided and the ground stopped trembling back at the tree line. Sai whispered, it's over, as his keen eyes scanned the horizon. Naruto did it. Sakura's hands shook and her shoulders slumped in relief. He really did it. A tiny smile tugged at Kakashi's lips. Of course he did. He's Naruto. Shikamaru crossed his arms and let out a deep breath, his tension releasing. Let's get back to the village. If Naruto used that much power, he's going to need help. His muscles ached as he clenched his fist, but he also felt the thrill of triumph. For the time being, the people he cared about were safe. You did good, brat, Kurama's tired but proud voice rumbled faintly in his mind. Naruto gave a feeble laugh. Yeah, but I'm not doing that again anytime soon. He turned toward the village after that, his resolve unwavering despite his heavy steps. This was just another phase in the struggle to keep everything he held dear safe. It wasn't the end. Obito sat against the chilly, angular walls of his self-imposed prison far below the surface. He had sensed the struggle going on above him, the chakra waves and the shudders that shook even his lonely prison. There was a part of him that hoped it was the end. However, fate had once again spared him. Obito muttered angrily, death would be a mercy, his voice barely audible in the cavern. Shortly after the battle was over, he heard footsteps getting closer. With their faces lit by the dim glow of a torch Kakashi was carrying, Kakashi and Naruto came out of the shadows. With a tone full of contempt, Obito snarled, what do you want now? Kakashi took a step forward, his face composed yet determined, the same thing I've always wanted. There was no humor in Obito's dry laugh. I thought I made myself clear in all our talks, Kakashi. There's no saving me, you're wasting your time. Kakashi remained unflinching. He pointed to Naruto and said, maybe I can't save you, but I think he can. Him? What could this brat possibly do? Obito asked, his eyes narrowing as they shifted to the younger man. With a somber but not cruel expression, Naruto moved forward. I've been through a lot, and I've met people like you before. People who were hurt, lost, and thought there was no way out of the darkness. Obito yelled, spare me your speeches. However, the atmosphere around them changed before Obito could continue. As he reached for Obito's chest, Naruto's eyes glowed dimly, and then the two of them were drawn into an astral plane, an endless space where memories float like clouds and lights change. Startled, Obito glanced around. What is this? Some kind of genjutsu? Naruto gave a headshake. No, this is a place where I can show you something important. Images of Rin, Kakashi, and even Minato started to come to mind as he spoke. Obito watched events from his past unfold in front of him and froze. Naruto said softly, just because someone you cared about is gone doesn't mean you have to let it destroy you, in a tone that was both understanding and firm. I've lost people too. People I loved like family. My sensei, Jiraiya, was killed, and for a while, it felt like the whole world was dark. But I had people who believed in me, who reminded me that giving up wasn't the answer. Obito's jaw clenched as he stared at a picture of Rin grinning broadly. You think I didn't try? You think I didn't want to believe in something better? But the world isn't like that. It's cruel, unforgiving. With a steady tone, Naruto took a step forward. You're right, the world can be cruel. But that's why people like us have to make it better. You wanted peace once, didn't you? You wanted to protect Rin, to make sure no one else suffered like we did. Obito turned away, a puzzled look on his face. I'm not asking you to forgive yourself overnight, Naruto went on. But you don't have to stay in this darkness. You don't have to keep punishing yourself. You still have a chance to fight for something good. To honor Rin's memory the way you really wanted to. With the weight of Naruto's words bearing down on him, Obito balled his fists. He struggled with memories of Rin, his principles, and the route he had taken. Obito's voice was hardly audible above a whisper. What if it's too late? It's never too late, Naruto asserted, not as long as you're still here. Obito was back in the cavern with Kakashi and Naruto as the astral plane started to fade. Something flickered in his eyes for the first time in years. Hesitancy, perhaps even hope. Naruto gave a small smile. Think about it, Obito. You don't have to decide now. Just think about it. Obito sat there, staring off into space as Naruto turned to go with Kakashi. His internal conflict was far from over, but it wasn't entirely one-sided for the first time. Today in Konoha, there was a celebration. The event? Naruto Uzumaki, the hero of the war and now the hero of the earth, defeated Ashiki Otsutsuki. Ashiki could only have been vanquished by him. Perhaps Kakashi, if he happened to stumble upon the Fountain of Life, but I'm getting off topic. Naruto was ecstatic about the win, but his mind was elsewhere. How come we still have to fight so hard to locate Sasuke even though I have so much power? Sakura came up to him, interrupting his thoughts. She said, thinking about Sasuke? Naruto blinked, startled. How did you know? I can tell when you have that look on your face, she remarked casually. Come on, Mr. Bigshot. It's a celebration. In your honor, I might add. Enjoy it a little, she said, smiling playfully. Naruto couldn't contain his smile. Okay, Sakura-chan. I guess I will. Naruto allowed himself to unwind that night. He always enjoyed spending time with his friends because it served as a reminder of everything he had battled to defend. The smell of freshly cooked food, lighted lanterns, and laughter filled the village square. Choji was contentedly munching on the buffet. Kiba was bragging about a recent mission, and Shikamaru stood at the edge of the crowd, watching everyone with a small but sincere smile. Hinata and Ino teased Naruto about his newfound fame as they gathered around the dumpling stand. Naruto-kun, you're going to have to get used to everyone calling you a hero, Hinata said quietly, but her eyes were glistening with pride. Naruto smiled self-assuredly. I guess this is what I always wanted, everyone acknowledging me. Now all I need is for Ba-chan to step down and give me the hat. Ino raised an eyebrow and laughed. You're aiming big, huh? Hokage Naruto does have a nice ring to it, though. Shyly, Hinata said, I don't doubt you'd make a great Hokage, Naruto-kun, her cheeks turning a deep pink. I think you'd be the best one ever. Suddenly unsure of how to react, Naruto scratched the back of his head. He knew, had known for some time, how Hinata felt about him, and he could sense the sincerity in her words. When someone confessed their feelings for you during a disaster, it was easy to figure out. Thanks, Hinata, he said at last, his tone becoming softer. That means a lot. The celebration's cacophony faded into the background as the moment lingered. Before either of them could continue, Ino clapped her hands together, relieving the tension. Hinata smiled warmly. With a wink at Hinata, who instantly turned scarlet, she teased, Okay, lovebirds, save it for later. This is a party, remember? Thankful for the diversion, Naruto laughed. All right. Let's see if there's any ramen around here. The heroes gotta eat. The warmth of Hinata's words lingered on Naruto as they navigated the bustling crowd. Even as a tiny portion of his thoughts returned to Sasuke, they became firm and comforting in his heart. Shikamaru arrived with an unusually serious expression as the celebration was in full swing. Naruto, we've got a situation. Naruto's carefree smile disappeared. What is it? After a brief pause, Shikamaru said, Iwagakure, in a somber tone. It's been destroyed. Leveled to the ground. Apparently, there's nothing left but a crater. Naruto raised his eyebrows. How? Who could take down an entire hidden village? Especially one where the Tsuchikage can dismantle people on a subatomic level? We don't know yet, Shikamaru said with a somber expression. But until we figure out who, or what, did this, we need you to stay in the village. If this thing is powerful enough to wipe out Iwagakure, it could be a threat to Konoha too. With his thoughts racing, Naruto clenched his fists. Okay, Shikamaru. I'll stay put for now, but we need answers, fast. Shikamaru gave a nod. We're working on it. I'll let you know as soon as we have more intel. Naruto turned back to the festivities as Shikamaru left, but the happiness and laughter of the night seemed far away and hollow. Across from a food stand, he saw Hinata talking to Ino and Tenten. As soon as their eyes locked, her kind smile wavered. With a grim expression on his face, Naruto strode over. Hinata, Ino, Tenten, I need you all to listen carefully. With a worried tone, Hinata questioned, what's wrong, Naruto-kun? Iwagakure's been destroyed, Naruto bluntly declared. We don't know who's responsible, but it's bad, real bad. Shikamaru wants me to stay in the village until we know more, but we all need to be on high alert. Ino's gaze expanded. Destroyed? The whole village? How is that even possible? To which Naruto replied, that's what we're trying to figure out, but if something could take out Iwagakure, it's not going to stop there. Tenten scowled as her hand automatically went to her hip's weapon pouch. Do we know if it's targeting other villages? Not yet, said Naruto. But we can't take any chances. Make sure everyone stays sharp, and spread the word to the others. Quietly. We don't want to cause a panic. With a determined expression, Hinata nodded. I'll inform the Hyuga clan and keep an eye on any unusual activity. Good, Naruto remarked, appreciating her composed determination. Then he turned his back and went in the direction of the Hokage mansion. He had to talk to Tsunade right now. In order to avoid the lingering crowds, Naruto jumped onto rooftops and moved swiftly through the streets. His mind raced, blurring the festive lights below. What or who could destroy a village as strong as Iwagakure? Furthermore, how could Konoha get ready for something they didn't comprehend? Naruto chose to jump through Tsunade's office window in order to avoid the guards when he arrived at the Hokage mansion. Naruto landed lightly on his feet after leaping through the window into the Hokage's office. Tsunade examined a scroll while standing behind her desk with a tense expression. With a hawk perched on her arm and its leg still bound with a message tube, Shizune hovered close by. Tsunade said, about time you showed up, without raising her gaze. With a serious tone, Naruto questioned, you already know about Iwagakure? She put the scroll down firmly and said, of course I do. The scale of the destruction is unprecedented. Gaara's already reached out. Suna wants an emergency meeting between the villages. The attacker, whoever or whatever it is, poses a threat to everyone. Naruto moved to the front. I'll go to Suna and represent Konoha. I can talk to Gaara and... No, Tsunade abruptly interrupted, her voice unyielding. You're staying here. What? Cried Naruto. Why? I'm the strongest shinobi we've got. Exactly, yelled Tsunade. Which is why we can't risk sending you into unknown danger. If whatever destroyed Iwagakure strikes again, Konoha needs you here. Naruto was clearly frustrated as he clenched his fists. I can handle myself, Ba-chan. The firm statement, this isn't up for debate, came from Tsunade. Shikamaru will lead a team to Suna. He's the best strategist we've got, and he'll be able to negotiate effectively with Gaara. You, on the other hand, will prepare the village. If this enemy comes to Konoha, we need to be ready. Naruto let out a sharp breath and lowered his shoulders. Although he detested being benched, he could see Tsunade's point of view. Fine, he whispered. But if anything happens, I'm not sitting around. Tsunade gave a small smile. She looked at Shizune and said, I wouldn't expect you to. She looked him in the eye and continued. Send word to Shikamaru and assemble the team. And Naruto, make the most of this time. Train, organize, and ensure that Konoha's defenses are unbreakable. Naruto gave a nod. I will. Plans were racing through Naruto's head as he left the office. They couldn't afford to underestimate them if they were capable of destroying a village as strong as Iwagakure. He saw Konohamaru and his teammates practicing in the clearing close to the academy while strolling through the village. At that age, their resolve reminded him of himself. As Naruto got closer, Konohamaru called out, Boss, with a smile. What's up? You here to show us some new moves? Naruto grinned, but it fell short of his eyes. Not today, Konohamaru. But listen. Things are getting serious. I want you three to keep training hard and watch out for anything unusual in the village, alright? When Konohamaru heard Naruto's tone, his smile dimmed. Got it, boss. We won't let you down. Good. With his jaw clenched in resolve, Naruto turned and made his way to the training grounds. He would make sure he was more than ready if Tsunade wanted him to be. Konoha would not be an easy target for whoever or whatever was responsible for the destruction of Iwagakure. For the time being, Naruto's only option was to wait and get ready for the impending storm. 400 Naruto clones stood watch on the village's walls. Ba-chan would make sure the village was impenetrable if that was his desire. Before anything entered the village, Naruto or one of his clones had to inspect it. With their enhanced senses constantly searching for the smallest sign of danger, each clone kept Sage Mode at its highest setting. With his arms folded, the original Naruto stood atop the main gate, surveying the flurry of activity below. For the moment, the village was peaceful, but he was unable to release the tension in his chest. He received real-time information from his clones, but nothing unusual had been found thus far. He recognized the sound of sandals hitting stone behind him. He turned to see Kakashi approaching, his typical slouch less noticeable as he observed the clones positioned throughout the village with his lone visible eye. "You've been busy," Kakashi remarked in a lighthearted yet approving tone. Naruto grinned, but his face soon became serious. Ba-chan said to make the village impenetrable. Figured this was the best way to do it. Kakashi said, "It's not a bad strategy," as he put his hands in his pockets. "But maintaining Sage Mode across this many clones isn't easy. You sure you can keep it up?" "I'll manage," said Naruto. "We don't know what's coming, but if it's anything like what hit Iwa, we can't afford to be caught off guard." With a nod, Kakashi looked off into the distance. "True. But don't burn yourself out before the real fight starts. Even you have limits." Naruto laughed. Yeah, I know, sensei." A tiny smirk appeared on Kakashi's face through his mask. He turned and casually started to leave, saying, "Well, I'd better be going. Guys challenged me, and I can't exactly deny him." Naruto grinned and shook his head as he watched him leave. "Good luck with that," he whispered. Naruto headed for his apartment. After all, he was a human, and even the most resilient people, like him, required sleep. He sighed in satisfaction as he arrived at his apartment, went straight to his bedroom, and collapsed on his bed. His thoughts would stray to the stories Jiraiya used to tell him at times like these. Even though the memories were bittersweet, he always found solace in them. As the log takes your place, you become the log, and the log becomes you. In that particular instance, you are an extension of the log's blessing upon the shinobi. Chronicle of the Replacement, Verse 3, Book of the Log. With a quiet chuckle, Naruto closed his eyes. He felt Kurama's presence within him echoing the thought, "Thank the holy log." The stress of the day began to weigh on Naruto as he lay there in the silence of his apartment. The familiar sensation of Kurama's chakra surrounding him and the coziness of his bed made it easier for him to unwind, even though his mind wasn't totally at ease. Even so, he couldn't get rid of the feeling that a storm was approaching. The silence was broken by the rumble of Kurama's voice in his mind. "You're overthinking it. For now, brat, rest. When the time comes, we'll be prepared." Grinning, Naruto closed his eyes and sank further into the bed. "I suppose you're correct. However, there's something about this that bothers me. Destroyed Iwagakure? That is definitely not a typical threat, whoever or whatever did it." Kurama sighed. "I understand that you're anxious, but you've experienced worse. Just be careful not to let your guard down or exhaust yourself before the real fight starts." Naruto chuckled quietly. "Yes, I do hear you. I'll be prepared. Kurama, thank you." He continued to think quietly for a few more moments before falling asleep. As Naruto drifted into a much-needed sleep, the battles, past and present, faded into the background, his mind getting ready for whatever lay ahead. The following morning, a loud knock on the door broke the silence in his apartment. Naruto yawned and moaned as he got out of bed. Even though it was early, the storm appeared to be beginning to manifest itself. Sakura was there to greet him when he opened the door. Her brows were knitted as she absorbed the sight of him, and her face was solemn. Without waiting for an invitation, she said, "Naruto, we need to talk," and entered. Naruto blinked, startled into awareness. "What's wrong, Sakura-chan?" "We have witnesses who say the thing that destroyed Iwa was a huge purple thing, with wings and 4 hands, all covered in a shell of metal armor," she said in a tense voice. "Lady Tsunade says it sounds similar to how Madara's Susanoo looked," she said. Panic flashed across Naruto's face as his heart fell. He knew only one person who might be able to use a Susanoo, and Sasuke was that individual. Sakura quickly remarked, "We don't know if it was him, Naruto," after observing his response. "All we can do is wait and hope." Naruto softened his voice and said to himself, "Yeah. You're right. The log will guide us, even in our deepest pits of need." Sakura gave him a perplexed look. "What did you say?" "Just a mantra," Naruto said, grinning tensely at her. Sakura observed him for a while, obviously feeling that he was troubled by something. You sure you're okay, Naruto? He nodded slightly, attempting to get rid of the uneasiness that had taken hold of his chest. Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking about everything. You know, with Sasuke. I'm worried. Sakura put a hand on his shoulder and her expression softened. I know you care about him, Naruto. We all do. But we'll figure this out. We've faced worse together. Though it didn't quite reach his eyes, Naruto's smile came back. I hope so. I need to believe it wasn't him. I can't imagine facing Sasuke as an enemy. Sakura gave a nod. We'll do everything we can to make sure that doesn't happen. Resolve hardened Naruto's eyes. I'll make sure of it. No matter what happens, I'll bring Sasuke back, even if he's lost his way. He's my friend, my brother. Sakura had a look of silent admiration on her face. I know you will, Naruto. Then they both turned and went in the direction of the Hokage mansion. The storm was getting closer, and time was running out. They were unable to wait any longer. Sakura and Naruto reached the Hokage's office. Sakura chose to enter through the door, but Naruto, as usual, leapt through the window. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at Naruto's customary entrance as she glanced up from her paperwork. Must you always make an entrance like that, Naruto? With a sheepish smile, Naruto scratched the back of his head. It's more fun this way, Ba-chan. Sakura bowed courteously and moved in behind him. Sorry for the disruption, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade sighed, but her eyes were grave. It's fine, but I hope you didn't come here just to waste time. With a serious expression, Naruto promptly gave her the most recent details regarding the purple figure that had destroyed Iwa. It sounds too similar to Madara's Susanoo, Sakura continued. We're worried it might be related to Sasuke. As Tsunade took in the information, her eyes narrowed. If this is true, it could mean a lot of trouble for us. We can't afford to jump to conclusions, but we need to prepare for the worst. Naruto's fists clenched. I'm not letting anything happen to Sasuke. I'll find him and bring him back, no matter what. After giving him a thorough examination, Tsunade nodded. I know you will, Naruto. But remember, you're not alone in this. We'll all do our part. Sakura touched Naruto on the shoulder. We'll make sure you're ready for whatever comes. Naruto smiled resolutely. Thanks, guys. I'll get Sasuke back, no matter what it takes. With a determined tone, Tsunade got up from her desk. For now, we'll gather more information and prepare the village. We don't know what we're up against, but we'll face it together. Naruto, Sakura, I'm counting on you. They all exchanged a determined look after that. They would confront the impending storm together. The terrain was gray, with craters webbing across the barren landscape. A reminder of the mayhem that had broken out were the jagged rocks that protruded at odd angles. The sky overhead was a dark, foreboding black, lit intermittently by lightning striations. The silence that hung over the ruins was muffled by the unrelenting rain that soaked the ground. With his Susanoo looming over the ground like a ghostly titan, Sasuke stood amid the devastation. Its wings spread wide like a sign of impending doom, and its dark, armored form exuded an air of invincibility. He had expected opposition, even a challenge, but this, known for their brutality and strength, Iwagakure's shinobi had fallen apart at the sight of him. Their attempts at defense were pathetic, and their fear was evident. As he examined the debris, Sasuke's expression stayed neutral. Pathetic, he whispered to himself. It was expected. Now there was nothing that could stop him. He was unreachable because of his control over gravity, the energy found in living things, and the environment itself. He had abilities that no mortal should have, including the ability to teleport and create portals to other dimensions. He briefly questioned whether anyone, even Naruto, could oppose him at this point. He turned off his Susanoo. Sasuke noticed a slight rustle as he struck the ground. He cocked his head slightly, looking around with his Sharingan. A young shinobi, no older than 13, stumbled out of the shadows of a collapsing building, his kunai quivering in his hand. The boy yelled, "Why you won't get away with this?" But his voice broke with fear. Sasuke gave him a chilly look. You should have run with the others. With unsteady but determined steps, the boy charged. Sasuke remained motionless. His icy face, a mixture of disdain and indifference, was exposed by a flash of lightning. The boy was held aloft by an unseen force and froze in mid-step with a single thought. Bravery, Sasuke whispered, his voice emotionless. But bravery without power is meaningless. The boy's strength failed him, and the kunai clattered to the ground. The child fell to the ground in a heap as Sasuke let go of him. I hope you're ready, Naruto. The world has no place for the weak. Sasuke muttered to himself as he approached a glowing portal that appeared in front of him. The storm devoured the ruins of Iwa as the portal shimmered and engulfed him completely. To make sure they were ready for any threat, Naruto had sent reinforced shadow clones to every major and minor village. He was sure he could handle it, but he couldn't say the same for everyone else. What chance would they have against someone strong enough to destroy an entire village if they had had trouble defeating Madara, who subsequently revealed himself to be Obito? Someone as powerful as Nagato, if not more so? Despite his reluctance to acknowledge it, he now had a clear understanding of Sasuke's activities during the final months following the war. Iwagakure's devastation was not an isolated violent incident. It was a component of a strategy to destroy the ninja world. With his jaw clenched in annoyance, Naruto gazed out the window of the Hokage's office. He had hoped that Sasuke was trying to find peace and atonement. Rather, Naruto had to stop Sasuke from pursuing his destructive path. Lady Tsunade. Shikamaru's voice pierced Naruto's mind as he rushed into the room, holding a scroll tightly. His normally composed expression was replaced by urgency, and his face was grim. We just got a report from one of the clones in Kumo. They've spotted a portal similar to the one described in Iwa, this time near their borders. Tsunade scowled. Any sign of casualties? Not yet, Shikamaru answered. But the Raikage has mobilized his forces. He's preparing for the worst. Naruto's hands clenched into fists. If Sasuke's there, I need to go. Tsunade looked at him sharply. Absolutely not. You're too valuable to risk in an unknown situation. Besides, we still don't know for sure it's Sasuke. With a frustrated tone, Naruto yelled, I can't just sit here while anyone, destroys the villages. You saw what happened to Iwa. If Sasuke, makes a move on Kumo, they won't stand a chance. Tsunade's expression was unreadable as she reclined in her chair. Naruto, I understand how you feel, but we need to be strategic. Sending you into a trap helps no one. With a measured tone, Shikamaru took a step forward. Naruto, listen. You've already deployed clones to protect the villages. That was the right move. But rushing in without a clear understanding of what we're facing could make things worse. Let's gather more intel first. Naruto nodded but gave a sharp exhale. Fine. But the second we know something for sure, I'm going. Good, said Tsunade firmly. In the meantime, I want you to stay here and coordinate with the other villages. If this escalates, we'll need you ready. With his thoughts racing, Naruto turned to walk away. Sakura was there to greet him as he left the office. She inquired, what's the plan? Naruto let out a sigh. We wait, for now. Sakura put a comforting hand on his shoulder. We'll figure this out, together. Naruto smiled slightly at her, but his mind was racing. He could feel the weight of the impending confrontation as the storm grew stronger. Sasuke was waiting somewhere, awaiting his arrival. Sasuke's cloak billowed in the fierce wind as he stood on a rocky plateau. With Kumogakure in his sights, the surrounding area was desolate. As the storm brewed above, his metallic purple eyes stared unblinkingly at the horizon. Even though he hadn't engaged in combat with Naruto since killing Danzo, he still felt him. Sasuke's Rinnegan gave him unmatched perception and an energy sensitivity that was far above normal. He had observed odd power flares over the previous few months, distant but unavoidable. He had no idea who it was at first. The energy was strong and wild, a strange blend of raw chakra and something more profound and ancient. Sasuke hadn't put it all together until the confrontation with whoever he was fighting. He had sensed Naruto's power, modified, improved, but distinctly his. Sasuke's eyes darkened as his hand touched the sword's hilt. You've grown stronger, Naruto, he whispered. Stronger than I thought possible. But no matter how far ahead you think you are, I'll always catch up. He looked back at the glowing portal, the long shadows it cast on the bleak ground with its swirling light. At first, I didn't recognize what I was feeling, Sasuke added, addressing only himself. But now, it's clear, it's always been you. His voice pierced the storm as he whispered, you can feel it too, can't you? This isn't about the villages anymore. It's about the world. And only one of us can shape it. The glowing portal vanished behind him as he moved on to the next village on his list. The weight of his power hung in the air like a thick fog, and his Sharingan flickered in the gloom. In the meantime, a shadow clone of Naruto stood in front of the Raikage in Kumogakure, his voice full of urgency. Raikage, he's here, the clone said, clenching his fists. After a brief moment of widening, the Raikage's eyes narrowed into a glare. So, he's come to Kumogakure, he snarled. Tell everyone to get ready. Evacuate the civilians to the underground shelters. I want every shinobi armed and prepared for battle. Frustrated, the Raikage turned and looked around the room. And where is B? I didn't give him permission to take a vacation? Sheepishly, the clone held up a hand. I think he's out training, somewhere. Want me to find him? The Raikage crossed his arms and sighed. Find him and bring him back immediately. If Sasuke's here, we'll need every ounce of strength we've got. And B better be ready to stop rhyming and start fighting. The clone said, got it, and created another clone to share the word. The swirling storm that had accompanied his arrival had subsided as Sasuke stood at the edge of Kumogakure's mountainous borders. His Rinnegan's pulsed as he looked around, observing the village's defensive formations and increased chakra activity. Good. They're ready, Sasuke whispered. His eyes began to whirl. Let's see if you've all grown complacent in your peace, he said icily as he held up his hands. He started to move forward, but was cut off by a piercing voice. Sasuke. Stop right there. Sasuke turned to see Killer B with Samahata slung over his back, perched atop a rocky outcrop. His usual smirk flickered beneath his unusually serious expression. You think you can just waltz in here and cause a ruckus? Sorry, bro, you're not the star of this show. Sasuke's Rinnegan glowed dimly as his eyes darkened. B. So, the Eight Tails decided to show up. Good. Let's see if you're as entertaining as last time. With his Chidori crackling in his hand, Sasuke charged forward at breakneck speed. A burst of orange chakra stopped him before he could strike B. With his glowing Nine-Tails cloak shimmering with power, Naruto stood between them. He stopped the attack cold by grabbing Sasuke's wrist with his outstretched hand. Sasuke said, so, you're here too, in a level but challenging tone. Good. I've been wondering how long it'd take for you to catch up. Naruto held Sasuke's wrist tightly and refused to let go. Sasuke, this isn't what we fought for. What happened to the dream of a better world? Sasuke retreated, putting some distance between them. That dream was a lie, Naruto. The only way to make a better world is to tear the old one down. You wouldn't understand. B moved forward and whirled Samahata around like a knife. Yo, we don't got time for your dark monologue, bro. If you're here to cause chaos, I'm your front row show. B was stopped when Naruto raised a hand. I'll handle this, B. This is between me and him. After hesitating, B reluctantly took a step back. All right, but if things get hairy, I'm jumping in, y'all hear? With a determined expression, Naruto turned back to face Sasuke. If you want to fight me, I'll fight you, Sasuke. But I'm not giving up on you, no matter how far you've fallen. Sasuke laughed. Always so sentimental, Naruto. Let's see if your resolve is as strong as your words. With his sword cutting through the air, Sasuke flickered forward. With a spinning Rasengan aimed at Sasuke's midsection, Naruto countered by dodging. After activating his Rinnegan and absorbing the Rasengan's chakra, Sasuke retaliated with a lightning-fast Chidori. Sparks flew as their attacks collided, and the force of their blows rumbled through the surrounding area. B kept a sidelong glance on Samahata while he tightened his hold. Man, these two ain't holding back. Naruto's voice echoed, firm and resolute. I'm not letting you destroy another village, Sasuke. This ends here. Sasuke grinned again. You're right about one thing. It does end here, but not the way you think. The storm overhead reflected the struggle between the two former teammates as the battle grew more intense. This was more than just a fight for Sasuke and Naruto. It was a conflict between their ideologies and their respective visions for the ninja world. After 30 minutes of fighting, Naruto abruptly vanished from the picture. Sasuke's gaze grew wide. A shadow clone? He whispered, looking around with his Rinnegan. Under his breath, he swore. This is what he should have expected. The voice of the real Naruto pierced the rain from behind. You've gotten rusty, Sasuke. Or maybe you're just distracted. Naruto was standing calmly a few feet away, his cloak of Nine-Tails chakra pulsing faintly, when Sasuke spun, his Sharingan locking onto him. With an even tone and tense posture, Sasuke remarked, You've gotten better at using clones. But it won't make a difference. Naruto gave a headshake. I'm not here to play games. Sasuke, stop this now. Whatever you think you're doing, it's not the answer. Sasuke grinned, his tone full of contempt. And you think you know the answer, don't you? Always so sure of yourself, Naruto. You don't understand what's necessary to fix this broken world. Naruto clenched his fists. What's necessary isn't destroying everything, Sasuke. People like us are supposed to protect the world, not tear it apart. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. The world doesn't need protection, Naruto. It needs revolution. And you? You're just a relic of a dream that never worked. Naruto's voice became louder as his rage surfaced. If I'm a relic, then what are you? You're just as much a part of the system as I am. Sasuke's Sharingan whirled as his face darkened. I'm the one breaking free of it. You cling to ideals that only perpetuate the same failures, the same cycles of pain. With a slight flare of his chakra, Naruto took a step forward. And your solution is to destroy everything? To make yourself judge, jury, and executioner? That's not breaking free. That's becoming the same thing you claim to hate. Sasuke's lips curled into a chilly smirk as his eyes narrowed. Let's find out at the place this feud all started. He flicked his hand, and a portal appeared in front of him. Sasuke stepped through it and disappeared into the whirling vortex without saying another word. For a brief moment, Naruto stood there, his heart pounding from the gravity of the situation. Sasuke had given him no other option. He was aware of the portal's exact destination, and he wasn't going to let his old friend follow this path by himself. He flicked his hand, and a portal appeared in front of him. Sasuke stepped through it and disappeared into the whirling vortex without saying another word. For a brief moment, Naruto stood there, his heart pounding from the gravity of the situation. Sasuke had given him no other option. He was aware of the portal's exact destination, and he wasn't going to let his old friend follow this path by himself. Naruto became more resolute. He was not going to allow Sasuke to ruin everything without making another attempt to contact him. He jumped into the portal without hesitation, his chakra flaring as he followed. His surroundings contorted as he was dragged through, and when his feet landed on firm ground once more, he found himself back in the valley, the same valley where their initial conflict had occurred. The exact location where their conflict had begun. The land was still scarred from their last battle, and the air was heavy with tension. With his back to Naruto, Sasuke stood in the middle of the valley, gazing at the enormous statue of the Uchiha clan. This is where it all started. This is where our paths diverged, Naruto. Naruto inhaled deeply while maintaining a fixed gaze. And this is where it will end, Sasuke. I'm not letting you destroy everything we've fought for, everything we've built. With his Sharingan glowing menacingly, Sasuke turned slowly. You don't get it, do you? You can't protect the world forever. It's time for a new order, and I'm the one who will bring it. Naruto's fists clenched. I don't want a new order, Sasuke. I just want the old one to work. We don't have to destroy the world to change it. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, something, possibly regret, flickering in his eyes, but it vanished in an instant. His determination hardening, he reached for his sword's hilt. Then you'll have to stop me. As the wind whipped around them, the two ex-friends charged at one another, their fists and jutsu colliding in a blaze of power and light. The future of the ninja world rested on their shoulders as they faced the final confrontation. Flashback in a pitch-black cavern, Sasuke stood by himself, his thoughts racing as he came to a significant realization. He had always been aware of chakra, its flow, and how to work with it, but now he was feeling more deeply. Everything, active or passive, had energy. He discovered that if he concentrated enough, he could control not just his chakra but also the energy around him. He could change his own body temperature, as well as the temperature of his surroundings. However, it didn't end there. He had the ability to change the very fabric of gravity, making it stronger or weaker on particular objects or regions. This strength, it exceeded all of his expectations. Possibilities raced through Sasuke's mind. He could create something even more potent if he combined the ideas of yin and yang with all 5 elements, earth, water, fire, wind, and lightning, to create tiny, black orbs that could absorb any jutsu that came into contact with them. Furthermore, these orbs have the potential to blow up, releasing a force that could destroy everything in their path. When Sasuke realized the full extent of his newfound power, a sinister smile appeared on his lips. He muttered to himself, This is the key, as the implications became more and more apparent. Final flashback back in the present, Naruto and Sasuke engaged in combat once more, sending shockwaves through the air as their fists collided. Even though their attacks were based on sheer strength, both understood that the battle was about more than just power. It was about the values they held dear. Every jutsu and punch was an expression of their determination. Naruto clenched his jaw. You really think you can change everything by destroying it? He yelled as he deflected another forceful blow from Sasuke. Sasuke's expression grew icy as his eyes narrowed. The world has to be rebuilt from the ground up, Naruto. The old ways have failed, and nothing will change unless it's torn apart first. Determination flashed in Naruto's eyes. I won't let you destroy everything we've worked for. We can change the world without wrecking it. A smirk formed on Sasuke's lips. Then come and stop me. He then unleashed a torrent of lightning-infused kunai on Naruto, who quickly ducked and retaliated with a chakra-charged Rasengan. As the fight grew more intense and they both gave it their all, the ground began to crack beneath their feet. Sasuke's eyes suddenly blazed with a menacing strength. He whispered, "You're not ready for this," as his hands created elaborate seals. When Naruto realized what was about to happen, his eyes widened. Sasuke slammed his palm into the ground before he could react, causing a number of black orbs to emerge and float menacingly in the air. After a moment of hovering, they launched themselves at Naruto. Naruto's heart was pounding. He had witnessed Hagoromo using these orbs, which were capable of absorbing jutsu. He was pressed for time. He produced a vast army of shadow clones with a chakra surge, all of them prepared to defend him. However, he was aware that this was insufficient. As he readied himself for their next move, Naruto's voice was full of conviction. "Get ready, Sasuke. I won't let you win." As the world watched the final battle between the two shinobi play out, the storm above them continued to rage with the same intensity as their battle. They now controlled the ninja world's destiny. Naruto had done a good job of training. Sasuke had to concede. He was almost as good as him. However, Sasuke felt uneasy about something. Why isn't he employing the same force that I previously felt against? Who was that? But Naruto had a motive. Without using his more potent transformations, he aimed to see if he could defeat Sasuke in his base form. But as the conflict continued, he came to the conclusion that he couldn't. He would need Baryon mode, and whatever that weird power he had used against Ashiki was. To defeat Sasuke. He had yet to come up with a name for it with Kurama. Sasuke easily sidestepped the punch that Naruto threw at him, but Naruto had expected this. He produced a clone without the use of hand seals, and it suddenly materialized behind Sasuke, striking the back of Sasuke's head. For a moment, Sasuke was confused and staggered. Naruto had not finished. He triggered a heightened form of Sage mode in addition to Baryon mode. Behind him, 9 yellow chakra tails blazed to life. His whiskers grew thicker, and fox ears, the same color as his hair, grew on top of his head. With his left arm behind his back, Naruto held his right hand in front of him. "Come on, Sasuke. Let me show you what true resolve looks like." Sasuke's eyes hardened. "It's this. I've been waiting for this power." In an attempt to break up the fight, he hurried over to Naruto. However, Naruto quickly ducked and used the momentum to kick Sasuke hard in the back, causing him to skid across the water. With a grunt, Sasuke got to his feet and spat blood on the floor. "I'll have to follow suit." He heated his chakra by harnessing the energy from his surroundings with determined focus. Though far more powerful, it was comparable to the boil release technique. A tremendous surge of power swept through him. Nothing was ever too much for Sasuke, even though it was nearly impossible to control. With his eyes fixed on Naruto, he charged forward once more, prepared to test the limits of both their conflict and his own strength. Naruto's eyes sparkled with determination as Sasuke drew nearer. Even though he had braced himself for this, he was still aware of the gravity of what he was about to do. He was unable to afford to lose. Not right now, not to Sasuke. The fox chakra swirled around him, propelling him forward as his hand clenched into a fist. Sasuke's power was even more amazing than his speed. A deafening force collided with their attacks, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Sasuke skillfully cut through Naruto's clones, which swirled around them and served as distractions, while his Sharingan guided him as he relentlessly pursued his objective. Despite the perspiration streaming down his face, Naruto smiled. "This is what I've been waiting for, Sasuke. Let's end this." Sasuke gave a sly grin in return. "This isn't the end, Naruto. This is only the beginning of what the world really needs." Hearing those words made Naruto's heart hurt. They were so different from Sasuke's former self, yet so familiar. "You're wrong. This world needs peace, not destruction. There's another way." Sasuke's Rinnegan came to life as his eyes darkened. He summoned all of his chakra's power, allowing it to flow into every action. Beside him, a second portal opened, causing the surrounding air to warp. Naruto's gaze grew wide. Never again. Naruto reached deep inside and used his strongest transformation before Sasuke could attack. Light poured into his body, bright and radiant. His 9 tails chakra suddenly became more intense, enveloping him in a mystical aura that was threatening to overpower the surrounding atmosphere. Naruto yelled, "Sasuke," with determination. "I'll stop you, I have to." A strange emotion, somewhere between recognition and regret, flickered in Sasuke's eyes. "If that's what it takes, then let's see if you really can stop me." The two charged once more, their last conflict taking place in a tempest that appeared to reflect the turmoil in their hearts. Every time their fists clashed, lightning flashed, intensifying the storm above them. Each move sent shockwaves that warped the air around them, causing the ground beneath their feet to tremble with the force of their attacks. This was a conflict between ideals, between the past and the future, and it was more than just two shinobi. As Naruto continued to draw on the overwhelming power of Baryon mode, his chakra flared and his energy surged with each breath. The storm of emotions inside him propelled him forward, and the weight of his resolve burned in his eyes. "Now I can't stop. I refuse to allow Sasuke to relapse into darkness." In contrast, Sasuke appeared to be motivated by something much more profound than mere power. His chakra's overwhelming power started to create a wall of dark energy around him, and the Rinnegan in his eyes pulsed with an eerie intensity. His movements were precise and fluid, with each blow intended to test Naruto as well as defeat him. With the weight of his convictions, Sasuke's voice echoed icily, "You think you can stop me? Naruto, you've always been an idealist. But ideals are just that, dreams. The real world is harsh, and the only way to protect it is through strength." As he prepared to strike, Naruto's fists clenched and his chakra swirled wildly around him. "I don't believe that anymore, Sasuke. I've seen what strength can do when it's misused. I don't want to fight you, I want to save you." Sasuke's movements were a blur as his Sharingan flashed. With every blow piercing the atmosphere with the intensity of a tempest, he was no longer holding back. "You can't save everyone, Naruto. Not even me." Gritting his teeth, Naruto barely avoided a flurry of blows. He sensed the force of Sasuke's strikes, each of which left a path of devastation in its wake. Buildings collapsed, trees broke, and the landscape itself bent under the weight of their power, all of which seemed to be caught in the gravity of their conflict. Naruto's eyes narrowed as Sasuke struck him with a powerful blow to the chest. His body flitted in a moment, disappearing in a flash of motion. Naruto reappeared behind him and delivered a crushing blow to his side before Sasuke could react to his missed attack. With blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, Sasuke staggered. His expression was unreadable as he regained his balance. "He is more powerful than I had thought." He was struck in the stomach by the realization. Sasuke, however, had no intention of giving up. He let out his chakra's full power with a roar of rage, causing a tremendous energy explosion that sent Naruto hurtling backward. Naruto let out a grunt as he struck the water, but he got back up fast and pushed himself back up. "Holding back is no longer an option for me." Reaching deep within himself for the strength he required, he closed his eyes. His chakra tails flared higher than before, and a golden aura surrounded him as his bond with Kurama deepened. Sasuke's eyes grew wide with recognition. "So this is what you've become." Naruto hurried forward with renewed resolve, his body moving more quickly than before. With his Sharingan activated, Sasuke braced himself for whatever lay ahead. However, something unexpected happened as Naruto got to him. The air was filled with a deep crackling sound as Sasuke was suddenly surrounded by a surge of dark energy. He had been erecting a barrier, one that was filled with the dregs of the cursed power he had once tried to control, and it started to grow, spreading outward like a shadow that threatened to devour everything in its path. Naruto felt his heart skip a beat. "No, this is not good. If I don't stop him, he will ruin everything." Naruto exerted more force and willing his chakra to the limit in an attempt to save the world. The Nine Tails whirled in a furious storm as the golden aura surrounding him grew stronger. He threw himself at Sasuke again, but this time he wasn't merely battling Sasuke. He was battling the very devastation Sasuke was attempting to cause. Naruto let out a final, deafening cry before focusing all of his energy into one final assault. A torrent of concentrated, potent Rasengans that crackled with the unadulterated energy of his combined forms. Sasuke fell backwards as the explosion's force sent shockwaves across the battlefield, destroying the dark barrier. However, Sasuke remained upright as the smoke cleared, weak but unbeaten. His body was bruised from the assault, and he was panting heavily, but his face was unwavering. His eyes met Naruto's, filled with a mix of pain and determination. Sasuke said in a raspy voice, "You've grown stronger. Stronger than I could ever have imagined. But it's still not enough, Naruto." Naruto's heart became constricted. He understood Sasuke's meaning. Sasuke had an unwavering resolve. But Naruto wasn't about to give up, not now, not when the stakes were this high. Naruto stated, "It's enough," in a steady voice. "It has to be enough. I won't let you go down this path again, Sasuke. I will bring you back. I won't let the darkness win." The weight of their last words caused the air between them to grow heavy. Power was no longer an issue. It was about their relationship and the knowledge that they were each other's last hope. The last phase of their conflict then started to take shape with that implicit understanding. The weight of their last words caused the air between them to grow heavy. Power was no longer an issue. It was about their relationship and the knowledge that they were each other's last hope. The last phase of their conflict then started to take shape with that implicit understanding. If Iron Heart mode isn't used, I'm going to lose, grimly, Sasuke thought. He was all too familiar with the reality. Iron Heart mode by its very nature put him at odds with himself, so he didn't really enjoy using it. The cost was enormous, but it made him almost untouchable by warping reality around him. Every time he went into that state, he felt his control over his own will eroding, as if a beast emerged from the depths of his being, demanding that he unleash the full extent of his power without holding back. However, there was no other option. In the end, if he wanted to win, he would have to embrace it. Sasuke inhaled deeply, and his Rinnegan flared. As he tapped into his chakra's deepest reserves, the sky above grew darker. He knew the risks, but he couldn't back down. As he gave Ironheart mode complete control, his body throbbed with energy. He was surrounded by a dark aura that distorted the light and warped the surrounding air. Sasuke's presence became almost divine as his form appeared to ripple. Sensing the shift, Naruto tightened his posture and narrowed his eyes. He whispered, "Sasuke, you're really going to do this?" Sasuke said, "I don't have a choice, Naruto," in a detached and icy voice, but there was a glimpse of something more in his eyes. A remnant of the person he used to be, the person who had referred to him as a friend. Sasuke launched himself toward Naruto at breakneck speed with a sudden surge of energy. The very air cracked as his presence bent the world around him. He was unstoppable, stronger, and faster. Naruto's heart was pounding. He could feel the weight of the moment, the culmination of everything they had been through. Sasuke had made this decision, and everything they had battled for would be lost if he did not take action right away. Naruto's own energy surged to new heights as his golden chakra tails burst from his back in a flash. As he positioned himself for the final battle, his determination became more determined. "If it's a fight you want, Sasuke, then I'll give you everything I've got." The world appeared to shake at that. The ground shattered beneath them as they collided with earth-shattering force, and the space between them vanished in a flash of speed. Every blow they traded sent shockwaves through the very fabric of reality. Sasuke's power bent and warped everything around him, making his movements a blur. Naruto's energy pushed back against Sasuke's overwhelming presence as he skillfully dodged, countered, and struck while fully utilizing his Baryon mode. It was impossible to comprehend the intensity of their confrontation. The landscape itself seemed to break apart, the very sky threatening to collapse under the weight of their power. Nevertheless, neither of them faltered in the face of the mayhem and devastation surrounding them. They fought with the fury of those who had no other choice but to see this battle through to the end. The sight of Naruto's resolve in his eyes made Sasuke's heart race. But the more he fought, the more the dark aura of Ironheart mode consumed him. It was a metamorphosis of his soul, not merely an increase in power. He felt as though 1,000 worlds were pressing down on him with every swing of his hand. He sensed that he was losing his identity and turning into something more sinister and perilous. Naruto, however, was not going to back down. He could sense the price of Sasuke's decision and how it was threatening to overwhelm him. With a heavy heart, Naruto thought, "I can't let him fall to this." Naruto did not duck when Sasuke struck again. As an alternative, he confronted Sasuke's attack directly, focusing all of his energy into a single, devastating blow. The impact sent a wave of force that reverberated for miles, shattering the ground beneath them. The pressure of their impact caused the air to thicken, and the storm above them intensified. The two shinobi stood with their eyes fixed on each other, breathing heavily and dripping blood from their wounds. Neither prepared to lose nor willing to compromise. "You've always been stubborn, Naruto," Sasuke uttered in a barely audible whisper. "But in the end, you'll see. This is the only way to protect the future." "No," Naruto said, shaking his head and speaking firmly in spite of his physical weariness. "There's always another way. I'll find it. I'll show you." The tension between them seemed to build like an inevitable conclusion, and for a moment the storm seemed to calm. The struggle was no longer one of strength. They were fighting for their lives. And the world kept watching as these two shinobis' final battle played out. Kurama said calmly but urgently, "Naruto, I've gathered enough nature energy to perform the technique." Naruto replied with a nod. This was something he had already planned for. He had let Kurama obtain the required nature energy from the surroundings by using a shadow clone to sneak out of the fight undetected. Even if it meant taking a huge risk, he knew from the beginning that this ultimate strategy would be the secret to victory. He was ready for the devastation it would cause, the possibility that it would hurt, or even kill, them both. However, there was no other option in this conflict. Naruto was overcome by the force of the nature energy that rushed into his body as the shadow clone was destroyed. It was as if the world itself had been poured into him. It was more than he and Kurama could manage together. His chakra grew to an unprecedented size as the power flowed through his veins. It was almost painful and dizzying. "Naruto, pay attention." Kurama's voice interrupted his thoughts, telling him to keep his cool. "You need to control it." Gritting his teeth, Naruto resisted the raw power that was threatening to devour him. He centered his attention and evened his breathing. He was aware that this was the pivotal moment and that if he made a mistake, things could get out of hand. He was filled with a vortex of power from the overwhelming nature energy and his own enormous reserves. However, this was not the moment to allow it to spread unchecked. He required accuracy. Naruto took a deep breath and closed his eyes, using all of his knowledge and training. The method was prepared. The intensity of the chakra swirling around him caused his eyes to burn when he opened them. Every fiber of his body resonated with the raw power of nature energy, causing his entire body to crackle with energy. The tremendous power that had been released caused the sky above to darken and the air around him to vibrate. Sensing the shift, Sasuke hesitated for a second. The ground beneath his feet shook with the force of Naruto's newly discovered power, and he could feel the change in the atmosphere. Although he had previously witnessed Naruto push his boundaries, this was unlike anything he had ever seen. With the storm raging overhead now mirroring the turmoil in his own heart, Naruto stood erect. The battle was at its height. He was prepared. Naruto said, "You're not the only one who can surpass his limits, Sasuke," in a steady voice that betrayed a quiet resolve. Sasuke's gaze grew strained. "Naruto, what are you planning?" Sasuke was unable to keep up with Naruto's sudden surge forward speed. Energy seemed to flicker through his entire body, like a comet gliding across the night sky. The nature energy gathered in his palm as he raised his hand, crackling like impending thunder. Reacting instinctively, Sasuke used his Rinnegan to predict Naruto's next move. Naruto was on him with his hand outstretched before he could counter. Sasuke exclaimed, "Naruto," in a voice that was both urgent and perplexed. Naruto suddenly released the technique's full force, a brilliant beam of concentrated nature energy so strong and pure that it seemed as if time had stopped. The beam raced toward Sasuke, causing the ground beneath them to crack open and the sky above to appear to fracture. Sasuke's eyes went wide with shock. This was an attack on reality itself, not merely a straightforward assault. Sasuke became aware of Naruto's decision's actual cost at that precise moment. He was aware that the repercussions could be disastrous for them both if he did not take immediate action. He lifted his hands in an attempt to block the incoming energy, but Naruto's technique pushed him back with such force that his body strained. He sensed the energy's weight bearing down on him, threatening to breach his barriers. Naruto felt his heart racing. He didn't have time to think twice because he knew Sasuke would fight back. He threw more energy into the technique, using all the strength he had left. As it struck Sasuke's defenses, the beam grew stronger and exploded with raw power. There was only light for a brief moment, blinding, all-consuming light. The force of the collision rippled through the world's very fabric, causing the earth to tremble beneath them. The sky split open as if it could no longer contain the rage of their conflict, and the storm above appeared to reach its peak. Then there was quiet. As the light dimmed, a scene of devastation became visible. The surrounding mountains and trees were shattered, and the land was scorched. Naruto and Sasuke both stood, their bodies bloodied and bruised, barely able to keep their feet. Both of them realized the seriousness of what they had just done as their eyes locked. With a strained voice, Sasuke muttered, "Is this the end?" Despite the fatigue that threatened to overwhelm him, Naruto stood tall despite the heaving in his chest. "Not yet, Sasuke. As long as we're still here, the battle isn't over." Sasuke looked at Naruto, the only person who had ever really understood him, and his face softened, if only briefly. The insight struck him more forcefully than any blow. The culmination of everything they had experienced, this was their last confrontation. Despite everything, Naruto was still giving him a chance. An opportunity for what? An opportunity to rebuild? An opportunity to save themselves? Sasuke was unaware. But hope, which he believed had long since vanished, returned to him for the first time in years. And the prospect of a future, together, started to germinate in that hope. In Konoha, the ground beneath Sakura's feet was abruptly shaken by a massive explosion. As soon as she realized what it meant, her heart began to race. Sasuke and Naruto were engaged in their last conflict. Only moments ago, a Naruto clone had told her that the fight had become more intense than she had ever seen. "Sakura!" exclaimed a well-known voice. Sakura turned, but before she could respond, someone grabbed her arm. In an instant, they were teleported away by a Naruto, but she was unsure which one. As they soared through space, Konoha's familiar landscape disappeared. Confused but trusting, Sakura asked, "Where are we going?" The urgency in his touch was palpable to her. His voice was filled with panic as he declared, "The boss is going to die without your help." Sakura's eyes grew wide with disbelief. "How?" "He used his ultimate technique," Naruto said in a brief explanation. "It puts a Biju bomb in Pain's almighty push to shame. It bends reality itself. He used it against Sasuke, and now he needs your help to survive." When Sakura realized how serious the situation was, her heart fell. "What do you mean, bends reality? Is he?" Naruto had gloomy eyes. "I don't know exactly, but if we don't get there in time, it could be over for both of them. It's that powerful, Sakura." Sakura didn't require further information. With her medical training taking over, she fortified herself. It was unbearable to consider losing Sasuke or Naruto. They were both her friends and allies. "Let's go," she said, her veins brimming with resolve. "Take me to them, quickly." With a nod, the Naruto who had brought her here teleported them directly to the battlefield without saying another word. Ground Zero Sasuke and Naruto lay motionless, their bodies shattered and bruised. Sasuke coughed up blood and said, "It seems you win this time, Naruto," in a strained voice. Naruto shot back, struggling to sit up, "Perhaps I wouldn't have needed to use that technique if you'd just laid down and taken the beating I was giving you." Sasuke answered, "Like I would do that," a bloody smile emerging in spite of the agony. A female voice yelled, "Naruto, Sasuke," from a distance. They both looked back and saw Sakura running toward them with a Naruto clone. Sakura knelt down next to them right away and looked at their wounds. She started healing them right away with the Mystic Palm technique. "Idiots! Both of you!" she yelled, her voice trembling with annoyance. "How do you manage to end up like this?" Sasuke whispered, "Sakura, heal Naruto," in a feeble but determined voice. "No," she angrily exclaimed, her eyes hardening. "I'm not losing either of you." She worked fast, concentrating first on Naruto, who was in a worse condition than Sasuke, while her chakra flared. She could sense the damage his ultimate technique had caused to his body. Every breath she took seemed to drain her more, and the healing process was intense. She was unable to stop, though. Not right now. As her chakra surged through him, Naruto winced, but he looked at her appreciatively. "Sakura, thanks." She was too preoccupied with her work to answer immediately. It was intolerable to consider losing both of them. A part of her pondered how they had progressed, how two individuals who had been adversaries before becoming allies, had reached this terrible moment, as she continued her recovery. This was not how she could let it end. Considering all they had endured together, no. After what seemed like an eternity, Sakura finally withdrew her hands, exhausted but relieved that Naruto's condition had somewhat improved. She approached Sasuke, who was coughing but was more focused than before. She said, "You both need to stop this," in a quiet but emotionally charged voice. "You've pushed each other too far. There's nothing left to prove. Please, just, come back." Naruto turned to face Sasuke, who had his eyes fixed on the horizon. Something had changed in his eyes, something that had never existed before. At last, Sasuke spoke in a low voice. "We've been fighting for too long. Maybe it's time to stop." Naruto nodded, still gasping for air. "Yeah, maybe. We don't have to keep going down this path." Unspoken words weighed heavily on the air between them. There was so much history that could not be reversed, so much that was left unsaid. However, there was a glimmer of comprehension for the first time. Not of total peace, but of a time when they wouldn't have to ruin one another. Sakura slowly rose to her feet, her expression softening as she took in the view. She had been helpful, but the true healing was yet to come. It would require some time. More profound than any physical harm were the wounds that separated them all. She took a small step back to give them room. "I'm glad. Glad that you're both still here, she muted. But we can't go back to how things were. We need to rebuild, together. There was silence for a long time. However, something fresh was emerging in that quiet, the potential for redemption and hope. It would be difficult. Too many times the world had been shattered for that. However, there might have been a chance for a fresh start. Sakura. I'm sorry. For everything. Sasuke said this in a low voice, but it was clear that he meant it. Sakura felt her heart skip a beat. After everything they had been through together, she had never thought she would hear him say those words. Her eyes were wide with a mixture of understanding and shock as she gazed at him. She muttered, Sasuke, not knowing what to say. He had been the person she was unable to connect with and whose heart appeared to be closed off to her for a very long time. Now, however, he was vulnerable and regretful. I didn't understand then, Sasuke added, regretting his words. I pushed you away, thinking I was doing what was necessary. But I see now. I was wrong. I hurt you. And I hurt myself. I thought my path was the only way. I was blind to everything else. And for that, I'm sorry. Sakura's chest grew constricted. She suppressed the tears that were stinging at the corners of her eyes. She had always dreamed of the day when Sasuke would finally realize the truth. She said, You don't have to apologize, Sasuke, in a steady yet gentle voice. I understand now. I know you've been carrying so much pain, and I know I couldn't fix it back then, but I never gave up on you. There was no distance between them for the first time in what seemed like an eternity as Sasuke's eyes locked with hers. No rage. Don't be afraid. I know, he muttered. I never deserved you. But you've always been there, even when I pushed you away, and I'm sorry for everything. Sakura moved forward, her heart pounding with passion. Words didn't seem to be enough to express everything she wanted to say. Rather, her voice was hardly audible above a whisper as she simply nodded. She said, It's not too late, in an emotionally charged voice. We can still fix things, together. Naruto, who had been observing in silence, also moved forward. The seriousness of the situation had dampened his usual vigor, but as he gazed at them both, a feeling of warmth filled his eyes. We're not alone anymore, Naruto firmly declared. We can rebuild everything, no more running from the past. With the weight of his apology still hanging between them, Sasuke nodded slightly. He was prepared to try, to be there for those who had never given up on him, even though he wasn't sure if he could ever truly atone for what he had done. Sasuke said, Then let's do it, in a steady voice. Let's rebuild. We owe it to ourselves, and to everyone else. Sakura's heart was full as she glanced between them. They felt united for the first time in years, but it wouldn't be simple and there would be obstacles to overcome. There was a feeling that perhaps, just possibly, they could mend the scars from the past and create a future together. Together, she repeated in a determined tone. We'll face whatever comes next, together. The ensuing quiet was a peaceful moment, a realization that had never existed before. Though it was a promise, the weight of their words hung in the air like a frail promise. Sasuke looked toward the horizon, where the battle's aftermath was still visible. They could still see the wounds from their fight, but now there was something more, a feeling of potential. The world they had fought for was in ruins, but they had survived the storm. And they had to reconstruct it. Naruto was standing next to him, his wounds starting to heal and his energy coming back. He smiled slightly, knowingly, at Sasuke. You know, Naruto said in a light voice, this is the first time in a long time I've felt like we actually have a chance to do this. To rebuild, to fix things. Sasuke nodded, but his eyes held a hint of uncertainty. There's still a long way to go. We don't even know where to start. When Naruto said, I think we'll figure it out as we go, his smile grew. We've always figured it out together. Sakura moved forward, staring at the two of them. Hope filled her heart. Hope for a future that had seemed unattainable until now. The hard part is over. We have a chance now. We can be the ones to lead this world into something better, she said softly as she worked to heal the last of their wounds. I know we're all tired. Sasuke's face softened as he gazed at her. You always did believe in us. Sakura had a modest but sincere smile. Someone had to. For a split second, the three of them just stood together with a fresh understanding. The once roaring storm that had accompanied their battle was now only a whisper on the breeze, and the wind was calm. They had endured the worst and survived, albeit with scars. They would confront whatever awaited them together. I still have a lot to atone for, Sasuke whispered. But I'll start by making sure we don't lose again. With a smile, Naruto gave Sasuke a pat on the back. That's the spirit. We'll take it one step at a time. But no matter what, we're not facing it alone. Sakura took a step toward them both and nodded in agreement. We're stronger now, together. For a while longer, the three of them stood there, seemingly relishing the peace they had earned. They had no idea what lay ahead or how long it would take to reconstruct the world they had destroyed. But they felt prepared for the first time in a long time. Prepared to take on the challenges that lie ahead and face the future. Finally, Naruto said, "Let's go," in a resolute tone. There's a lot of work to do. The three then started to move away from the battlefield. They were prepared to face whatever awaited them, even though the future was uncertain. A year had passed since the last battle between Naruto and Sasuke. While Naruto was preparing to succeed Tsunade as Hokage, Sasuke had been imprisoned for his crimes. Sakura, meanwhile, had been working hard to improve as a medic nin at the hospital. Sasuke was released from prison a few months ago. Naruto had been adamant about his release, and you usually have a lot of influence when you save the world. Sasuke departed shortly after his release. He was committed to making amends for his transgressions, which would probably take a while if that was his true objective. Naruto finally found the courage to approach Hinata after he had been thinking about her since her sincere confession for 6 months. Throughout their shared experiences, Hinata had shown unwavering support. She helped him recover from his match against her own teammate during the Chunin exams by giving him a healing salve that she had made herself. Her courage in defending Naruto during Pain's attack on Konoha was crucial because it inspired him to defeat Pain and save the village. Naruto had always found strength in Hinata's unwavering support. Naruto was overcome with memories of their shared experiences as he walked up to Hinata. He remembered her timid looks from their academy days, her steadfast assistance during the Chunin exams, and her valiant resistance to Pain. Every recollection reaffirmed the fact that, despite his ignorance of her emotions, Hinata had always supported him. Naruto inhaled deeply before speaking in a steady yet passionate tone. "Hinata, I've been thinking a lot about everything that's happened between us. You've always been there for me, supporting me, believing in me, even when I didn't believe in myself. I was too blind to see it before, but now I understand. Your feelings, your actions, they've always been genuine." Hinata's heart pounded in her chest as her cheeks flushed. "Naruto, I." His eyes met hers as he took her hand gently. "I may have been slow to realize it, but I feel the same way. I want to be with you, Hinata." Hinata's eyes filled with tears as a wave of relief and happiness passed over her. "Naruto, I've loved you for so long. Hearing you say that means everything to me." Naruto wiped her tears with his thumb while grinning warmly. "Then let's walk this path together, supporting each other, just like you've always supported me." They both experienced a deep sense of understanding and connection as they stood hand in hand. Although the road ahead was uncertain, they were prepared to meet any obstacles because they had each other's backs. Building on mutual respect, understanding, and a deep-seated love that had been developing for years, their relationship took off from that point. Together, they overcame new challenges as their love, which they had finally confessed to one another, grew closer every day. They had spent nearly a year together since then. The village was experiencing unprecedented prosperity. No matter the hour, the market district was alive, with the sounds of commerce, conversation, and laughter filling the streets. Due to the diligence of Konoha's leadership and its resilient populace, poverty was essentially non-existent. The tale of Naruto Uzumaki, a boy who was once mocked as a pariah but rose to become the hero of the Hidden Leaf, inspired young children and their families to enroll in the academy in record numbers. Tsunade was drinking less, but she was still indulging in her love of sake, as she prepared Naruto for the position of Hokage and gave him important decision-making authority to guarantee that he would eventually lead the village with assurance and discernment. Her workload had decreased. In response, Naruto took the duty seriously, though he frequently turned to Tsunade, Kakashi, and even Shikamaru, who had grown to be his go-to strategist, for guidance. In her own right, Hinata had thrived. As her kunoichi abilities developed, she assumed a leadership position in the Hyuga clan, assisting in bridging the divide between the main and branch families. Both younger and older clan members respected her for her compassion and tenacity. Despite their increasing workloads, Naruto and Hinata still found time for one another. Their relationship continued to be a source of support and a reminder of the reasons they put up such a strong fight for the village and its residents. The rest of the Konoha 12 were forging their own paths and making their own contributions to the village while Naruto and Hinata's romance developed. One of the most accomplished medical professionals in the ninja community, Sakura Haruno, had assumed a crucial role at the hospital. She was training the upcoming generation of healers and devoted her life to refining medical ninjutsu. Sakura was an inspiration to many because of her compassion and perseverance, and she had developed into the strong, self-assured kunoichi she had always wanted to be. After returning from his quest for atonement, Sasuke Uchiha frequently embarked on clandestine missions outside the village. Despite his distance, he maintained communication with Naruto and occasionally offered support when Konoha was threatened by outside forces. He had come a long way since his darkest days, as evidenced by his silent determination to keep the village safe from the darkness. One of Konoha's most important strategists, Shikamaru Nara, advised Naruto during his Hokage training and collaborated closely with Tsunade. He was invaluable in village affairs as well as in promoting harmony among allied nations because of his keen intellect and composed manner. Shikamaru managed to find time for Temari despite his hectic schedule, and their relationship grew stronger and more unbreakable. Ino Yamanaka had developed into a master of sensory and mental techniques while juggling her responsibilities as a kunoichi and taking over her family's flower shop. She served as a link between Konoha's practical and emotional needs due to her increasing influence in the village's intelligence network and her kind disposition. Younger members were being trained in their signature expansion jutsu by Choji Akamichi, who was now a leader in his clan. The younger generation adored him for his warmth and laid-back demeanor, and his bonds with the other Konoha 12 members remained strong. His union with Karui from the Hidden Cloud Village had strengthened the ties between the two villages and introduced an intriguing dynamic. Ever the exuberant and brazen shinobi, Kiba Inuzuka spent his days with Akamaru patrolling the village boundaries to protect Konoha. His commitment to defending his house remained unwavering, despite his frequent complaints about wanting more thrills. As mysterious as ever, Shino Aburame had assumed the position of academy instructor. Although his stoic manner left students wondering what was going on behind his cool exterior, his calm, rational approach to teaching had earned him respect. Motivated by her passion for weapons and fighting, Tenten rose to prominence as a ninja tool expert. Her shop served as a gathering place for shinobi looking for custom equipment or advice, and younger kunoichi looked up to her because of her unwavering commitment to learning every weapon technique. Ever enthusiastic and tenacious, Rock Lee was committed to teaching the upcoming generation of taijutsu experts. Numerous young shinobi were inspired by his unwavering enthusiasm and belief in hard work. He was frequently spotted running laps around the village with an enthusiastic group of trainees following him. Unwavering in his determination, Neji Hyuga collaborated with Hinata to bring the main and branch houses of the Hyuga clan together. Both of them served as symbols of equality and solidarity, and their combined efforts marked a watershed in the clan's history. Their cooperation, which was based on respect for one another and a common goal for a better future, encouraged others to do the same. Together, they dismantled long-standing customs and forged a new, cooperative, and understanding-based path for the Hyuga clan. The village was bathed in the cozy glow of twilight as the sun began to set. Every Konoha 12 member was essential in determining the future of Konoha, where life was flourishing. Lee applauded as his students finished yet another demanding set of drills at the training grounds. He yelled, "Remember, hard work is the key to greatness," with a voice full of passion. Young kunoichi were gathered at Tenten's shop, admiring her most recent weapon designs. With a kind smile, she carefully described the features of each tool and gave guidance on how to use them. Neji and Hinata spoke to a group of clan members at the Hyuga compound. They spoke with conviction and weight, promoting harmony and mutual understanding among the formerly split branches. A feeling of hope for a better future for their clan permeated the audience as they spoke. Later, Naruto and Hinata walked through the busy market together. The air was filled with lively conversation and laughter as the villagers gave them a hearty welcome. Hinata smiled shyly, her confidence increasing with each step, while Naruto, always the vivacious presence, waved back enthusiastically. Naruto said, "Hey, Hinata," his voice growing solemn. "I've been thinking, once I become Hokage, I want to make sure every clan and every person in this village feels just as united as the Hyuga do now. No one should ever feel like an outsider, ya know?" Hinata gave his hand a light squeeze. "You'll make it happen, Naruto. I believe in you, and so does everyone else." Naruto smiled, his resolve evident in his expression. "With you by my side, I know we can do anything." Because of the Konoha 12's unwavering love and dedication, the courage of its people, and the strength of its bonds, Konoha's future was more promising than ever. By working together, they were leaving a legacy that would motivate future generations. Toneri stood far away on the moon, looking down at Naruto with a quiet pride. All around him the moon was bare, gray, and broken from innumerable asteroid strikes. Toneri whispered to himself, "He did it," in a tone that was both amazed and pleased. Chosen by Hagoromo himself, yet his deeds speak louder than any prophecy. He went on, "For over 1,000 years, no one could break the cycle of hatred, And then, out of nowhere, a naive boy comes along and turns the entire world on its head. A tiny smile tugged at his lips. The vast emptiness surrounding him carried Toneri's words as they hung in the silence. Even though he was far away, he could feel Naruto's actions reverberating around the globe. It marked the start of something extraordinary rather than merely the conclusion of a period of conflict. Standing on the surface of the moon, Toneri looked down at Earth with a mix of pride and desire. He didn't intend to quit his job, but he couldn't help but think about the relationships Naruto and his friends had. A sign of humanity's capacity for solidarity and resiliency. Their strength lies in their connections, he whispered. A lesson I was blind to before. Toneri gave the ruins of the Otsutsuki Palace, where he had devoted his life to keeping the balance and guarding the earth, one last look. The lives of the Konoha 13 continued smoothly. Despite still undergoing training to assume the role of Hokage, Naruto balanced his personal life with his responsibilities. In addition to spending more time with their newborn son Boruto, he and Hinata frequently spent quiet evenings together thinking back on their travels. Now Naruto's right-hand strategist, Shikamaru put forth endless effort to simplify Konoha's government. Although he frequently grumbled about the workload, his ability to foresee issues before they materialized made him invaluable. His wife Tamari made sure he didn't overwork himself by keeping him grounded. However, caring for their son, Shikadai, was never easy. As the leader of Konoha's medical corps and a mentor to a new generation of medical professionals, Sakura had completely embraced her position. Under her direction, Konoha Hospital was becoming the best medical facility in the shinobi world. Despite their frequent separation as a result of Sasuke's atonement journey, their relationship grew closer with each letter they exchanged. As the leader of the Yamanaka Intelligence Hub in Akunoichi, Ino had established herself as a vital component of Konoha's defense. Sai, her spouse, kept improving his artistic ninjutsu, producing artwork and defenses that embellished the village. Together, they brought up their son Inojin, teaching him the value of discipline and creativity. Now a devoted father, Shoji frequently assisted his wife Karui in running their household. Shoji's new passion was cooking, and his culinary experiments brought the Akamichi family closer than ever, even though he continued to be an active shinobi. Tenten's name was now synonymous with high-quality ninja tools, and her store had grown into a small chain. She continued to be an active kunoichi despite her success, frequently training under Lee, who continued to motivate the upcoming generation of taijutsu experts. Despite being less visible on the battlefield, Kiba collaborated with animal allies and helped strengthen ties between the civilians of Konoha and the Inuzuka clan. His goal of becoming Hokage had changed to making sure Konoha prospered in every way. Young shinobi now saw individuality and teamwork differently as a result of Shino's work in the academy. Even the most disruptive pupils were motivated by his inventive teaching strategies and composed manner. Even though Sasuke continued to spend a lot of time away from the village on missions, he always made an effort to come back when he could. Now that he and Sakura had a daughter, Sasuke was resolved to make up for the years he had been consumed by his past by being the best father he could be. The majority of Rock Lee's time was spent with Guy and instructing his students. In an effort to catch up to his rival, Naruto, Lee trained even harder than he had in his younger years despite his maturity. He was unwilling to give up on this challenge. After Naruto intervened and Obito changed his mind, Kakashi made sure to spend time with his best friend, treasuring the relationship they had restored, even though he still got lost on the road of life. Kurenai dedicated her life to raising Mirai, her daughter. Kurenai faced the challenges of being a single mother with the fortitude and tenacity of a kunoichi. Shikamaru and the rest of her former team frequently assisted her, which eased the load. By the time they were 14, every member of the Konohamaru Corps had attained the rank of Chunin. They continued to play tricks and be mischievous despite their increasing responsibilities, and they frequently asked Naruto for training, which Naruto gladly provided. Guy continued his lifelong rivalry with Kakashi and gave Rock Lee unwavering support during his training, remaining as spirited as ever. Their rivalries, which ranged from eating competitions to racing, continued to be a pillar of their friendship, with neither side clearly winning. Though Guy always insisted that youth would keep them together forever, it appeared that their tie would last until one of them died. Because of Naruto and his friends' unwavering determination to make the world a better place, everything in Konoha appeared to be going well, and this prosperity was expected to last for decades. Yo guys, it's RyugaXD. You already know YouTube has its limits eyes, so if you want to see the spicier, uncensored, and exclusive stuff I can't post here, check out my Patreon. That's where I drop all my 18+ lemon content, early uploads, and more. Links in the description. Come join the fun.